Did you know? The late Satoru Iwata wanted to make a pre-order bonus disc for Twilight Princess. Years earlier, Wind Waker racked up over 500,000 sales before launch, breaking the record for the most pre-ordered game ever. This was in no small part thanks to the Master Quest bonus disc, which was such a strong incentive that many fans pre-ordered just for the disc and then cancelled their pre-order. This led Nintendo to bundle the Master Quest and the Wind Waker together when it later launched in Europe. After the GameCube lost the 6th generation console war to the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, Nintendo was desperate to make the Wii a success. And with Twilight Princess as its flagship launch title, a pre-order bonus disc would have been a shrewd business move. 8 months before launch, an interviewer asked Zelda director Eiji Aonuma if there would be a Wind Waker-style bonus disc, to which he responded, "With the size of the game, it may have to. We are currently considering adding a second disc as a bonus, but this is yet to be finalized. I think Mr. Iwata is keen for this to happen, but we shall see." Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine announced the details. For a $10 deposit, fans would get a copy of the Wind Waker visually remade with the graphics of Twilight Princess, and with the 2 dungeons Miyamoto said were cut due to Wind Waker's hasty production. It sounded too good to be true, and unfortunately, it was. It was EGM's sick idea of an April Fool's prank. The unfortunate reality was Nintendo never actually got around to making a pre-order bonus. Although it's worth noting they did release a very limited edition collector's box. This had a 6-song soundtrack, high-quality 1/6 scale replicas of the Master Sword and the Hylian Shield, and a certificate of authenticity. Back then, a collector's box sold for $40, but only 7,000 were ever made, so today they've skyrocketed in value to hundreds of dollars apiece. And as it turns out, a Twilight Princess pre-order bonus disc did sort of become a reality 10 years later. This was when the HD version released on Wii U, although it was only a 20-song soundtrack. A much more impressive OST released exclusively in Japan, featuring 108 tracks, including this bonus track for Hyrule Field, which is playing right now. This was originally recorded for the Cube version, but never got used in-game. It can only be found by snooping around the internal data, but it made its way into Disc 2 of the Japanese soundtrack collection. A pre-order bonus disc wasn't the only thing Nintendo wanted to give Twilight Princess fans, but couldn't. There was also a multiplayer mode. In Wind Waker, a second player can connect a GBA to take control of Tingle, who can access information, drop bombs, and sell stuff to the first player, such as blue potions and a temporary hover ability. In a 2005 interview with Spanish magazine Club Nintendo, Aonuma said, "Wind Waker had GBA connectivity, but we would have to try something different that offered something different. Otherwise, we wouldn't be innovative. We're testing out different things, and if we find something that's fun and interesting, we'll do it." And a year later, he told EGM, "Online functionality is something we've been thinking about for a long time. At this point, we've given up on having any kind of online battle mode or simultaneous play, but we are still thinking about different elements that make the game more fun for those who have their systems connected to the internet. It's my job to come up with that, and we haven't quite found what the hook should be for online play." Looking back at Zelda's history shows that Miyamoto publicly flirted with vague ideas of multiplayer as far back as the 64DD era, talking about a network Zelda where the assistance of other participants would motivate a player's actions. Presumably those are some of the ideas Aonuma said they've been thinking about for a long time, but even though it's part of his job to incorporate online functionality, it seems he never landed on the right idea. But he did say whatever the multiplayer mode was gonna be, it wouldn't include Tingle. Not because he already had his turn in Wind Waker, but because American fans just didn't like him. And the entire point of Twilight Princess's development, above all else, was to make an American Zelda. To explain what I mean by an American Zelda, let's rewind to 2004, back when it looked like Twilight Princess might be the last Zelda. Despite being one of the most expensive series to develop, Zelda sales have been steadily on the decline ever since Ocarina of Time. Japanese players were becoming less interested in video games in general, and Wind Waker didn't sell nearly as much in America as Nintendo expected. They were originally planning on making Wind Waker 2, but the situation was so dire, they decided their best hope of saving the franchise from extinction was to cancel it and develop an American Zelda instead. As Aonuma explained it, "I began to worry whether Wind Waker 2, which used a similar cel-shaded art style, was something that would actually sell. We knew what a challenge it would be to develop something that would sell in the Japanese market, where gamer drift was happening. That's when I decided that if we didn't have an effective and immediate solution, the only thing we could do was give the healthier North American market the Zelda they wanted. We knew that we would have to create a Zelda game that would live up to the expectations of fans in North America, and that if we didn't, it could mean the end of the franchise." Ocarina of Time was incredibly popular in America, so they switched the art style and initially considered making Ocarina's direct sequel. To quote Aonuma directly, it would have taken place some years later. The art department sketched Link so he looked 25 to 30 years old, but the overseas staff vetoed the designs and told them fans didn't want to play as an old Link. Nintendo of America helped pick Link's voice actor as well, choosing one that gave Link a sort of bad boy vibe. The Zelda team ultimately decided that instead of an older version of Ocarina Link, they'd use a totally different Link that was 16 or 17, and instead of a few years, it would take place a few decades after Ocarina. And because it wasn't too far in the future, some of the characters from Ocarina might still be alive in Twilight Princess. In a later interview, Aonuma made a couple of references to Navi providing feedback to the player, so it seems she was one of the characters planned to make a return. It certainly would have given the team a chance to tie up some loose ends after Navi's mysterious departure in the final moments of Ocarina. But at Miyamoto's request, Midna was created mid-development, so Wolf Link wouldn't be so boring to look at from behind. Midna then gradually became a more central character as development continued, so it seems she eventually took Navi's place as Link's navigator. It can't be said with certainty that's why Navi got axed, but it ultimately became a moot point when the Zelda team decided to push the timeline back even further. In the final build, Twilight Princess was changed to take place 1 century after Ocarina, so instead of appearing in the flesh, Ocarina's characters are merely referenced, like King Zora, whose grave can be found in Kakariko's graveyard, and a black and white picture of the fishing hole man kept by his descendant Hina. Although there was one character that made a return. The ancient hero who teaches you 7 hidden skills is heavily implied to be Link from Ocarina of Time. Every previous Zelda game was revealed in Japan, but Twilight Princess broke precedent and was unveiled in America at E3 2004. And even the trailer itself was put together by Nintendo of America. The developers would later say the audience's enthusiastic applause cemented the direction the game would take over the next 2 years. And several developers said when they started feeling burnt out, they'll think back to E3's cheering applause to boost morale and continue development. According to then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata, "I think that people looking in from outside think that Nintendo's Zelda team is incredibly experienced, capable of maintaining its motivation and carrying large projects through to the finish without any external input. But as it turns out, everyone on the Zelda team is only human after all." When development was finally finished, Twilight Princess launched 2 weeks earlier in America than it did in Japan, and was met with both critical and commercial success. Reviewers gave it an average score of about 9.6, and fans snatched it up so fast that it outsold Ocarina of Time and became the best-selling game in the series with almost 9 million copies. 10 years later, Nintendo decided to give the most successful Zelda the deluxe treatment with an HD remaster, but they were so secretive about it that Eiji Aonuma couldn't even tell his own family it was being made. His 12-year-old son was too young when the original came out, so in 2015 he was suddenly inspired to dig out his Wii and play the biggest game his dad ever directed. Aonuma wanted to tell him a better version was coming soon, but he wasn't allowed. Telling the story after the game was officially announced, he said, "I'm quite sad that I wasn't able to tell my son that if he waited a little bit longer, he'd be able to play an HD version." But his son's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise that gave Aonuma ideas for improvement. In the Wii version, the magic armor makes Link invincible, but eats up a ton of rupees. When his son acquired it during his playthrough, he tried it out for a few minutes, then said it was a waste of money and never used it again. That really stuck with Aonuma, because Miyamoto hadn't wanted to include it, and Aonuma had to fight to get it in the game. So for the HD remaster, Aonuma made it so every wallet could hold more rupees, and even added a brand new Colossal wallet, which increased the maximum rupees all the way up to 9,999. So now he hoped that maybe fans like his son would at least consider using the magic armor. But in Aonuma's opinion, Twilight Princess HD was still missing one very important addition. The Wii U remaster launched with the Wolf Link amiibo, and 15 other amiibo unlocked various features in the game as well. But Aonuma says he also wanted to make a Telma amiibo. To be honest, he seems to have some kind of weird obsession with her, and brings her up in countless interviews. As director, it's not his job to create NPCs, but for some reason he took it upon himself to get directly involved with Telma's design. In case you've forgotten, Telma's an older woman who's very forward with Link, who in turn steals a few, adult glances at her throughout his adventure. Aonuma's made it no secret that she's his favourite character in the game, and says if there was a bartender like her in real life, he'll definitely go to her bar. He also says he likes the idea of getting scolded by her. But Aonuma isn't the only director that left his mark on Twilight Princess HD. In the original game, there were so many textures on buildings and features that were just slightly too blurry to make out, such as this mural in Hyrule Castletown. Fans had wondered what the mural was supposed to say, but even extracting the texture from the game's files didn't help anyone decipher it. When the HD version released, the textures were updated with clearer, brand new designs, giving fans an impression of what the original textures may have depicted. Interestingly, this particular mural features a Rito, a species which does not exist in the time the game takes place, nor in the series' child timeline. Another improved texture can be found in the Temple of Time, a simple picture frame, but this frame holds a secret. A backwards message written in Hylian along the lower border. Translating it reveals a hidden developer credit. Jack Kirby Crosby made this. Crosby, a graphic designer who worked on the HD version, later confirmed he was responsible for both the hidden border and the mural, the latter of which was a result of a higher-up at Nintendo asking for some engravings in Hyrule Castletown to be redone in the same style as a shop Crosby had retextured. The new mural design was inspired by Crosby's own idea of a story for a Zelda game, and drew additional inspiration from a Zelda art book without any story direction from Nintendo, meaning the events depicted therein are non-canon.
Did you know? Super Smash Bros. Brawl was announced by former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata at E3 2005. During a conference, Iwata mentioned Smash Bros. As a title that would feature online multiplayer. Series creator Masahiro Sakurai was surprised by this announcement, as Nintendo hadn't approached him about making a new Smash Bros. At the time. Iwata met with Sakurai in private after the announcement and asked him to direct the game. Iwata even told Sakurai that if he refused, Nintendo would simply release a port of Super Smash Bros. Melee with online multiplayer and no other new features. Sakurai agreed, and Super Smash Bros. Brawl officially entered development. Since Sakurai was working as a freelancer, he had no staff immediately on hand for the project. Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto introduced him to the company Game Arts, who had just wrapped up Grandia 3. Game Arts had developers available to handle the production of Brawl while Sakurai assembled the rest of the team. This was an unconventional way to make a game, and partly relied on Sakurai's planning and his ability to visualize a complete game almost perfectly in his head. During an Iwata Asks interview, Iwata admitted that he'd normally never let a game be made in such a way, but allowed the unorthodox production due to his faith in Sakurai. Since Brawl was such a complex project, it inevitably had characters that were cut from its roster for various reasons. Blastoise was initially considered as a part of the Pokemon Trainers trio of monsters, but was pushed aside for Squirtle in the planning stages. Sakurai seems to have favored the progression from Squirtle to Ivysaur then Charizard, as it provided balance and illustrated Pokemon's evolution mechanic. Another character who was briefly considered for the game was Star Fox's Crystal. Wolf was chosen over Crystal, however, as Crystal is fairly different from other Star Fox characters and would need a new moveset. Wolf's similar design meant he could reuse elements from Fox and Falco, which would save time. Sakurai also wanted Super Mario RPG's Geno to be a playable character in Brawl. Since Geno is owned by Square Enix and not Nintendo, it's believed legal issues prevented him from joining the roster. Animal Crossing's Villager was also considered to appear in Brawl. He decided against the character as Sakurai initially thought they weren't a good fit for a fighting game. Pac-Man was briefly considered for Brawl after Miyamoto suggested Sakurai consider the character. Sakurai seemed to have difficulty establishing a moveset for Pac-Man at the time, which was the main reason Pac-Man wasn't included. Mii's were also considered for the game, but the idea was short-lived. They were mainly scrapped over concerns with online bullying. Two more characters that were planned and possibly worked on for Brawl are Pokemon's Mewtwo and Roy from Fire Emblem. Empty data files reveal that Roy had a unique victory fanfare already made, while Mewtwo had a unique victory fanfare and a Wii remote sound. Dixie Kong was also planned to be part of the game's roster and would have been paired with Diddy Kong. The duo would likely have tagged in and out of play like in Donkey Kong Country 2, but the mechanic was cut due to programming issues early on, and Diddy became his own character. Pokemon's Plusle and Minun seem to have been considered as well. Some files are labeled Pra-Mai, which loosely corresponds to their Japanese names, Purasuru and Mainan. It seems these characters would have played as a duo like Popo and Nana. Both Popo and Nana, and theoretically Diddy and Dixie, are actually two separate characters that are just loaded at the same time. This means that a 4-player match with all Ice Climbers is essentially an 8-fighter match. The container for Pra-Mai is different, as it possibly suggests 2 characters in 1 fighter. This could mean that Plusle and Minun used an unknown mechanic where they played as a single entity. Dr. Mario is also referenced in the game's internal character listing data, as well as Toon Zelda and Toon Sheik. While many believe that Toon Sheik refers to Tetra, there's little evidence to suggest this, and Sakurai has never commented on the characters to confirm or deny this. During development, Sakurai thought about how best to capitalize on the game's all-star roster, and came up with the idea of a giant adventure mode which would become the Subspace Emissary. In order to write the story for it, Sakurai enlisted the help of Kazushige Nojima, who previously wrote the scenarios for games such as Final Fantasy VII and Kingdom Hearts. Nojima's early drafts didn't quite meet Sakurai's expectations, however, and included scenes such as Samus and Donkey Kong riding to the stadium in a bus while Snake watched from a distance. Sakurai wanted the story to have a more serious tone, so the two worked together to produce the final story. Working on the Subspace Emissary proved to be a huge task, and required as much work as an entire standalone game. This portion of the game was supposed to be made by an outside studio, but Sakurai couldn't find a suitable studio for the daunting project. Part of the reason why Subspace Emissary took so much work is because the animators manually recreated footage that Sakurai recorded himself. In order to ensure the animators knew exactly how to represent the various characters in the game, Sakurai physically acted out the cutscenes. This added a lot of work to the Subspace Emissary as no motion capturing was used. The reason that Wolf, Jigglypuff, and Toon Link only appear at the end of the adventure mode and play no role in the story is because they were added to the game at the end of development and actually came extremely close to being cut entirely. Sonic the Hedgehog, likewise, only appears at the very end of the story for similar reasons. That said, Sonic was actually planned to be in the game from the beginning. According to the book History of Sonic, Sega initially refused Nintendo's request to include Sonic, and the project had to continue without him. Eventually, Sega changed their minds and allowed Sonic to participate, but it happened so late into production that it caused the game to be delayed. A possible offshoot of this is Sonic's Victory Fanfare, which is actually the Stage Clear theme lifted straight from the soundtrack of 2006's Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic's Fanfare is the only one in Brawl to be taken from another game rather than being an original composition. Another audio secret is that the voice actor for King Dedede is none other than Masahiro Sakurai himself. The game's announcer, as well as the voice of Master Hand, was Pat Cashman, who is perhaps most famous for his role as the narrator on the show, Bill Nye the Science Guy. There's another notable name in the game's credits. Goichi Suda, the creator of No More Heroes and Killer 7, has a special thanks in Brawl's credits. According to an interview with Source Gaming, this is because Suda allowed his development studio, Grasshopper Manufacture, to assist with Brawl's audio. Brawl also has several unseen secrets. The textures for the trophy of Perry, Peach's talking parasol from Super Princess Peach, have similar file names as the textures for Peach herself. Additionally, the in-game model for Peach's parasol is labeled Kasar, which is the Japanese name for Perry. This seems to suggest that Peach was originally planned to use Perry in her moveset instead of her normal parasol. Another secret relating to textures was mentioned by Sakurai in an interview with Nintendo Dream. Sakurai revealed that Brawl was planned to include a mechanic where the characters' weapons and armor would be damaged and even break during a fight. This would put more skilled players who were able to survive for a longer period of time at a disadvantage. Ultimately, these ideas were scrapped due to time constraints. However, there was a large amount of work done on the concept, and damaged armor textures for several characters can still be found in the game's files. A texture for Link also holds textures for Twilight Princess's Ordon sword, despite the sword not appearing in the game. A texture for the Metroid Assist trophy also contains a small illustration of Earthbound's Mr. Saturn. Mr. Saturn's position on the texture makes sure the doodle stays hidden in-game. Another hidden detail can be found on the Mario Circuit stage. Although players only fight in a small area, the entire course is modeled. Super Smash Bros. Brawl had a large impact on gaming. One example of its impact is a fan creation that became the longest known work of English literature. The Brawl fanfiction is over 4 million words long, making it about 8.5 times the length of the Lord of the Rings books. Did you know? It was rumored that Nintendo would release a second edition of the Wii console with DVD functionality in 2007. Sonic Solutions was reportedly involved with the project, sending out a press release stating Nintendo would use their products to bring DVDs to Wii. Nintendo's public relations manager, Matt Atwood, confirmed the existence of this new Wii, stating it'd cost more than the standard edition due to the extra functionality. While the console never surfaced, Nintendo said it was still coming in late 2007. The twist to this tale is that DVD functionality is already built into the standard Wii console. The hardware is capable of DVD playback, but the function was never implemented officially, perhaps to save Nintendo from having to pay a small licensing fee with each console sold. DVD playback can be restored using homebrew software. Despite the Wii Remote's main innovation being its motion control, the wireless technology was possibly the most difficult part to perfect, taking 2 years to develop. The remote's wireless connectivity needed heavy fine-tuning. It worked well in ideal environments, but was easily interfered with. This fact can be seen in early Wii Remote and Nunchuck prototypes that needed a wired connection to the console. As an interesting aside, these early prototypes used the D-pad and A and B buttons from a Game Boy Advance SP, and the Nunchuck analog stick was taken straight from a GameCube controller. Another defining feature of the Wii was, regrettably, that it was an SD console. The Wii didn't have an option for HD output, an approach Miyamoto came to lament. In September 2006, he stated that while the Wii was not HD compatible, its successor would be. His original reasoning was that HD TVs weren't popular enough to justify adding HD output to the Wii. Most of the world still owned SD TVs, and he thought it better to offer people a new way to play with their existing TVs rather than demand they buy a new one. However, in 2013, Miyamoto said he wished the company embraced HD earlier. The advent of HD TVs came 3 years sooner than Nintendo anticipated. In fact, Japan was rapidly converting to HD TVs even as Nintendo promoted and launched the Wii. The Wii's launch, however successful, wasn't without its issues. On the 20th of November, a day after launch, IGN reported an update distributed through Wii Connect 24 broke faulty consoles. Running the initial Wii Connect 24 update on these faulty Wiis caused error codes 110213 or 32002 to repeat, rendering the console unusable. Nintendo offered to either replace or repair such consoles. If the player wanted to keep their save data, they'd need to send the Wii to Nintendo, waiting up to 2 weeks to play the console they bought on launch day. Some also reported that leaving the Wii on its side would make it overheat, even if it was on standby. Another issue the Wii struggled with was third-party support. Because the Wii lacked the processing power of the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, reworking games for Wii hardware would have taken considerable effort. This didn't stop some developers from trying, however. In December 2016, Red Fly Studios showcased several Wii prototypes of various games they conceptualized for the console. Among these demos were the original Devil May Cry, a reimagining of Namco's Dig Dug, Star Wars X-Wing vs. TIE Fighter 2, and most impressively a functional demo of Batman Arkham Asylum. Despite the Wii's comparatively limited power, Red Fly managed to reproduce many of the game's functions as well as its visual style faithfully on the Wii. Unfortunately, this demo wasn't pursued by the license holders. Nintendo made physical activity a focus with the Wii. However, a British medical journal study found the physical act of playing the Wii wasn't intense enough to replace real exercise. Wii players only expended around 2% more energy than those playing regular games. Nintendo's focus on health continued when at E3 2009, Nintendo announced the Wii Vitality Sensor, a device capable of measuring the player's pulse. It was intended to aid relaxation by monitoring stress, anxiety, and sleep patterns. It could also have been used in horror games to measure how scared the player was. However, this prototype was never released. According to Iwata, after a large-scale internal test, it was discovered the sensor didn't work consistently, only performing as intended on 9 out of 10 test subjects. While this ratio may seem high, it wasn't good enough for Nintendo. They would only be happy releasing the product if it worked on 999 out of 1,000 people, not 900 out of 1,000. And the Wii didn't improve everyone's health. In 2007, Dr. Julio Bonis awoke with pain in his shoulder, despite not having done much strenuous activity. He soon realized the pain was caused by playing the Wii too often, specifically Wii Sports' tennis. He coined the term Wii-itis in a letter to the New England Journal of Medicine, stating painkillers and a break from playing Wii allowed him to make a full recovery. Unlike with the real sport, a player's endurance is not a factor with Wii Sports' tennis, and so it's possible for a player to strain themselves unwittingly. Bonis sent the report after his friend complained of a similar condition. This was far from the first condition to arise as a result of playing video games, however. Space Invaders led to a condition called Space Invaders Wrist, a form of repetitive strain caused by mashing buttons too quickly. The Wii U controller was somewhat inspired by one of the Wii's more unlikely features. The light inside the disc slot notified the player when they got a message. There was a limit to how much information the light could convey, especially considered how sophisticated TVs had become in displaying information. The desire to create a version of the Wii's light that could convey more information led to the idea of a second, smarter monitor that displayed the status of the Wii. This idea evolved into the Wii U. The Wii Remote continued to be used with the Wii U, partly due to the success of the Wii Motion Plus add-on. Miyamoto considered this the Wii Remote's ideal form, and felt felt it revitalized the controller enough that Nintendo could continue to use it for the Wii successor. At some point, the Wii Remote was intended to function as a television remote. This may have been tied to the scrap DVD functionality, but it was ultimately used in the Japan-exclusive TV no Tomo Channel G guide for Wii. The technology was adopted more fruitfully in the Wii U's gamepad. The speaker in the Wii Remote was included at the suggestion of Yute Saido, developer of Otama and Sega Dreamcast cult game Seaman. Both games make heavy use of sound. He advised Nintendo that with a speaker in the controller, the Wii Remote could ring like a phone, among other functions. Teams at Nintendo were enthusiastic about the idea, and after weighing the costs and benefits, included it. A microphone wasn't added due to cost and ease of use concerns. If the controller had a headset inside or attached to it, it would be more complicated to use. Nintendo faced many lawsuits as a result of the Wii's success and its proprietary technology. While they won most of their legal battles, in 2017 a jury found the Wii and Wii U infringed upon one particular patent held by Texan company iLife Technologies. While iLife accused Nintendo of infringing on many of their patents, the jury found Nintendo violated only one, a patent on motion sensing technology used to monitor the safety of infants and the elderly. Nintendo was instructed to pay iLife $10.1 million in damages, far less than the almost $150 million the company asked for. Nintendo appealed the case based on an improperly written description in iLife's patent, but lost. Due to the Wii's family-friendly image, many of its games were subject to censorship. However, some of this censorship was frankly unnecessary. A prime example of this can be seen in the PAL release of Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, and in all versions of Prime 3 in the Wii's Metroid Prime Trilogy release. In the game's briefing dialogue cutscene, Admiral Dane says,
"Damn! They're targeting the planetary defense system."
This line was censored in PAL and Trilogy releases, where the word damn is replaced with no. A similarly inconsequential change was made in the European version of Super Paper Mario. In North America, Dementio insults Luigi by calling his mustache a shag. This phrasing was changed in the UK as the word shag has sexual connotations. Instead, Dementio simply calls Luigi a pushover in the PAL release. Another Nintendo game censored in the UK was Mario Party 8. On the Shy Guys Perplex Express board, Kamek uses the word spastic in the North American release and original PAL release, which is an offensive slur against disabled people in the UK. Use of the word caused enough outcry for Nintendo to recall the game. Later releases swapped the word out with erratic. These weren't the only Nintendo games to be censored on the Wii. For Mario Kart Wii, certain names such as Hitler are banned from online modes. Attempting to connect with a forbidden name will instead display a message stating the user's name must be changed to proceed. This was so that online gameplay on the Wii lined up with Nintendo's safe and fun policy. Third-party games were also censored, such as the Wii-exclusive One Piece Unlimited Adventure. Although the game's localization was handled by Funimation instead of 4Kids, the character Smoker was still edited to remove the cigars in his mouth to line up with the 4Kids edit of the anime. Strangely, the cigars on his jacket remain untouched. Another Wii game that was surprisingly censored was Cars 2, the video game. In the German release, the intro cutscene was censored to remove the scene involving Gatling guns, and to remove the explosion from the tunnel that Finn jumps out of. No More Heroes' American release has comical amounts of gore. While it was expected that the game's Japanese releases would see reduced amount of dismemberment and blood, it was a surprise to most when the game's European release had just as much censorship. The North American and English European versions of games are usually very similar, but dissecting and beheading enemies can only be done in the American version. In the US release, the remains of dead hostiles will also explode in a cloud of blood. As well as gameplay, blood has been reduced or outright removed in the game's cutscenes as well. In December 2007, Grasshopper CEO Suda51 and Marvelous's Yashiro Wada made a joint statement about the EU censorship, saying, "We have chosen to release in Europe the same version as has shipped in Japan considering the broadly growing Wii market." Although No More Heroes was censored on the Wii, the HD port of the game, Heroes' Paradise, lost something special too. The N64 in Travis's home was changed to a Sega Genesis with a 32X and Sega CD attachment. Did you know? An official HD port of Mario Kart Wii was actually finished years ago, but due to government hang-ups was never released. The original Mario Kart Wii was only capable of running in a 480p resolution, but at the 2018 China Joy Expo in Shanghai, Nintendo partnered with Nvidia to showcase a 1080p version running on the Nvidia Shield TV. This is a Chinese device that's already had several other Wii ports in HD, including a port of Twilight Princess that's graphically superior to even the HD re-release on Wii U. The Shield version featured online capabilities that haven't been available in the Wii version since servers shut down in 2014, including time trial leaderboards and online races for up to 12 players. Following the announcement, some die-hard Mario Kart fans imported Chinese Shields in anticipation of the game's release, but to their disappointment, Mario Kart HD was never seen again. According to an Nvidia developer whose name will keep anonymous, the port was done a long time ago. It was submitted for Chinese government approval in 2018, around the time of the government's reorganization. The government asked us to change some game content a few months later. Just some translations, nothing major, but we haven't heard anything back since then. We want the game to be released as much as everybody else, but it seems like it's stuck in government limbo now. Nvidia isn't just Nintendo's partner when it comes to HD ports for China. The two companies also partnered to develop the Switch, which is powered by Nvidia's Tegra processor. 2 years after Mario Galaxy HD released on the Shield, the game landed on Switch in the form of 3D All-Stars. With that precedent in mind, Mario Kart Wii HD might find its way to the Switch someday, especially if the Shield version ever escapes limbo. When Mario Kart Wii first entered development, the devs had a slightly different vision for the game, with many of their ideas being cut. The game is internally named Revo Kart, with Revo being a nod to Revolution, the Wii's original name. Series producer Hideki Kono originally wanted to call it Mario Kart X, with the X signifying a focus on extreme sports. In a 2008 interview, he said, "I love BMX bicycles and snowboarding. When we made Mario Kart DS, we wanted to put in some elements of extreme sports so the players could do some rough riding, but it was difficult to achieve in a handheld game. That's why we decided to make it happen for the Wii." But Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto flat out rejected the idea of BMX bikes, as he didn't like the idea of Mario riding a bicycle. Motorbikes were introduced instead, and half-pipes were implemented into many of the tracks. Kono's love of snowboarding also led to the creation of the DK Summit stage. According to the game's director, Yasuyuki Oyagi, motorbikes once controlled exactly the same as karts, so he felt they weren't worth including, but after his team came up with the idea of popping wheelies, they decided bikes were a worthy addition. Like most Mario Kart games, the sound staff recorded the kart sounds at a real racetrack, but when the time came to collect bike sound effects, they relied on Nintendo's own parking lot. Sound artist Asuka Oda said, "We approached some Nintendo employees who rode motorbikes and asked them, 'Could you let us sample your bike?' It's worth noting that despite Miyamoto cringing at the idea of Mario on a bicycle, Mario did end up riding a bike in another game released the same year, Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. Throughout development, the Mario Kart team tested about 30 different wheel prototypes before settling on the Wii wheel we know today. They checked out some real-life go-karts and realized that instead of round steering wheels, most of them were actually square-shaped, so they went with a true-to-life wheel in the shape of a square. But they eventually scrapped the idea and decided a circular wheel would be easier to understand, and after many revisions, reduced its weight so players' arms didn't get tired holding it up during long play sessions. After Nintendo revealed their Wii wheel prototypes in 2008, fans recreated some of them using 3D printers and shared the blueprints online. They even developed some original designs of their own, all of which are available to the public and free to 3D print. Some gaming companies jumped on board as well, and more than a decade later, you can still find some high-end Wii wheels on Amazon, like the 3-pound mounted wheel by Dream Gear. Mario Kart Wii's internal data and pre-release screenshots revealed even more scrapped ideas, including characters, items, and an entire game mode. 2 drivers from Double Dash, Paratroopers and PD Piranha, were included in early builds, but didn't make it to the final cut. Hammer Bros were once planned as a new addition to the roster, but after getting cut from Mario Kart Wii, they didn't make their series debut until 10 years later in Mario Kart Tour. The Chain Chomp item from Double Dash can also be found in the game's data, along with some beta racetracks, like an early version of Bowser's Castle labeled Course.0. There's also the Double Dash version of Mario's circuit, albeit with a few small differences, which the developers probably used for testing. One bizarre-looking track is labeled Draw_Demo, and is nearly identical to the Wii version of Mario's circuit, but with corrupted textures. In addition to all the usual modes like Grand Prix and time trials, Mario Kart DS also introduced a brand new mission mode, where players were offered a variety of challenges like collecting coins, mowing down enemies, and battling bosses like Big Babam. Each mission awarded players with a 1, 2, or 3-star rank based on performance, adding some extra replayability. In 2017, a modder named Mr. Bean 35000 VR discovered an unused mission mode hiding in Mario Kart Wii's internal data, with objectives like collecting item boxes before time runs out, pulling off a string of mini-turbos, drifts, and slipstreams, and fighting bosses. However, it appears mission mode was cut from the game to make room for tournaments, a game mode that unfortunately can't even be played anymore. Starting in May 2008, Nintendo released 2 downloadable tournaments per month via the Wii's Mario Kart channel. The first tournament was a Mario Circuit speedrun where fans had a 10-day window to play the course as many times as they liked and submit their best times, competing against the entire world via online leaderboards. A few weeks later, Nintendo released a second tournament, racing through 10 rings as fast as possible. The third tournament was knocking 3 top men off the edge of Galaxy Coliseum, and the fourth was speedrunning through Mushroom Gorge backwards, starting at the end and heading back to the start. Over the next 2 years, a total of 48 tournaments were released, like speedrunning a track built on top of N64 Skyscraper, killing a giant Pokey, and racing through some remixed tracks. But unlike mission mode, you could only play 2 tournaments a month, and they were only available during that 10-day window. Mario Kart DS had 63 missions to choose from anytime you wanted, so if mission mode wasn't cut from Mario Kart Wii, it likely would have included even more missions and added hours of rank-based content that could still be accessed right from the startup menu. Unfortunately, tournaments became completely inaccessible after Nintendo shut down Mario Kart Wii's online servers in 2014, exactly 10 days before the launch of Mario Kart 8 on Wii U. The shutdown also killed off the game's leaderboards and brought an end to online racing. But diehard fans refused to let the game die and quickly set up their own custom server called WiiMfi, resurrecting online racing and even restoring most tournaments. Tens of thousands of fans around the world use WiiMfi, and they've even added brand new content, including more than 200 custom racetracks. Many of the tracks are completely original, like the campground-themed Camp Cardigan, but a lot of them are based on video game franchises like Pokémon and even Super Monkey Ball. Several were inspired by Mario games, like one set in Mario Odyssey's Luncheon Kingdom, and another based on the Honey Hive from Mario Galaxy. Fans also spent several years remaking all the old tracks from previous Mario Kart games, like Mario Kart DS's Shroom Ridge. We spoke to one of the custom track Grand Prix primary developers, Mr. Bean, the same guy who discovered mission mode, and he told us they've got more tracks currently in development, and are in the beta stage of doubling online multiplayer from 12 players to 24 simultaneous racers on a single track. They've also implemented an in-game speedometer, a feature missing from the official release. But it's not just the online scene that's running on all cylinders, the competitive scene's bigger now than it ever was during the Wii era. In July 2020, the Mario Kart Wii World Cup drew in 21 national racing teams and tens of thousands of spectators, making it the most viewed Mario Kart competition of all time. And event organizers told Did You Know Gaming that plans for the 2021 World Cup are already well underway. Every vehicle in Mario Kart Wii has unique stats clearly visible on the vehicle select screen, but every character also has unique stats, but those stats are hidden and never actually revealed to the player. Lightweights get knocked around by the big guys, so they're not competitively viable. When it comes to heavyweights, while Luigi has the best acceleration, Dry Bowser the best off-road, and Funky Kong the fastest, making him the natural choice for speed freaks. The Flame Runner bikes got the best mix of speed and drift, so about 80% of World Cup participants use the Funky Kong Flame Runner combo. There's also a very obscure and interesting glitch in the game, where if the player is currently playing online as player 2, and someone else is in the lobby using a heavy male Mii outfit A on either the Wario bike, the Shooting Star, or the Phantom, then their Mii will be constantly in a T-pose. The reason this happens is because the developers forgot to put the Mii back in the sitting back position in several files. This doesn't happen for the player's own Mii, or anywhere else in the game.
Did you know the galaxy in the Super Mario Galaxy logo is actually the Andromeda Galaxy? In 2020, Twitter user Comet Medal discovered the original picture of space used for the logo. Instead of making new art for it, Nintendo used a picture taken by Robert Gendler of the Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way's closest neighbor. One of the most loved aspects of Mario Galaxy ended up being the character of Rosalina. Adding a new character to the Mario lore was something the game's director, Yoshiaki Koizumi, was very passionate about. Since starting at Nintendo, Koizumi has always tried to add more story elements to the Zelda and Mario franchises, and he's often at odds with the series creator Shigeru Miyamoto. While Miyamoto calls for a minimalist story and focuses on the core gameplay, Koizumi, who studied film, wants to enrich the worlds with storytelling to create a memorable experience. In an interview with Wired, Koizumi discussed this clash with Miyamoto, saying, "For a long time, it really felt like telling a story story in a Mario game was something that wasn't allowed, but I felt in this case that the Lumas and Rosalina really needed a story to explain what they were doing out there and to give the players a deeper understanding of their presence. It was from this desire that Rosalina and her backstory were added to Super Mario Galaxy. Naturally, during development, Rosalina saw a number of revisions as the team tried to figure out the best way to incorporate the character and her story. Some ideas for the storybook were scrapped, but were reworked into the main game. Another interesting fact is that at one point, Koizumi suggested he wanted the storybook to be sold as an actual children's book. Another thing that developed over time is Rosalina's appearance. We already covered some changes to Rosalina's design in an earlier video, but new information has come to light. Originally, Rosalina wasn't always going to dwarf Mario in size. When Nintendo EAD manager Hideki Kono saw Rosalina, he felt she should be taller. Speaking to Nintendo Dream, Kono recounted the experience, saying, "When Mario Galaxy was in production, I offered my advice. I wanted to include Rosalina in Mario Kart, but her body type was very similar to other characters. So I asked them if they could make her a bit taller. I told them, after all, Nintendo might use Rosalina in other games in the future. Partly because of her height, Rosalina would become a heavyweight class racer when she debuted in Mario Kart Wii, separating her from the other characters and becoming the only female racer in that weight class in the game." When it became time to work on Super Mario Galaxy 2, Koizumi and Miyamoto would clash again. Despite being a numbered sequel to the first game, Galaxy 2 is not a continuation of the events from the first game, and instead retells the events of the first game. In an interview with Wired, when talking about the role of the story in Galaxy 2, Miyamoto stated, "Well, I put a stop to that at the beginning this time," and punched his fists in the air. Many reviews were disappointed by Galaxy 2's lack of story. But Koizumi and Miyamoto would find their balance 7 years later with the release of Super Mario Odyssey for the Nintendo Switch, which featured more story elements than Galaxy 2. Within the E3 demo of Super Mario Galaxy, there are a number of differences from the final game. The Wii Remote originally had more functionality, being able to swipe away projectiles such as the fireballs that King Caliente shoots out. King Caliente's boss fight was reworked considerably, with the final game being a lot easier than the demo. In fact, when Mario Galaxy first began development, the team experimented with using more motion and pointer controls to move Mario, using the still-in-development Wii Remote. However, they felt like it wouldn't be a Mario game if you're not controlling Mario moving around, so they went back to a more standard control scheme. Another difference in the game was the music that plays when Mario collects a Power Star. Originally, the game played an orchestrated rendition of the flagpole theme from Super Mario Bros. The look of the Toads was also different. In the demo, they had a star pattern on them, which was removed in the final game. Toads could also transform from bunnies, while in the final version, bunnies only transform into Lumas. Speaking of music, the Toy Time Galaxy theme appears to be based on the track Mario Syndrome. This was an alternative dance remix of the Super Mario Bros. Overworld theme by Japanese act Bonus 21, which released as a 12-inch vinyl and cassette single in 1986. The Toy Time Galaxy theme features similar instrumentation and compositional choices as Mario Syndrome, though forego some of the 1986 song's dance elements. In the original Galaxy, there's an unused mushroom file. Bizarrely, removing the file will cause the game to crash instantly upon loading. This is because even though the file is technically unused, the game still checks for it. In the 3D All-Stars release, the mushroom file was removed and the error was fixed. For 3D All-Stars, Nintendo actually recompiled Galaxy's code for the Switch instead of emulating it. They also removed several pieces of unused data and files, and the Mii data, which was used in the Wii version. Some leftover data from Sunshine can be found in Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii, including a Fruits Boat, which, funnily enough, also went unused in Sunshine as well. Although there's plenty of unused functions in the game's code, programming for several enemies can be hacked back into the game. Parameters for Boo to contain a Goomba within it exist, meaning the player would have to kill 2 enemies instead of 1. Boos can also hold Lumas, Toads, and even different types of stars besides the Power Stars. There's also a dummy NPC with 2 animations, which was likely used just for testing. And a character named Tighe is an elderly Luma who would have had some dialogue, but was removed. Several planets were also removed or altered during the game's development. Speaking to Nintendo Dream, Miyamoto remarked that since Super Mario Galaxy relied on having multiple planets, balancing the game was easier, as planets could be added or removed to make sections of the game longer or shorter as needed. The planetoid named Water Road Cave Planet is the low-polygon version of the Sand Spiral Galaxy. This suggests that instead of sand, the galaxy would have prominently featured water, but was changed. During early development, Super Mario Galaxy's levels were much darker. Since the game takes place in space, many of the game's skyboxes were darker or entirely black. Miyamoto asked the team to include blue skies so it wouldn't be too drastic of a change from other Mario titles. One idea that didn't come from Miyamoto, however, was the idea to add Luigi. The team at Tokyo added Luigi to the game during some experimentation. After seeing Luigi playable in the game, Miyamoto advised them to include the brother as a bonus for those who collected the game's 120 stars. The original Mario Galaxy released in 2007, but it took over a decade to be officially released in China on the Nvidia Shield. Having such a delayed release in China wasn't always the plan, however. In 2007, it was announced that an iQue version of the Wii was planned for sale in China in 2008, but the console was later cancelled in the region. During this brief planning period, it seems Galaxy was fully localized for China. Evidence for this can be seen for the Nvidia Shield version of Galaxy, where iQue appears in the game's credits. Within this localization for the Chinese market, one line from Kamek was changed drastically. In English, Kamek tells Mario to enjoy his flight, while in the Chinese version, Kamek tells Mario to go to hell. Other boss characters in the Galaxy games have plenty of interesting secrets surrounding them. The Magikoopa Kamela has a secret that's in all versions of the game. Kamela's wand has a reflection effect on it, not seen on any other object in the game. If the player looks closely at the jewel on the end of it, they can see that the reflection's texture is actually the Nintendo GameCube logo. Within Galaxy 2's Throwback Galaxy, the player can fight the Whomp King. The boss actually has a special goofy face texture for when he's defeated, but because he's laying down on his front when he's beaten, it's impossible to properly see the texture. One major villain also has an inconsistency across Galaxy 1 and 2. Bowser Jr.'s teeth in the first Galaxy have 2 fangs instead of 1. This is despite the official render of Bowser Jr. showing him with just 1 fang-like tooth. This mistake was fixed in Galaxy 2. For some reason, the Tarantox boss had its gender changed in the Spanish game. In most versions of Galaxy, the Tarantox is named some variation of Spider King, but in the Spanish release, the boss is called Reina Araña, which means Spider Queen. Another interesting boss name change appears in the English release. Baron Brr is called something along the lines of Ice King in most other regions. Although the English name may just be for the sake of alliteration, some believe it might be a nod to one of the earliest American vice presidents, Aaron Burr. The Top Maniac boss went through a fair amount of changes from when it was first shown. Not only was it said to appear in a different galaxy originally, it also had a different appearance, looking more similar to a regular spinning top enemy.
Did you know? Development of Wii Sports began before the Wii console even had a finalized design. A small team of programmers were given prototype controllers and told to develop tech demos to show off the new motion controls. This team included director of Wii Sports Tennis, Keizo Ota. Using the prototype Wii controller as a tennis racket was one of the first ideas the team had. The idea worked so well that Nintendo decided to produce a full game based on the concept, and the team came up with several game-worthy ideas as they developed it. Shigeru Miyamoto divided the ideas into 2 categories, games based on sports and games for the whole family. The sports games were bundled into Wii Sports, while the family games were used in Wii Play. Initially, Wii Sports was only going to include 3 mini-games: tennis, golf, and baseball. Nintendo felt this collection offered a good variety of content. However, baseball isn't very popular in Europe, and the developers realized players there might only be interested in tennis and golf. To compensate, Nintendo decided to add just one more sport and had to decide between bowling or boxing. Bowling appealed to a demographic of people who didn't usually play video games, but boxing was a great example of how the nunchuck could be used. In the end, they included both. While working on the original Wii Sports, Nintendo snuck in a few nods to earlier games. One notable reference is that in the golf game, all of the levels are remakes of courses featured in Golf on the original NES. The main team for Wii Sports didn't include a graphic designer, so one of the major hurdles they faced was coming up with playable characters. In an Iwata Asks interview, Oda stated, "We tried using Mario as a character once, but then it didn't feel like we were the ones playing anymore. It felt like Mario was actually the one playing and we were just controlling him. But when we used simple models, it actually felt like we were the ones in the game." This gave the developers the idea of using character models that looked like the players themselves. Originally, the developers wanted players to import digital photos of themselves from an SD card and copy their faces onto their character through the game. This process proved to be too complicated for people who weren't familiar with the technology, and Nintendo wanted the game to be accessible to as many people as possible. Around this time, Miyamoto showed the developers prototype software that made simplistic caricatures based on Japanese kokeshi dolls. The Wii Sports team fell in love with the designs and decided to use the character creator in Wii Sports. But while developing the software, they realized the idea had potential beyond Wii Sports. This gave birth to the Wii's Mii channel and led to Mii characters being used in a variety of games. Since its release, Wii Sports has officially become the best-selling console game of all time. While this is largely due to it being bundled with the Wii system in most parts of the world, the game was sold separately in Japan and still managed to become the best-selling Wii game in the region. To date, Wii Sports has sold around 83 million copies worldwide. To put this in perspective, Wii Sports alone accounts for roughly 10% of all Wii software sales. Because of its popularity, the game received widespread attention in pop culture and was featured on sitcoms, late-night talk shows, Hollywood movies, and the 80th Annual Academy Awards. This runaway popularity hasn't always been a good thing, however. In March of 2009, a group of detectives investigated a home as part of a drug raid. At the scene, they found illegal substances, weapons, and other incriminating evidence. Even though the bust was successful, the detectives later landed in hot water when security footage caught them playing bowling on the suspect's copy of Wii Sports during the hours following the raid. Outside of recreational gaming, Wii Sports has also been used for medical purposes. In 2007, boxer Albert Leah sustained serious brain damage during a match, leaving him confined to a wheelchair. Doctors at Glenrose Rehabilitation Hospital in Edmonton, Canada, incorporated Wii Sports boxing as part of his physical therapy regimen. Leah regained full use of his legs just months later. Similarly, in Landstuhl, Germany, doctors used Wii Sports to help treat wounded military veterans. In fact, the game was used in hospitals all over the world to help patients suffering from strokes and spinal cord injuries, as well as in retirement homes. Wii Sports has proven to be immensely popular with older players. The world record for most perfect games played in Wii Sports bowling is held by John Bates, who claimed the record in 2011 at the age of 85. To date, he has bowled 20,000 perfect games, all of which he recorded in his own home. Although Wii Sports eventually got a sequel in the form of Wii Sports Resort, former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata was initially hesitant. He felt creating a sequel would be taking the easy route and wanted to focus more on creating new and original games. But when the Wii Motion Plus attachment was announced, Wii Sports Resort was created to show off its enhanced motion controls. In Resort, developers wanted to avoid reusing games from Wii Sports, so they considered alternatives such as Marine and Winter Sports. Eventually, they decided to base the game around a resort feel, which influenced the selection of activities in the final game. One of their ideas was a game based around the Japanese kendama toy, but it was scrapped because it didn't fit the theme. Fishing and water slide games also failed to make the cut. Wii Sports Resort was originally not going to include golf either. However, during an interview while developing the game, Miyamoto mentioned that golf swings would now be determined by the player's backswing. When Miyamoto visited the team after the interview, he told them, "You know, we're including golf now." Golf was effectively included because of Miyamoto's slip-up during the interview. Wii Sports Resort was meant to be the start of a new franchise, though not in the way you might think. The island in the game, Woohoo Island, was envisioned as the star of an entire series of games based on an idea Miyamoto had been toying with for 10 years. In theory, the series would include titles across different genres, including adventure games, simulation games, and RPGs, all set on Woohoo Island. Over the course of these games, players would become acquainted with the layout of the island until it felt like a familiar neighborhood. Ultimately, Miyamoto hoped Woohoo Island would become an iconic Nintendo staple in its own right, on the level of Mario or The Legend of Zelda.
Did you know? The motion-based technology that would define the Nintendo Wii was pitched to, and turned down by, both Microsoft and Sony. Back in the late 80s, inventor Tom Quinn devised a concept for motion-based controls in a 3D space while flying his private airplane. In an interview with CVG, he stated, "I got to thinking how a motion controller could create a navigable three-dimensional space that we could use to move aircraft more effectively. It took more than 10 years to finally be awarded a patent on my motion control design idea, one that covered any physical motions in the real world that would translate to linear motions on a screen. That was in 1999, and when it came through, everything changed." Quinn's company, Gyration, now had a worldwide patent on what was considered the best gyrometer-based motion control technology at the time. Quinn's idea didn't take hold in aeronautics, but he felt it might be well applied to video games. In early 2001, Quinn's connections with Microsoft landed him an interview with their then CEO, Steve Ballmer, to whom he showed the pitch. Ballmer loved it. However, when Quinn pitched his motion controls to the Xbox team, they were staunchly opposed, apparently to the point of rudeness, and Microsoft turned down the opportunity. Their behavior was so notably poor that a Microsoft executive personally apologized to Quinn. Quinn and his team then turned their eyes on Japanese game development. As Sony appeared to be prevailing in the industry at the time, Quinn lined up a meeting with Ken Kutaragi, a man sometimes referred to as the father of PlayStation. According to Quinn, Kutaragi closed his eyes and kept them shut until the pitch was over, then inquired whether or not the technology could be produced for just 50 cents. As that would be impressively impossible, Sony turned down the offer as well. In September of 2001, the same month the GameCube launched in Japan, Quinn finally made his way to Nintendo to pitch his technology. Having recently restructured their corporate order, midway through the pitch, the Nintendo executives requested a moment to deliberate, then began a fervent discussion turned argument. Quinn's Japanese investor, who accompanied him to the meeting, explained that the group was polarized on the matter. According to Quinn, Chairman Atsushi Asada barked something and there was total silence. That was it. He decided to license our patents for motion control, as well as buy some of our company. After licensing out 2 of their patents, Gyration teamed up with Bridge Design to pitch a controller prototype commissioned by Nintendo. Nintendo instructed them to retain the GameCube's button layout and expressed a desire for one- or two-handed gaming. The two came up with what was referred to as the Gyropod, which is notably different from the current design. It features a nearly symmetrical design with the right handle being slightly longer and the button layout looking similar to that of the GameCube's. Notably, the center platform where the analog sticks are breaks away from the right handle. Eventually, the Wii Remote design would end up looking more like just that, a remote. The analog stick would be relegated to the nunchuck add-on, which bears striking resemblance to the center handle of the Nintendo 64's controller. While the gaming community at large passionately debated the efficacy of the Wii Remote as a controller, it definitely was different for the time. Unfortunately, it also got Nintendo in a fair bit of legal trouble. In spring of 2014, long-standing hardware and technology company Philips sued Nintendo over the infringement of 2 of its patents regarding motion controls, one for the Wii and its successor, and one for just the Wii U. Regarding the Wii, Philips claims the Wii Remote, nunchuck, and balance board devices all violated one of their patents, and that Nintendo did so knowingly. Judge Colin Burse of the UK High Court stated, "The common general knowledge did not include a device combining a physical motion sensor with a camera, and the reasons advanced by Nintendo for putting those 2 sensors together in one unit are unconvincing." To the opposite end, around the same time, Triton Tech of Texas LLC filed a suit against Nintendo for infringing on their patents as well. This lawsuit was regarding the use of Nintendo's motion sensor-based Motion Plus technology. The ruling of the suit deemed Triton's patent was invalid as it did not accurately describe a complete invention. The lawsuit was initially filed back in 2010. Around the same time, IA Labs filed suit against Nintendo for violating 2 of IA's patents with Wii Fit and Wii Fit Plus. IA Labs contended their patent for a computer interactive isometric exercise system that would measure a force applied by a user to the effector accurately describes the processes involved in Wii Fit. However, the courts ruled in favor of Nintendo. During a meeting with the Wii development team to discuss the Wii's development, Nintendo president Satoru Iwata told his team to make the Wii no thicker than a stack of 2 DVD cases put together. In general, the design and production goals for the Wii, then codenamed the Revolution, were very specific. The console would be, above all things, controlled by motion, so plenty of decisions were made with that in mind. For instance, since the sensor bar would have to be placed directly aligned with the TV, the console couldn't be too far away from it despite having wireless controllers. Thus, Nintendo wanted to keep the console small. They also wanted their 24-hour download service, Wii Connect 24, to be utilized for updates and downloads at any time, so the console was designed to operate in standby without the fan running and with minimal use of electricity. On the front of the console was a light which flashed blue whenever a new message was received. This flash was timed to match the call of the Japanese bush warbler, whose chirp can frequently be heard during Japanese spring and summertime. Even the look of the console itself, more glossy and modern than any of Nintendo's previous consoles, was a calculated strike. Since the console would be part of the entertainment center setup, it needed to be sleek. This is also why the stand functionality was designed directly into the shape of the console and marketed as such. All of these design choices, however, were what limited the system. The Wii was only roughly twice as powerful as its predecessor, the Nintendo GameCube. The concept of the Mii characters, which saw prolific use throughout the Wii's lifetime, and later the 3DS and Wii U systems, originated as far back as the Super Famicom. After the release of the Super Famicom disk drive, Shigeru Miyamoto had an idea for a game consisting of drawing faces using pre-drawn assets by mixing, matching, and arranging them as you saw fit. The game was fairly simple and included different eyes, mouth, face shapes, noses, and hair. The player would be able to port the faces into what was referred to as a scenario disc that would be coupled with the game, which allowed them to animate their faces. However, Miyamoto's peers at Nintendo didn't approve of the idea, confused as to how it could be an actual game. The project was shelved indefinitely. Years later, when the Nintendo 64 disk drive debuted, the project resurfaced as Talent Studio, part of the Mario Artist series, and it had been significantly restructured. The game was made available exclusively to members of the N64DD's RANNet network service. To entail the significance of the program, then Nintendo president Hiroshi Yamauchi would greet members of the Surface in the form of a Talent Studio animation. Players could import pictures of their faces into the game to apply to their own character. The game featured a large variety of clothing to dress up the characters, as well as a movie editor in which to show off those characters in animated bits. While this product did see a full release, Nintendo still wasn't sold on the concept. Talent Studios saw what appeared to be a successor called Stage Debut for the GameCube that would utilize the Game Boy Advance e-reader and Game Boy Advance's camera peripheral, the Game Eye. However, the Game Eye never released, and neither did Stage Debut. During the planning stages for the Wii, Miyamoto once again set out to find a way to bring this idea to fruition. While working on the project with his team, Iwata approached Miyamoto and informed him another team was working on a similar concept for a DS game. Upon seeing the project, Miyamoto jumped ship to work with the other team out of frustration over his team's inability to deliver after 2 decades of off and on work. The biggest point of contention was that creating these characters would be enjoyable, but without an accompanying gameplay component, only creative types would have much fun with the program. This project eventually became Mii Maker, the channel on the Wii which would be used for profile creation and allow users to implement their characters in games such as the Wii's killer app, Wii Sports. While this hasn't been officially confirmed, it's quite likely the animated talent show concept featuring the player's own custom characters, now called Miis, was implemented as one of the attractions in the 3DS game Tomodachi Life.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we'll be looking at Nintendo's first deep dive into the world of wibbly-wobbly motion controls, the Nintendo Wii. And now, back to the trivia. The Wii moved away from typical controllers, giving people the ability to control their games by simply moving their body. It's no wonder this major change in mainstream gaming peripherals warranted a codename of immense gravitas. And so, before being called the Nintendo Wii, the console was called the Nintendo Revolution. But perhaps the concept of this shift in controller wasn't quite so brand new, and was more of an evolution than a revolution. Nintendo's previous console, the GameCube, had what many considered a fairly standard controller, though perhaps slightly funky in shape and design. However, in 2006, patents surfaced showing a device extremely similar to the Wii Remote that could be used with the GameCube through a simple plug-in receiver. The device would wirelessly connect to a remote-shaped controller with movement detected by what appears to be IR sensors. For many years, no other evidence of this GameCube concept surfaced, but in 2018, images of a similar prototype emerged on Twitter. This prototype differed from the original patented designs, utilizing a sensor bar more closely resembling the Wii sensor bar. This bar was also attached to the console via the memory card slot, similar to the GameCube microphone attachment. The remote controller prototype connected to the console via a cable rather than using a wireless receiver, and differed from the final Wii remote design, having lowercase a and b buttons in place of the 1 and 2 buttons. Interestingly, the controller also has a home button, an input that wouldn't have been recognized by GameCube systems. This suggests that rather than being a prototype controller designed to work with the GameCube, it is in fact a prototype of what would become the Wii remote controller itself. It's very likely that as the hardware of the GameCube is very similar to that of the Wii, Nintendo simply used the GameCube to test out their motion controls without having to also develop new console hardware during early design stages. One unusual concept for the Wii can be uncovered by looking through the console's internal files. Several files within the system's data suggest that the Wii Remote would have had more functions. Not just a controller for a Nintendo console, but also a controller for a television. One texture shows how the function would have controlled, with left and right changing the TV's volume, 1 acting as a power button, and 2 changing the TV's inputs. Another unused texture is simply an icon with the label TV. This functionality wasn't completely dropped by Nintendo. In Japan, an application for the Wii called TV no Tomo Channel G Guide allowed players to use their console to browse a Japanese TV guide. And in 2005, Nintendo offered a universal TV remote shaped like a Wii remote to its Club Nintendo customers. And of course, this concept was included within the Wii's successor, the Wii U. A software development kit, or SDK, is provided by a console manufacturer to game developers so that they can get to know the console while making games. Usually within this collection of development tools are a number of example files which developers can examine to help understand the system. One of the example files found within the Nintendo Wii's SDK is an archive file called constitu.arc. Within this are several text files which contain the first 3 articles of the Constitution of the United States, laying out how the government is to be separated into 3 branches. Each article is separated from one another with different directories, while each section is contained within its own file. The reason for this inclusion is because of the copyright surrounding the US Constitution, as it is entirely free to redistribute. This allowed Nintendo to include a large volume of text with practical real-world content for developers to work with while starting production of a game, rather than a random string of letters or words. As one might imagine, as a result of this, it appears some developers, such as Frame Studios, creators of Gem Smashers, forgot to remove this file from the final retail copies of their game. As such, it's possible to unearth this file within Gem Smasher's data. Speaking of hidden data within games, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess may not have originally been a Wii game, but the game's high sales at launch made the title synonymous with the console. The game was the biggest in the series at the time, which led to features being left out and ideas scrapped. One unused item in the game's data is likely an older iteration of the leaf that players used to snowboard down from Snow Peak. The internal name of this item is Shield Surfing, and the icon uses the menu graphic for the Hylian shield. All this seems to indicate that Link would have originally used his shield to sled down the mountain rather than the leaf in the final game, just like in Breath of the Wild. Didn't know that one. Another popular Nintendo franchise that made it to the Wii was Donkey Kong. Rare's Donkey Kong Country on the Super Nintendo was undoubtedly a smash hit, selling more than 9 million copies. It was also credited as not just reviving Donkey Kong, but also extending the console's lifespan while next-gen titans like the PlayStation were hitting store shelves. Interestingly, in November 2010, in celebration of the release of Donkey Kong Country Returns, Nintendo filed to trademark the phrase "It's on like Donkey Kong" for promotional purposes. They announced on their official press page, "For those unfamiliar with the term 'it's on like Donkey Kong' is an old, popular Nintendo phrase that has a number of possible interpretations depending on how it's used. In addition to Nintendo's use, it has been used in popular music, television, and film over the years, pointing to Donkey Kong's status as an enduring pop culture icon and video game superstar." Though the origin of the phrase is unclear, with the most reputable sources, like an Urban Dictionary user citing arcade owner Robert Morey originating the phrase in the 1980s. The post states, "Rob would close down his arcade for the night, he would grab a Colt 45, tall can slam it and scream, 'It's on like Donkey Kong.' He'd then proceed to go out and get wasted and try to get laid." However, one thing we do know for sure is that it was popularized by rapper Ice Cube in his 1992 track, Now I Gotta Wetcha.
It's on like Donkey Kong. You wanted that fast buck.
Nintendo's trademark was successful, though some people still raised objection to it, with TechCrunch's Devin Coldway calling the move reprehensible, saying, "I don't recall ever seeing it in any games or on box art or even in promotional materials. The phrase has been public use for probably 20 years at least, and Nintendo hasn't made a single attempt to own it." Donkey Kong wasn't the only franchise that was planned to get a new lease of life on the Wii. There were plans to revitalize the cult classic Klonoa series, with an all-new title for the Nintendo Wii. However, according to Klonoa director Hideo Yoshizawa, after a supervisor from Bandai cast doubt on the success of the game, claiming that it would be too expensive, it was decided that Bandai Namco would create a remake of the original game instead. This remake was intended to test the waters of the market. If it was successful, the company would move forward with a port of the second game to then be followed up with a third and all-new installment in the series. However, the Wii remake was not the success they had hoped for, and thus the idea was scrapped in its entirety. Bizarrely, the game's box included a coupon that gave players a free taco from the restaurant chain Wahoo's. While a clever play on the sound Klonoa makes, Yoshizawa said he was unaware of the inclusion and that he would have considered it a good idea had the chain been more widespread. While some games didn't find success on the Wii, others certainly did. With the incredibly popular revival of one of Britain's longest running and much beloved TV shows, Doctor Who, it was inevitable that the show would transcend to the video game market, with the BBC opting to make a game on the hugely popular Nintendo Wii. Developed by Asylum Entertainment, Doctor Who Return to Earth starred Matt Smith, who played the 11th Doctor at the time. However, the game has a connection to a previous incarnation of the Doctor as well. Sam Kent Smith, one of the 3D artists who worked on the game, is in fact the son of Percy James Patrick Kent Smith, otherwise known as Sylvester McCoy, who portrayed the 7th incarnation of the Time Lord from 1987 to 1989 and again in 1996. The Nintendo Wii showed us that games are for everyone, but it also gave us some great core titles for Nintendo fans to enjoy. Two such games are Super Smash Bros. Brawl and Super Paper Mario, which have some of the most interesting video game secrets on the Nintendo Wii. So in this episode of Did You Know Gaming Extra, we're going to talk about these two titles, as well as several of the other Wii hits and obscure games, which have surprises hidden within or behind the scenes. Our first piece of Wii trivia is actually quite fascinating and comes from the aforementioned Super Paper Mario by Intelligent Systems. This Paper Mario entry was a seemingly unlikely sequel in the RPG Mario spin-off series, with the dev team focusing on incorporating platforming elements from the main series of Mario games this time around. The game's development was unusual, with many bizarre unused elements in its data, but today we're talking about a secret that can just barely be made out while playing the game itself. In 2014, YouTube user Some Dude uploaded a version of the River Twigs bed background music, which they had slightly edited to make the voices in the audio more clear. While the track can be heard during normal gameplay, the voices within it are too distorted and obscured to be fully made out. Even with the audio edited, most of the voices are far too mangled to make any sense of. But at one point in the audio, there seems to be a fairly clear English-speaking voice which says, "Save us, please." The name of the river Twigs is a clear nod to the mythological river Styx, a river that forms the boundary between Earth and the underworld. Due to this, it's been assumed that these crying voices in the river Twigs bed background music are coming from the souls of the dead. Pretty dark for what is essentially a colourful and cheery platforming adventure. The Wii sold phenomenally well for Nintendo, but as great a system as it was, it certainly had some rough patches on its release, particularly with the advertised features of some of the third-party titles that launched with the console. Red Steel was set to revolutionize the first-person genre, introducing close-range motion-controlled sword mechanics that, upon release, underwhelmed everybody, frankly, with just how pointless they were. With that said, it doesn't take away from some of the more enjoyable extra elements of the game, such as the small Easter egg that can be found within the game's Geisha House mission. When encountering the second group of geishas who must be freed, one locker happens to stand out, having a dark area pasted over it. Once opened, the player will see a collection of 4 images featuring a group of men wearing blonde wigs. It's believed that these men are some of the staff that helped bring this mess of a title to fruition. One game which essentially performed a complete reversal of Red Steel, aka didn't use motion controls to jam in a completely unnecessary mechanic into the game for the sake of advertising spectacle, was Zack and Wiki Quest for Barbaro's Treasure. The game was released in the first year of the Wii's life, and reception for the title was fantastic. Many who played the game felt it was the perfect demonstration of what the Wii was all about. Zack and Wiki made great use of the Wii's motion controls for its puzzles and point-and-click gameplay, which is why it's surprising that Zack and Wiki wasn't originally planned to be a Wii game at all. In fact, development on the project started before the Wii was even announced. The game's producer, Hironobu Takeshita, told RevoGamers.net that the team had been developing the idea for some time. They later saw Nintendo's announcement for the Wii and wanted to make their project a Wii title, and the two ideas kinda came together, with Zack and Wiki releasing on the Wii. The Wii controls were a good fit for the title, allowing puzzle-solving aspects of the game to be intricate without getting bogged down with complicated button inputs. While it wasn't always planned as a Wii game, Nintendo's console gave the original concept some life, and the system would become a great place for companies to release projects that otherwise may have never had a home. Muscle March is another example of this. The title was actually created as an arcade game during the age where the arcade scene was truly fizzling out. It almost never saw a release at all until the Wii hit the scene. The game was developed by Bandai Namco with a new team of employees taking on the project. They had a single month to create the game for the arcade market as a way of giving them a valuable experience of taking projects from concept to completion. Their idea was for a game where players utilized joysticks to strike poses with a character. They would make a prototype of the game and demonstrate it at an arcade trade show in Tokyo. But as a result of another arcade company with a similar concept being released around the same time, the company just cancelled the title. When the Wii launched, however, studio veteran Hideo Yoshizawa remembered that the company had this nearly finished idea just sitting around unused. He recognized that, given the Wii used a new form of motion control that could function in a similar way to a joystick, the idea could be reworked for Nintendo's console. He took the game to Nintendo, who responded positively to the concept, and things progressed from there. It may not have been an incredible smash hit, but at least it was given a place in the gaming space at all. Impressive, considering its short production cycle. Another game that had quite an interesting journey of development is the on-rails shooter Resident Evil Umbrella Chronicles. This title retells the story of the survival horror series, bridging the gap between Resident Evil 0, the original, RE2, and 3. What fans may not realize, however, is that the game was originally planned to look and play like Resident Evil 4. However, Capcom took a look at Nintendo's new hardware and decided to mix up the formula. In a video interview with Famitsu, transcribed by IGN, the game's producer, Masachika Kawata, said, "At the initial stage of development, Umbrella Chronicles' play system was similar to Resident Evil 4's, but it was extremely difficult on Wii, too complicated to enjoy. Wii users like easiness. Umbrella Chronicles is not only for game enthusiasts. Complex operability can be an obstacle for Wii users. We want users to enjoy the game's horrifying and creepy world and its thrilling shooting action. By reducing enthusiast-only elements, players can purely enjoy the world." We can't continue talking about games for the Wii without mentioning what is certainly the most hyped game for the system. During its announcement, it managed to keep gamers' anticipation running rampant with slowly released details: Super Smash Bros. Brawl. The game kept players hooked for a long while, but it didn't stop rumors coming around which led players to believe new and exciting features would be coming to the title post-launch. This created a constant buzz around the game, with news outlets clamoring to get whatever exclusive info they could on the game. It also resulted in a few articles of a more humorous nature. In April 2009, IGN published an article that made many believe an expansion pack for Brawl would be offered as part of a service called Wii Expand. The expansion in question was allegedly going to be called Super Smash Bros. Brawl X Extreme, and was said to be geared towards an adult audience, with gore and decapitations being added to the game. Here is the footage of the supposed expansion pack in action, but this would not be the video that led many to believe these additions would be included. The video which was demonstrated appeared to take place in a conference meeting, but as you've probably guessed by now, all of this was a hoax by IGN as part of their annual April Fool's prank. From one crossover to another, Mario Sports Mix saw everyone's favorite Mario characters playing pretty much what you would expect.
Sports.
The game included not just characters from the Mario universe, but having been developed by Square Enix, it also had several characters from the Final Fantasy franchise. But we're not here to talk about something on display for all, we're talking about something hidden within the game's data. A version of Final Fantasy's Bahamut was dropped in the game's final release, along with an additional unused court. Since both can still be found in the data, they were likely removed towards the end of the game's development. Another amusing fact comes from when the game was first announced, where Reggie Fils-Aimé stated the game would include no sports which had been featured in previous Mario Sports titles. A statement that is so plainly just completely not true. 3 of the sports featured in the game had been included in Mario titles prior in at least some fashion. Basketball, for a start, had been the primary focus of an earlier release, Mario Hoops 3-on-3. It was even a game which was heavily advertised as a basketball crossover title with Final Fantasy characters. There were also several basketball minigames featured throughout the Mario Party series. Volleyball made an appearance in Mario Party 4 and 5 as well. And hockey was not only just in Mario Party 5, but also appeared in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Winter Games. However, Mario Sports Mix was the first time that dodgeball had been featured in a Mario Sports title, and the first time that the other 3 games had been given prominent roles in a game released for a home console, not just as a minigame or a title released for a portable. We would like to play. This is the slogan that Nintendo chose to hype up their latest form of control, the Wii Motion Controller, or Wiimote, a peripheral as intuitive to use as, well, a remote control. The ability for players to control a game by making simple gestures meant the system was more accessible than any other, reaching people who would usually consider themselves non-gamers. The system's software also ranged dramatically from the casual to the hardcore. New Super Mario Bros. Wii, WarioWare's Smooth Moves, and Fortune Street were great for a light experience, while games like Resident Evil 4 Wii Edition and Zelda Twilight Princess were there for those looking for something a bit deeper. And of course, we'll be looking at all of these great games and more in today's video. Let's start off with one of Nintendo's more light-hearted releases, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, which had a surprising amount of unused content. Exploring the game's data reveals evidence that suggests the game's entire level structure was once exceptionally different. Some of the levels featured in the final game are absent from these early plans, but several other levels are referenced which never show up at all. The data indicates that World 1 didn't originally have a 6th level, nor did World 2, though World 2 did have a ghost house in this early stage, which doesn't exist in the final game. World 3 would have had 2 ghost houses, which is curious as in the final game, World 3 is split up into 2 sections, with the original idea perhaps being including a ghost house in both sections. The early version of World 4 had a 7th level, but no ghost house or airship. Worlds 5 and 6 would include a 7th level each, but had World 6 lacking an airship. World 7 again would have had a 7th level, but no ghost house. And it may have had a cannon. World 8 had a 2nd tower, but this early version also had a complete lack of a World 9. As you can see, this is a quite different structure to what we ultimately got, and many other Wii titles have curiosities in their data. Unused data is always a treat to discover on the disc of your favorite games, and sometimes it really isn't what you'd expect to find. Fortune Street was a curious release on the Wii, a board game featuring Mario characters that is distinctly not Mario Party. Developed by Square Enix, this game wasn't a Nintendo first-party title, though the Big N did publish it. It's important to establish these details as an image for a Club Penguin screen can be found on the game's disc. This is baffling for 2 reasons. Fortune Street has nothing to do with either Artoon or Disney, who developed and published the Club Penguin game on Wii respectively. And the image in question didn't even end up being used in Club Penguin Game Day on the Wii. It does, however, appear in the data of Club Penguin Game Day, but goes unused, and was likely an early placeholder title screen. The reason for the image appearing on the disc of Fortune Street, however, could possibly be a result of the developers attempting to reuse the put on and tighten the wrist straps splash screen graphic from the game. But why they did this with a copy of Club Penguin, we'll never know. WarioWare's Smooth Moves is another Wii title with secrets within its data, but curiously, the assets in question don't exactly go entirely unused. WarioWare utilizes a lot of 2D elements in its gameplay, so to save on resources, some microgames graphics are all stored in a single image. a sprite sheet, and then the game masks out portions that it doesn't want to show. One of the game's micro games is a recreation of Punch-Out for the NES, but the main background image for the micro game isn't simply the background from Punch-Out. If we take a look at the sprite sheet, just outside the confines of the TV screen is a PC window that appears to be an NES emulator. The devs seemingly took a screenshot of Punch-Out being emulated rather than using the art from Nintendo's own archives. Not only that, but we can even see part of the desktop background behind the emulator window, and that the emulator used to take this screenshot was Virtua NES. An interesting revelation considering Nintendo's historical staunch disapproval of emulation. But more graphics go unseen in the game, once again when it comes to an NES classic. In the US and PAL versions of Smooth Move, the Super Nostalgic Entertainment System micro game involves the player having to successfully insert an SNES cartridge into the system. In the Japanese version of Smooth Moves, however, the system is from a previous generation, taking on the appearance of the Famicom, Japan's equivalent to the NES. In this Japanese version, the game cartridges that the player may have to insert can be Super Mario Bros., Duck Hunt, Clu Clu Land, Devil World, Urban Champion, or Tennis. And it is Tennis that leads to an interesting part of the microgame's textures. In the microgame's graphics files is a background and set of sprites taken from Tennis for the NES, suggesting that this microgame would have shown the game booting up in some way after the cartridge is successfully inserted. It's possible that the developers originally planned for the games to boot up after the player completes the stage, but may have refrained after realizing the variety of games that need to be animated for all the different cartridges shown in the final release. Games obviously go through a lot of changes in the course of their creation, and Pokemon Battle Revolution is no exception. The game was first demonstrated by Nintendo's Satoru Iwata at a Nintendo marketing event in Japan in 2006. Here, a battle was showcased between Red and Leaf on the stage that would wind up becoming the Neo Colosseum. The final game wound up looking substantially different from this demonstration, with the game's camera behaving in a very different fashion in the final release. In this early version, the camera appeared smoother and more dynamic, panning from the first Pokemon to the second after an attack was selected, then shifting to the trainer as they made the commands. One other major difference is in an attack shown in this demonstration. Groudon performs a Hyper Beam attack on Deoxys, rendering the Pokemon unconscious, while also leaving a huge imprint in the ground where the attack was unleashed, as well as penetrating through the wall behind the defeated Pokemon. Whether or not it was intended for these environmental effects to remain on the stadium after the attack animation was completed is unknown, as no environmental damage occurs with any other moves in the final game's release. This early version definitely showed a lot more attention to the game's visuals, and it's likely these elements were removed as a result of the massive workload that would have been necessary to add environmental damage for each Pokemon and their attacks in the final game. The final release also has differences between various regional versions of the game, mostly in small elements to its depiction of women. In the Japanese game, Rosie has white skin, but this was altered and darkened when localized into English, along with Master Sashay. Master Sashay also had some changes made to her clothing in the English release, giving her a pair of purple shorts under her white miniskirt. And this wasn't the only game that went through a lot of changes. The Wii version of Resident Evil 4 was considered the best version of the game by many, but this game only achieved greatness by going through many different iterations during its development. One early build, the Hallucination build of RE4, and to a lesser extent the character of the Hookman, who was featured prominently in this version, was derived from a scene from the 2000 American horror film Lost Souls. Specifically, the build references a scene where the main character, Maya Larkin, washes her hands in a bathroom, then begins to hallucinate that she's in a derelict building being pursued by a crazed killer. Quite an obscure reference, but the final version of the game arguably tops this. On a bulletin board in the room with the security monitors that shut off when Leon sees Ashley, there's an image of a hamster-like monster. This is actually taken from the cover art of Blood Witch, a 1989 RPG dungeon crawler, originally developed for the Commodore 64 and eventually released on half a dozen 8-bit home computer systems. We have no idea why this is referenced, and there's no obvious connection. Maybe an artist at Capcom likes Blood Witch, maybe one day we'll find out. Mario Kart Wii is another game that has some interesting secrets within its data. A fairly interesting yet simple bit of texture can be seen within the game that demonstrates good resource management. The poles that appear around the finishing line of the N64 Sherbetland track appear to have a gradient to their colouring, and you'd assume that this was its own original texture, but you would be wrong. It's actually an inventive case of asset reuse, with the poles instead taking their texture from the letter I in the Mario Kart banner, which is mapped onto them, producing a gradient effect. Another texture in the game was also something reused, but it's unlikely many people would have worked this out, nor would they have seen it in the game in the first place. Funky Stadium appears as a battle course in the game, a massive arena with an audience surrounding the track inside a giant closed stadium. Because this stadium is closed off, the player never sees the map outside of this building. But this stage actually has a skybox which can't be seen without the use of hacking utilities. This unseen skybox shows a blue sky with a few clouds, with the majority of it originating from a texture library called Sozijiten SE048. Nintendo have often used the Sozijiten texture collection in their games, with clouds from SE037 being used in the background of Mario Party 8's title screen, though with the gradient removed and replaced with a flat colour. And if you have the eyes of a hawk who's just finished their 12th coffee, you may well have even noticed that this exact same texture also appeared 6 years prior in the Chow lobby of Sonic Adventure 2. But you probably didn't, and no one's going to blame you. Now let's take things in a different direction, a far more Legend of Zelda direction. In the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, the Kiwi race are clearly based on that of the New Zealand Kiwi, perhaps most obviously in the similarities of their names. However, each Kiwi has a unique name too, with these names also having an interesting origin, with each one of the fairy creatures being named after a different strain of tea. Erla is named after Earl Grey tea, Lopsa gets their name from the Chinese black tea Lapsang Souchong, Machi is named after the green tea derived from matcha tea, Ulo's name comes from oolong tea, Yerbal is named after the herbal yerba mate tea, and Bucha's name comes from kombucha, which is technically a fermented tea. Bucha's name may also be a play on bucho, a Japanese word which generally translates to chief or director, the role which he takes on in the group. And let's continue this Zelda direction with a far more beloved Zelda game, Twilight Princess. This launch title for the system wasn't originally developed with the Wii in mind, but with the Wii on the horizon, it just made sense to release it for both GameCube and the Wii. And to accommodate right-handed players, Nintendo just simply mirrored the entire game so that Link would wield his sword in his right hand. But you already knew that. Today, we're talking about a few other and far less known facts. After the player frees the cuckoos in Kakariko Village, if Link talks to the white cuckoo while in his wolf form, it will imply that its previous master had mistreated it, so it ran away to Kakariko to escape. And if Link then takes the grey cuckoo to where the Goron is keeping watch and talks to it as the wolf, it will state that the other cuckoos flew in from Lake Hylia. This seems to imply that Fire and Falby were the previous owners who mistreated their cuckoos, possibly by forcing the cuckoos to take part in the Flight by Fowl minigame, the main attraction at their watertop land of fantastication. Speaking of Falby and Fire, the two of them were originally planned to have a much closer relationship, with the original intention being that Falby was a woman, either taking on the role of Fire's wife, or at least his lover. Another one of Twilight Princess's unique characters was Zant, whose helmet was originally modelled after a bamboo shoot. While the character initially seems rather dark in nature, he shows a different side to his personality directly before the very moment in which the player has to battle him. According to developer commentary on the game, this change was to make the character seem more rounded, rather than just coming across as generically dark and evil, but also to add a more humorous aspect to the boss fight against him. Zelda is a Nintendo game after all, and they gotta keep it at least a little bit light.
The Star Wars Rogue Squadron games, released originally on Nintendo 64 and GameCube respectively between the years of 1998 and 2003. It was a flight combat series made in a collaboration between Factor 5 and LucasArts that was met with praise from critics and relative success. In the years that followed its last installment, Rebel Strike, rumours of a follow-up continue to occasionally crop up. There were stories of an apparent sequel and a possible remastered collection, but none of these amounted to anything. It wasn't until until October 2014 that the former president of Factor 5, Julian Egbrecht, appeared on IGN's Nintendo podcast to shed some light on what happened. He revealed a scrapped multiplayer version of Star Wars Rogue Squadron and an unreleased compilation of the games with new features. The true extent of the developers' involvement with Star Wars and their relationship with LucasArts, however, was far from fully divulged. In looking back through the rich history of these two companies, we will learn more about the missing trilogy collection and discover two more lost Star Wars games that have never previously been spoken of publicly. In around October 2003, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike was finished and launched in all territories by the end of November. During that game's development, Factor 5 had begun to take on other projects on the side, such as proposals for Nintendo. This included a gritty take on Pilot Wings for the GameCube, which was set during the early Cold War era. This was a time in the company's history when they were relentless in coming up with new ideas as they were trying to decide what was next. At some point during the making of Rogue Squadron 2, they had done something they'd never previously done with Star Wars. After a few years of making games where you played as members of the Rebel Alliance like Luke Skywalker, their creative heads decided to do things a bit differently. Hidden inside the game were two non-canonical bonus missions named Triumph of the Empire and Revenge on Yavin, respectively. They imagined an alternative timeline to Star Wars in which the Rebel Alliance is crushed by the Galactic Empire. It was a short what-if story which asked, what if the Rebels failed to destroy the first Death Star in the climax of A New Hope? The player controlled Darth Vader, piloting his distinctive TIE Advance X1, who must put a stop to the Rebel assault on the Death Star. If successful, Luke Skywalker is killed moments before completing his attack, and the Empire emerges triumphant. In the following mission, Vader and his squadron invade Yavin 4. They must eliminate all of their fleeing transport vessels to prevent the Rebel leaders from escaping. A couple of years on from Rogue Squadron 2, Factor 5's people decided they would revisit this concept after Rebel Strike. They would take the idea much further in a spin-off of the Rogue Squadron series dubbed Star Wars Dark Squadron. As the name suggests, this was planned to be an entire game where the player fought for the Imperials, joining their campaign to quash the Rebel Alliance. Like Rogue Squadron, it would have been a flight combat game, but with a spotlight on Imperial ships like Tighes, as you would expect. The main playable character would have been Darth Vader, as it was in the aforementioned Empire levels from Rogue Squadron 2. The previous games offered players some limited strategy elements, such as the ability to issue orders to your squad mates with the D-pad.
Engage at will.
Dark Squadron would have expanded upon this, allowing you to command an entire Imperial fleet. You would have been able to bring up a menu during missions to purchase new support options. This entailed everything from tactical moves like orbital strikes and blockades to summoning new Star Destroyers, bombers, and walkers for ground assaults. A former programmer of Factor 5 suggested the game would have seen a number of enhancements over Rebel Strike, saying that it was to have a renewed focus on vehicle missions. Rebel Strike was the first edition of the Rogue Squadron series to feature on-foot sections with shooting gameplay inspired by the classic arcade game Robotron 2084. By the company's own admission, these segments hadn't turned out quite as well as they had hoped, drawing criticism from critics and fans alike. Had it been made, this new project would have done away with those sections completely. Dark Squadron was in essence a pitch that was floating around for a possible game. There was no gameplay prototype ever made, just one or two pieces of concept art, early animatics, and documentation showcasing some of the team's ideas. It was conceived after the end of development on Rebel Strike, and like that game, they wanted it to be a GameCube exclusive. The material for Dark Squadron was coming together towards the end of 2003, as LucasArts was preparing to deliberate over their budget for the following year. This was the time when the publisher would review pitches from their partners and decide which games would be receiving funding. LucasArts, of course, wasn't just a publisher, it had its own in-house development team that was making its own original projects, like various tie-ins to the Star Wars prequel movies. They were also contributing towards various productions being handled externally, including the Rogue Squadron games. Around the time that Dark Squadron was being realised, they too were trying to get a new project funded. Despite the LucasArts development team being part of the larger company, they weren't supposed to have any kind of advantage over third-party companies like Factor 5 when it came to the pitching process. They were still required to pass all of the same hurdles as anyone else trying to get a game funded. They had to present it to a LucasArts publishing committee comprised of their higher higher-ups. The LucasArts team had come up with the concept of doing an action-adventure game with popular Star Wars character Chewbacca as the lead character. It would have explored that space of Chewie's life when he went from being a warrior on Kashyyyk to being Han Solo's right-hand man. Their ideas revolved around his adventures working as a bounty hunter between the years of episodes 3 and 4. This Chewbacca bounty hunter game was set to compete directly with Dark Squadron for funding. Due to the constraints of the yearly budget, it was unlikely that both would be picked up. If one was approved, the other would have to be shelved. Unfortunately for Factor 5, it was the Chewbacca project that would emerge the victor, while Star Wars Dark Squadron was rejected. Reportedly, there was some trepidation around proprietary issues, as well as how well Factor 5 would be able to implement some of their ideas, and how the player would perceive them in the game. Although, some former associates of the two companies blamed the outcome at least partially on politics inside LucasArts. The creative head of the Chewbacca game was Hayden Blackman, who was the project lead on the MMO Star Wars Galaxies. It's claimed by some that Blackman may have used his influence inside the company to sway the Greenlighting Committee and help push Dark Squadron aside to further his project. Factor 5 meanwhile was quick to recover from their loss, having a new proposal lined up, and this time with the full backing of LucasArts. They now sought to produce a remastered compilation of the Rogue Squadron games with new features and some major improvements. During the development of Rebel Strike, Factor 5 had come under increasing pressure from LucasArts to abandon their pact of exclusivity with Nintendo. Rogue Squadron 2 and 3 were both GameCube exclusives, despite the console struggling to sell nearly as well as Nintendo had hoped. While Rogue Leader performed well at the launch of the system, its sequel wasn't anywhere near as successful. LucasArts wanted Factor 5 to start developing for a console with a larger share of the market that was powerful enough to run their games, the Xbox. After some reluctance, Factor 5 finally agreed in late 2003 that they would begin developing for the Xbox, starting with the Rogue Squadron collection. This would appease LucasArts from a business perspective, but to Factor 5 it also meant they could embrace the new opportunities which came with the platform. It allowed them to explore a frontier they had been unable to on GameCube, which was online play. All of the versus modes that were previously only available through local split screen were now to be redone to support play over Xbox Live. Work on the Xbox conversion of Rogue Squadron progressed without incident until April 2004, when the foundations of LucasArts were rocked by management shifts. The company's board appointed their vice president of marketing, Jim Ward, as their new president. Ward had inherited the duty of turning the declining publisher around. At the time, they were in such bad financial shape that employee bonuses for 2004 had to be dropped completely. Their new president wasted little time in asserting himself. Within the first months under Ward's leadership, LucasArts cut numerous projects benefiting from their funding, and before long, the Rogue Squadron trilogy found itself in the firing line. Despite the fact that it was around halfway done and was on schedule for a late 2004 release, the project was canned in an unexpected turn for the developers. Most of the work done was on porting the offline missions into one merged interface. The online components were never up and running. In a twist of irony, the Chewbacca game, which inadvertently led Factor 5 towards making the Rogue Squadron collection project, was never made either. Although it did pass the initial pitching process and was greenlit, it was later shot down by George Lucas himself. Lucas apparently didn't appreciate some of their ideas, like the thought of Chewbacca leading his own game. Instead, the team ended up working on a new game which would eventually become Star Wars The Force Unleashed. For a while, Factor 5's Rogue Squadron collection would remain shelved. It wasn't until over 3 years later that it would eventually resurface. In late 2007, production on Lair, Factor 5's poorly reviewed PlayStation 3 exclusive, was wrapping up. It was then that the company entered one of the most experimental parts of its history. Pitches for new original games were being formulated left and right. It was in this bubble of possibility that Rogue Squadron would return. They planned to resurrect the half-finished remastered trilogy with a wealth of new features under the codename of Green Harvest. Their platform of choice to develop it on was the Wii. This was due to their friendly relationship with Nintendo and extensive knowledge of the hardware from having a hand in designing the GameCube years earlier. Their ideas of how to use its unique features to give it broader appeal were how they were able to sell LucasArts on reviving it. They would build a selection of new multiplayer modes, including most crucially a lightsaber game which would use the Wii's upcoming Motion Plus peripheral for optimum accuracy. It would be a lightsaber duel mode where players would slash one another to the death, complete with character-specific force powers like lightning. As it turned out, Factor 5 became one of the first developers outside of Nintendo to receive early prototypes for the Motion Plus accessory. This allowed them plenty of time to implement it. The lightsaber battle mode was fairly robust, featuring 20 playable characters and the ability to add comically large Mii heads to them. The character roster was made up of Emperor Palpatine, Darth Maul, Darth Vader, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and a handful of variants upon Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker. This included their various appearances from the movies like Luke's stormtrooper disguise and Leia's infamous slave costume. The mode was playable in a variety of iconic settings, including the Death Star hangar and the Cloud City carbon freezing chamber. Each had its own environmental hazards, including crates that could be hurled using the Force and death pits that players could be knocked down. Alongside the lightsaber dueling was a new speeder bike race mode inspired by the forest chase sequence from Return of the Jedi. Players could compete with one another across a selection of planets, such as Tatooine or Endor. The Wii compilation scrapped the concept of online play that its Xbox Forerunner once touted as a core feature. Instead, the developers chose to invest their time in adding new modes and creating a local multiplayer section with plenty of content. In addition to the multiple versus game types, there was an entire cooperative campaign too. It all sported new support for widescreen and ran at 60 frames per second using Factor 5's in-house Wii engine. The structural setup of the main story missions was a bit different from the original games. As opposed to playing through a fixed campaign and unlocking them one after the other in a linear order, you would collect credits from each level and would then be able to choose whichever stage you wanted to play next. The collection included every ship that had previously been in the series, as well as one new addition, an AT-PT for the Walker missions. As for the controls, the game offered a wide selection of options. There was support for classic controllers, GameCube controllers, the Wii Remote held horizontally, the Wii Remote and nunchuck combo, or the Wii Remote positioned vertically controlling the ship with the infrared pointer. Players could even add a Wii balance board to one of these, manipulating the acceleration by applying pressure to the left and right of it with their feet. The Wii Trilogy Collection was a somewhat more accessible take on Rogue Squadron that aimed to remedy a lot of the issues audiences had with past releases. Namely, they had overhauled the on-foot sections from Rebel Strike, retooling the aiming mechanics to make them much less automated, and introducing cover shooter elements. The project ran smoothly for over a year until December 2008 when the studio faced bankruptcy. They had also been working on an open-world Superman game for Brash Entertainment, who had went under in November. Factor 5 had opted to pay for development themselves in the hope that a new publisher would pick it up. Due to the toxic financial climate at the time, no new publishing partner was found, Factor 5's monetary resources were drained, and they too were forced to shut down. Some reports claim that this was the end of the Rogue Squadron Wii project, that it was at this stage completed and mysteriously never released. The truth is a bit more complicated than that. On December 19th, 2008, Factor 5 Inc.'s president Julian Egbrecht laid off all of their remaining workforce without pay. It was seemingly the end of the company and all of their respective projects. Or was it? In the weeks before closure, it had become clear to their management that bankruptcy was all but inevitable. They therefore hatched a contingency plan to allow some of their games to live on. Kept secret from most of their employees, they would form a spiritual successor to survive Factor 5. Its name was Blue Harvest, a knowing wink towards the fake working title of Return of the Jedi used to hide its production. Blue Harvest was registered on December 9th, 2008, 10 days before Factor 5 Inc.'s closure. It was owned by Julian Egbrecht's partner, Katja Reitermeyer. The day-to-day running of the company was handled largely by the same people as Factor 5, but it was put under Reitermeyer's name to avoid credit issues. 2 days after it was set up, Egbrecht sold Factor 5's assets to Blue Harvest, including all of their intellectual property like unfinished games. In January 2009, Blue Harvest was renamed to White Harvest and opened for business less than 9 miles away from the offices of its predecessor. It was made up of developers previously employed by Factor 5 Inc. and continued some of their projects where they left off, including the Rogue Squadron Wii trilogy. Not everyone was invited to join White Harvest, however. Many ex-Factor 5 staffers were left in the dark about its existence, leading to an uproar which would ultimately tear the new enterprise apart. In January 2009, the former members of Factor 5 began to discover the truth. White Harvest was essentially resuming the work of Factor 5 with many of the same people as before, under a new name. They had worked almost 2 months unpaid before abruptly being let go as the company collapsed without proper notice under Californian state law. Julian Egbrecht had told them that they were unable to pay them for their weeks of work because LucasArts had first claimed to any of their remaining money as per a loan agreement signed in in 2004. Yet, they had been able to fund a whole new company. People were starting to question how. White Harvest was open between January until the end of July in 2009. It was in this space of time that Green Harvest, now officially titled Star Wars Rogue Squadron Wii Rogue Leaders, was finally finished. However, what had also happened along the way was two major lawsuits being filed against the founders of Factor 5, which heavily involved White Harvest. The aforementioned unpaid former workers sued them for a variety of alleged violations. Not only did they want to claim their unpaid wages, they were suing for such reasons as improper notice before termination, and most damningly of all, fraud. They alleged that Factor 5 had fraudulently transferred its assets to White Harvest to avoid paying creditors. The lawsuits would drag out for years to come, and in the middle of it was LucasArts, the publisher of Star Wars Rogue Leaders Wii. They were left with a completed game on their hands, and yet they would decide against releasing it. LucasArts had been complicit in the operations of White Harvest, helping fund them despite full knowledge that lawsuits from former employees were likely. If the court cases surrounding the game ended badly for the founders of Factor 5, it had the potential to threaten the public images of both developer and publisher. From the perspective of LucasArts, Rogue Squadron Wii could have been caught in a hurricane of bad PR. It was for this reason that one very risk-averse publisher left the game unreleased, keeping the spotlight away from the delicate legal situation. White Harvest's other projects failed, and without any revenue from the sales of Star Wars, like Factor 5 before it, it was forced to close. The lawsuits against the former heads of Factor 5 would last over 7 years, the last finally being resolved in 2015. All of the unpaid developers were reimbursed for their ordeal. The accusations of fraud, on the other hand, were ultimately dismissed. During the span of the main court battle, the generation of the Wii passed, ending any remaining hope that LucasArts would allow Rogue Leaders Wii to come out in its original form. The only copies of the game known to exist are now among the former management of Factor 5 and White Harvest, as well as in the LucasArts archives, which are now owned by Disney.
Did you know? The idea for No More Heroes came after Goichi Suda wanted to change a pace after finishing Killer 7. Realizing that his games had thus far been fairly stoic, Suda set out to prove that he and his team at Grasshopper Manufacture could make a game that was unique and outrageous. After Killer 7, Suda worked on both Samurai Champloo's Sidetracked and Blood Plus One Night Kiss. Although licensed anime games, each served a key role in layering the groundwork for No More Heroes, and Suda himself considers all 3 games to form a sword action trilogy. Another pivotal moment in No More Heroes' creation was when Suda saw the Wii Remote. Inspired by its unique design, he immediately tried to ensure that No More Heroes would take advantage of the controller's features. However, Suda ran into issues when his publishers demanded that the game be made for the Xbox 360 instead. As he was shown the controller before the Wii's official public reveal, Suda struggled to convince his publishers to let him make the game on Nintendo's new upcoming console without revealing its hardware secrets. Nevertheless, he eventually won them over. At first, the team attempted designing No More Heroes to use a single Wii remote and streamline the game as much as possible to fit this design. However, after struggling to make this control scheme work and feel fun, the idea was eventually scrapped. Suda then decided to mix the Wii's motion controls with classic button pressing to achieve the best of both worlds. Similarly, other aspects of the game combined different inspirations as well. The character of Travis Touchdown was somewhat based on Johnny Knoxville and his antics on the reality stunt show Jackass. Suda would regularly show his team the scene where Johnny has his nipple bit by a baby alligator in Jackass the movie to illustrate the kind of character Travis was meant to be. Incidentally, Knoxville wears a pair of aviator sunglasses in this scene which bear a striking resemblance to the ones worn by Travis. Travis was also based on Josh Barnett, a former UFC heavyweight and professional wrestler who is a huge fan of Magic the Gathering and whose nickname, the War Master, references the tabletop wargame Warhammer 40k. Some have wondered why Travis is often associated with tiger symbolism and iconography in all of the various games. This includes designs on his jacket, his morphing ability in No More Heroes 2, and his special move in Travis Strikes Again. This is because, in Japanese, Travis's name is Torabisu Tachidaun. The first part of the name, Tora, means tiger in Japanese. These are far from the only inspirations in No More Heroes though. The character Sylvia Christel is modeled after actress Scarlett Johansson, and the motel Travis lives in is inspired by the one seen in Christopher Nolan's movie Memento. The plot of hunting down a number of assassins is also influenced by the cult film El Topo. Even the name of the game is taken from a song attributed by English punk rock band The Stranglers. Interestingly, while No More Heroes' beamed katanas have often been compared to Star Wars' lightsabers, Suda claims they were actually inspired by the Schwartz rings from Mel Brooks' comedy Spaceballs instead. This sense of humor even extended to the game's launch in Japan, where producer Yasuhiro Wada joined Suda to autograph copies of the game while giving away No More Heroes branded toilet paper rolls. Japanese journalists flocked to cover the launch event, but after 20 minutes of standing outside the game store, not a single fan had approached them. Eventually, a Famitsu reporter took pity on the duo and finally bought a copy himself. No More Heroes' part-time jobs have often been criticized as tedious and grindy. This may be fitting, however, as Suda claims that the minigames were inspired by his and the team's less than pleasant past experiences trying to make ends meet. Suda explained, "We want to include the message in our games that some jobs aren't important and you may hate them, but if you do them to the best of your ability, it'll turn out well. Better times will come." On the flip side, while No More Heroes' stylistic ultra-violence has won praise from fans and critics, it's also landed the game in hot water with censors in the past. For example, the Japanese version of the game replaced a vast majority of the blood with black mist. Players can't cut enemies in half, and the game's cutscenes were reanimated to remove any instances of dismemberment or decapitation. Although Suda originally planned to leave No More Heroes uncensored in North America and Europe, he later stated that the European game would need to be censored like the Japanese release in consideration of the broadly growing Wii market. This sparked outcry among European gamers. So, when No More Heroes 2 was announced, Suda was bombarded by reporters asking if the sequel would be censored in Europe as well. Striving to give fans what they want this time around, Suda announced plans for two versions of the game, one that was censored and an extreme uncut release. Despite this announcement, however, the censored version would eventually be dropped altogether. European fans wouldn't be able to experience the original game in all its glory until the release of No More Heroes: Heroes Paradise in 2011. Now, while the Japanese version of the port was censored on the PS3, the 360 edition was left completely uncut, causing Japan's video game ratings board to give the game a Z, the equivalent to an AO by the ESRB. While working on No More Heroes 2: Desperate Struggle, Suda was influenced by the mix of violence and emotional drama from a film by Kinji Fukasaku. In fact, while the movie's title is often translated as Battles Without Honor and Humanity, Deadly Fight in Hiroshima, or Hiroshima Deathmatch, Shito Hen can be translated as Deadly Struggle, which inspired the game's subtitle. Meanwhile, the game's peep show scenes mirror those from Suda's favorite movie, Paris, Texas. Though the music of the original No More Heroes was entirely composed between Masafumi Takada and Jun Fukuda, No More Heroes 2's soundtrack features over 20 musicians. To pull all of this off, the game's sound coordinator Nobuhiko Sagara was tasked with reading the script to figure out what type of music would best fit each scene in the game. Afterwards, he found musicians, gave them direction, filled out contracts, and even attended the recording sessions to make sure every song was perfect for the game. To illustrate the theme of revenge, the music went in a heavier, rougher direction with a greater emphasis on guitars compared to the first game. And to prevent the soundtrack from becoming too monotonous, genres such as pop, jazz, and R&B were thrown into the mix as well. No More Hero 2's abundance of retro minigames came from Suda's dissatisfaction with how few 8-bit elements made it into the first game. Originally, Suda tasked the studio creating just 3 8-bit games. However, the team had so much fun making them that every game eventually became 8-bit. As more and more minigames were being added, things got a little out of hand and Suda had to tell the team to stop. Regardless, some of the devs didn't really get the hint and continued to work on them until the project was completely thrown off schedule. However, Suda was ultimately proud of his team's work and felt it was worth it in the end, despite the delays. While fans have been clamoring for Travis's return for years, Suda initially intended No More Heroes 2 to be Travis's final game. In a 2012 interview with 1UP, Suda commented, "I want to continue the No More Heroes series, but I finished the story for Travis. So I want to think of a different story, a different character, or something like that within the series." In fact, No More Heroes World Ranker, a Japanese exclusive online mobile game released that same year, stars a custom avatar instead of Travis. Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes likely wouldn't exist today if it weren't for the indie smash hit Hotline Miami. Suda was floored by the game's brutally fatal combat and daring design, especially when compared to modern AAA games. After personally meeting the game's developers Jonathan Soderstrom and Dennis Wedden, Suda was inspired to work on a smaller indie-style game of his own, convincing Gung Ho Online Entertainment to let him work on a new game with a core team of just 5 members after finishing up work on Let It Die. At first, this new project had originally nothing to do with No More Heroes. It wasn't until 2016 when Nintendo showed Suda a prototype of the Switch that he realized his new game could serve as a perfect means of bringing No More Heroes back into the spotlight. He then reworked the game's storyline to revolve around fan-favorite Travis Touchdown. The reveal of this new game made waves due to fans' anticipation and Suda51's translators' inability to keep up with him. Suda admitted that he was supposed to follow a script, but decided to ad-lib at the last minute. While his friends and colleagues applauded this move, he felt guilty for the trouble he caused his interpreter. To make it up to him, Suda personally met the translator after the event with a gift to apologize. Initially, Travis Strikes Again was going to be an indie crossover game, with Travis battling his way through the worlds of numerous independent titles. However, Suda realized that the amount of back and forth required to keep everything true to the worlds of each game would be impossible to pull off with their development schedule. Nevertheless, Suda was sure to collaborate with Denatun Games to include a piece of Hotline Miami in Travis Strikes Again, among many others. While indies have made a massive impact on Travis Strikes Again, the title's themes of games within games was directly influenced by Suda's previous work on Let It Die. In fact, Suda has confirmed that Travis's haunted video game console, the Death Drive Mark II, is the predecessor to the Death Drive 128 seen in Let It Die. Another interesting fact from Travis Strikes Again is that every skill chip Travis can acquire is actually named after a model of Gundam. Suda decided to put No More Heroes in the game's subtitle, as he doesn't consider Travis Strikes Again to be a direct sequel to No More Heroes 2, as it differs in story, themes, and gameplay. On the other hand, he doesn't consider the game to be a spin-off either, explaining in an interview, "Travis Strikes Again is something of a stepping stone on the road to No More Heroes 3, so the way I'd like people to think of this game is the beginning of a new battle for Travis, a new series within the series."
Did you know? For 2 years straight, Mario Galaxy 2 was the world's most pirated video game, averaging over 1 million illegal downloads in both years. Despite the piracy, it was one of the best-selling Wii games overall. Both games in the series saw universal praise, and one of their most celebrated features was their orchestral soundtracks. The original Mario Galaxy, however, almost didn't have one. The development team felt that an orchestrated score would be too expensive, and that it could actually be detrimental to the gameplay. Mario composer Koji Kondo elaborated, saying, "It almost feels like while you're playing the game, the music is coming from a CD player and not from the game console, and it feels like you're obligated to play the game in time to the music." For that reason, Nintendo has only used a live orchestral soundtrack on a few occasions in the past. The ultimate decision to use an orchestra was influenced by Mario Galaxy's sound director, Masafumi Kawamura. Kawamura had previously worked on Donkey Kong Jungle Beat and The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. These games had a feature where sounds would sync up with the player's actions to emphasize what was happening on screen. Kawamura wanted to bring this back for Super Mario Galaxy, but also integrate it with an orchestrated soundtrack. In order to do this with pre-recorded music, the orchestra was shown footage of the game and instructed to play at a tempo to match what was on screen at the time, usually a tempo close to Mario's walking speed. Since MIDI data was synced up to the orchestral music, the sound effect could be played and emphasize whatever note was currently playing. This wasn't the last time that the Galaxy series was influenced by Zelda. The Galaxy 2 team experimented with a system that could change the entire game world, similar to the 3-day system in Majora's Mask. The idea proved to be too ambitious and was scrapped early on. However, the team still paid homage to Majora's Mask with the Rock Mushroom power-up. One of Galaxy 2's directors, Yoshiaki Koizumi, was adamant about Rock Mario's inclusion. He'd previously worked on Majora's Mask and designed the controls for Goron Link. Influences from the Zelda series can also be found in the original Mario Galaxy. Mega Leg was inspired by an unused boss battle from Ocarina of Time. Ganondorf was planned to transform into a colossal beast that Link needed to climb in order to attack. It was scrapped due to hardware concerns and because players wouldn't be able to see Ganon's entire model on the screen. The skybox texture used in the Ghostly Galaxy and the Boo's Boneyard Galaxy is also a reused texture from the Ghost Ship in The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. The data from the original Mario Galaxy contains many unused assets. These include the Bully and Big Bully from Super Mario 64, a fake toad that hops around, a darker colored Goomba referred to as an Iron Goomba, a fish-like enemy that goes after coins, and a fire-breathing pig statue. There's even an enemy named Torimoti, a purple blob creature whose model is fully rigged but not animated. Its name appears to be a play on torimochi, the Japanese word for bird lime, a sticky substance used to trap birds. Bird lime is considered a controversial and sometimes illegal substance in many parts of the world. This might explain why Torimoti was never fully programmed. A collection of unused insects, fully textured, rigged, and modeled, exist in Mario Galaxy's files. There's also a fully functional landmine that can be set off by touching it or shooting it with a star bit. Unused animations for Mario show that he was planned to throw punches like in Mario 64, and, bizarrely, perform several tennis moves. Yoshi was originally intended to accompany Mario in the first Mario Galaxy. In an Iwata Asks interview, lead programmer Takeshi Hayakawa remarked, "Well, if you're gonna put Yoshi in a game, he has to be a main element. But the previous game had spherical landforms and gravity shifts and lots of elements that were entirely new. If we'd thrown in Yoshi too, it would have been too much all at once." This wasn't the only rejected concept brought back for Galaxy 2. Starship Mario was also planned to appear in the first game, though perhaps not as a hub. Characters from other Nintendo properties, including Pikmin and Donkey Kong, were planned to make cameo appearances in Galaxy 2. Shigeru Miyamoto, however, shot both ideas down. In particular, he thought the slender Pikmin characters wouldn't fit the game's mechanics. Mario characters are round and squat so that they're easy to jump on, but the Pikmin wouldn't fit this function. Super Mario Galaxy 2 was originally planned as an expansion or add-on to the original Mario Galaxy. Early development consisted of editing existing missions as well as adding new stars. This early phase was called Super Mario Galaxy 1.5 by Nintendo, but the team ended up adding so many new elements that it became a sequel instead. The internal disk ID for Galaxy 2 is labeled as Super Mario Galaxy More, a possible relic of the game's origins. According to Yoshiaki Koizumi, the basis of Super Mario Galaxy was inspired by Mario 128, a GameCube tech demo shown at Space World 2000. The demo featured several Marios on a warpable platform that players could manipulate. This idea fascinated Koizumi, but he believed the demo's properties couldn't be used in a more realized way with existing technology. Shigeru Miyamoto took interest in how the demo's mechanics might be applied to spherical platforms, and even requested that Koizumi experiment with spherical worlds. Koizumi thought the project would be a good fit for the Wii, but other Nintendo developers had difficulty imagining the game. To better explain this idea, Koizumi gathered a small team to make a prototype showing Mario run around a spherical planet. The prototype took 3 months to make, and while it only showcased a fraction of the concepts used in the final game, it was enough to kickstart Super Mario Galaxy's development. In an Iwata Asks interview for Galaxy 2, Shigeru Miyamoto mentioned that one of the disadvantages of 3D Mario titles was that players tended to get lost or disoriented. Galaxy's spherical platforms fixed this issue, as they would quickly loop around and return players where they started. The official Prima strategy guide for Mario Galaxy featured several pieces of concept art. Early art for Guppy reveals that he was originally going to be one of the dolphins from Super Mario World, and was friendlier towards Mario. He was redesigned as a killer whale to reflect the more wild personality the developers gave him. Early concepts for Rosalina were also included in the guide, showing that she initially had a closer design to Princess Peach and was actually intended to be related to Peach. Rosalina's hair was also originally in a beehive hairstyle instead of being let down and covering one eye. The final hairstyle was chosen to reflect her outward strength and inner loneliness. The floating fortress was designed extremely early during development. Designing the planetoid actually helped Nintendo find a direction for the game, and cemented the idea that Super Mario Galaxy would be the next Mario title. Comparing the concept art in the guide, it's easy to see how much the level changed over time. At the beginning of the Good Egg Galaxy, there's a house with a note attached to the door reading "Gone for a long time. Need to get in? Use the pipe on the other side." Instead of the door being readable, however, the developers took a shortcut by placing a signpost behind the door, just close enough for Mario to read it.
Did you know? Did You Know Gaming teamed up with data miners and Xenoblade enthusiasts to bring you a slew of interesting and lesser-known facts about the original Xenoblade Chronicles. So sit back and relax as we take a deep dive into the Wii's most impressive RPG. The idea for the game's world to take place atop two battling titans frozen in place actually came from nowhere in particular. According to the game's executive director and writer Tetsuya Takahashi, the idea of two massive gods duking it out just popped into his head while he was waiting for a train. In Takahashi's own words, you know the expression "to be enlightened" when an idea just pops into your mind? It felt like different ideas I'd had came together and formed a clear concept. Takahashi knew that some ideas are hard to precisely convey using spoken word, so he decided to create a model to help illustrate his idea. He'd even get young developers working at Monolith Soft to pose for him as a reference as he sculpted the Titans. The model on your screen right now is what Takahashi created in July 2006, 4 years before the game's release, and months before the Nintendo Wii hit store shelves. From here, Takahashi and his team would decide how the game would function and which part of each Titan would be useful for different scenarios. Takahashi elaborated in an Iwata Asks interview. The young staff members weren't just posing so that we could model the gods on them, we were also trying to determine what each pose would offer us in terms of fields of play for an RPG. For instance, if the god's leg was stuck out, the upper leg could be used as a plane, or the section of the back which the sun shines on could be a jungle, and conversely, the section shaded from the sun could be an Arctic area, and so on. Around this time, the idea that the gods would house two warring factions came about, as well as the idea to focus the game on visions, with the hero being able to see the future. Takahashi saw potential in these ideas, and thanks to Monolith's close relationship with Nintendo, he was able to take the project to Nintendo producer Hitoshi Yamagami. Yamagami in turn brought in Genki Yokota and Yurie Hattori from Nintendo Software Planning and Development, with Hattori recently finishing her work writing the scenario for Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. With a set of intriguing ideas and some key support, the developers got to work creating a prototype in April 2007. The concept of the protagonist seeing the future may have started in the game's story, but the game's designers felt it'd be weird if characters could only see the future in cutscenes without it impacting the gameplay, so the concept was worked into the combat. At first, the team experimented by putting this future sight ability into a turn-based RPG system, but with limited success. The team were big fans of the Final Fantasy series, with several devs even working on a handful of core Final Fantasy titles, but Takahashi believed that Final Fantasy was a series that had put too much emphasis on story and not enough on gameplay. To strive for a better balance in Xenoblade Chronicles, the team tried a more action-oriented battle system, and things started falling into place. But Final Fantasy wasn't the only retro RPG to impact Xenoblade's development, and the history of Monolith Soft is tied to the creation of Xenoblade itself. 1998's PlayStation title Xenogears, which started the Xeno saga, had its own impact on Xenoblade. Although the game was made by Square, several members of the team at Square's Development Division 3 would ultimately form the core of Monolith Soft, and the decisions made during Xenogears development would go on to have a profound impact on the skill set of Monolith's developers. Due to the limited power of the PS1, developers often had to choose whether they would use 2D characters in a 3D environment or 3D characters in a 2D environment. Final Fantasy VII went with 3D characters, and Xenogears went with 3D environments. Takahashi believes that because their team was one of the first to go all in on 3D backgrounds, developers such as Yasuyuki Hone, who was the art director for Xenogears, ultimately became far more proficient at imagining and creating 3D environments. So when the time came to create Xenoblade, Hone and other artists were years ahead of the competition in terms of experience in bringing 3D worlds to life. Monolith Soft was founded in 1999 after the release of Xenogears, and their first move was to continue the Xeno universe with Xenosaga. But the studio was newly formed with limited staff and resources, and most of their programmers and designers were new to the industry. This led to issues during production, like the graphics engine only being finished 6 months before the game's deadline, and the entire team believed they wouldn't be able to create their ideal game. Where Xenogears received universal acclaim, the Xenosaga trilogy had a far more mixed reception. Takahashi described this result as mortifying, but the team resolved to do better, and told themselves that the next time they made a new Xeno title, it needed to stand out and be truly enjoyable. However, the development of Xenoblade Chronicles wouldn't be straightforward either. The game was set to be a Wii title, but the Nintendo Wii was so new that they didn't even know who their target audience would be. To make Xenoblade appeal to a wider audience, Monolith had many brainstorming sessions involving every member of the company. They ultimately decided to focus on creating a world that they'd want to live in themselves, and reflected on which elements they'd need to achieve this. And although the path before them seemed daunting, they did have one thing going for them. Monolith already had experience developing for the Wii with Disaster: Day of Crisis, and as soon as work on Disaster wrapped up, the staff working on it shifted over to help with Xenoblade's development. Their work on Disaster also gave them some insight into how to use the Wii remote, and they opted to use its functions sparingly in favor of more traditional controls. Now that Xenoblade had Monolith's full attention, they aimed to have the game ready for a Christmas 2009 release. The team put substantial effort into the game's world, but weren't able to truly fulfill their goals. Takahashi in particular wished they could have made the game's world seamless, with far fewer loading screens, and the team as a whole wanted to make it so players could go to literally any location on screen. One area of the map the team didn't have time to implement was the left shoulder of the Bionis. They'd even made a test map for it that can still be found in the Wii game's data. Eventually, this area would find its way into the game's definitive edition on Switch and become the setting for the epilogue story Future Connected. And this isn't the only unused content in the game. Exclusively in the Japanese Wii version of the game, there's an archive named Work that contains unused code and art assets. It was removed from Xenoblade's North American and European releases and isn't actually used by the game's code at any point. Inside the Work archive are two peculiar files that correspond to an unused Knight character. They're labeled 9 and 10 and contain his models and animations respectively. The knight in question has metallic armor, blonde hair, unusual golden eyes, and fights with a sword and shield. We have a few clues as to this knight character's identity and purpose. In Xenoblade Chronicles, each playable character has an ID value that the game uses to identify them. Since Shulk is the main character, he's player character ID number 1, and all of Shulk's models are appropriately all labeled PC1. The knight character has a file name of PC2. In the final game, Rein's files are labeled PC2, Fiora's models are called PC3, and so on and so forth. If we look at this pattern, it means this knight character may be a prototype design for Rein, or may have been a different character that was meant to exist in Rein's place. However, it's also very possible that the knight is just a dummy with a coincidentally similar file name to our favorite red-headed himbo. Unfortunately, there's no way to know for certain. The textures for the knight specify that he wields a short sword, and he has 9 animations. This character was previously and incorrectly labeled as Lambert due to the text Lambert appearing in his files, but as it turns out, Lambert is a type of 3D model lighting, not a name, and the string appears all over the game code, not just in this one character's files. Xenoblade's story has additional elements that were left on the cutting room floor. The game's scenario writer Yuichiro Takeda originally wanted to have one of the hero's allies become the enemy you face at the end. Takeda said, "When I floated this idea to Takahashi-san, he thought it'd be pretty galling in a game if an ally you had been through all sorts of adventures with and constantly worked on building up their experience ended up leaving your party and becoming your enemy." As such, the team ultimately avoided using this kind of betrayal in the game's story. They wanted to make sure that Shulk would be a hero who isn't hated, and noticed that the protagonists in RPGs tend to be disliked, especially if they're not a silent protagonist. After all, if a character is supposed to be an avatar for the player, and the character acts in a way that the player never would, the player can become resentful of them. And although Shulk was quite vocal, he tested very positively with focus groups. As we mentioned earlier, Yurie Hattori had been brought on to help with the scenario writing, and her inclusion on the team turned out to be invaluable. Thanks to Hattori, several parts of the story were altered to be less jarring. According to Takahashi, one issue pointed out by Hattori-san that I can clearly remember concerns the girl named Fiora, the childhood friend of Shulk. There's a scene where she's fast asleep and you touch her hand. This was initially a scene where Shulk touched her cheek to communicate his feelings for her, but Hattori-san pointed out that suddenly touching a woman's cheek while she's asleep could be construed as being a little creepy. Hattori felt this might spoil the innocent and naive nature of the character's love, and a touch of the cheek was changed to a touch of the hand. Hattori also helped rework the game's ending to be more easily understood. The game was first shown off at E3 2009, but the team was nowhere near finished, and their holiday 2009 goal quickly became impossible. Debugging the game alone took 6 months, and many of the game's elements, such as combat, took far longer to perfect than expected. The game was revealed with the title Monado, Beginning of the World. In the reveal, you can see that Shulk and Fiora had very different designs, and you can even see debug text in the interface where battle arts would later be put. But that's not all. There's a Xenoblade Chronicles Wii press file that contains a hidden, older version of the game's cover art. Compare it with the final version here. Notably, the Bionis' model looks a lot rougher and appears to be rendered directly on the version used in the game, the Mechon's shell is using an in-game model, and the hill is more at an angle. In the final version, the Mechonis and the Mechon shell are using unique high-poly models made specifically for this cover. Early in Xenoblade's development, the game's musicians were all composing in their own unique styles for each area. Despite their efforts to unify the game's music into one cohesive sound, the audio remained a problem. To overcome this fragmentation, the game's musicians would actually go to each other's homes, sit down together, and compose music collaboratively and make an effort to duplicate each other's setups for making music. One of the game's composers, Manami Kiyota, even learned a new set of software to match her colleagues. The game's music uses a wide range of instruments to avoid sounding monotonous, and each track was purposely made long so that it wouldn't repeat often while the player explored the game's world. The game's composers were initially reluctant to make such long tracks, but they ultimately came around. Recording all the game's voice acting was no simple feat either. According to the game's cinematics director, Norihiro Takami, staff who were recording the game's voice work didn't go home for 10 days. Takahashi recalled, "We had so many lines that even if we did a very long recording session, you'd still feel that you had so much more left to do. But then when I brought what we'd recorded back to the office and handed it to the person in charge, I'd say, 'We went to the trouble of recording all of these lines, so you'd better use them. Failure is not an option.' But then, when all of this content was actually put in the game, some people thought that the characters were talking too much and that it was annoying. So at the very end, I had that adjusted. In all, Xenoblade Chronicles ended up having about 3,000 lines of recorded dialogue, but many of the battle lines went unused. Some of the more interesting ones feature characters crying out for their companions after they fall in battle. Presumably, these lines were dropped due to how dramatic and long they are, as they'd eventually become grating.
No way! Dunban!
Ricky! 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 Shulk! It can't be!
Another notable unused voice line has Shulk saying,
"I'll risk it!"
This is near the voice files for Shaker Edge and Stream Edge, so it's likely this was intended to be used as an alternate line for Battle Soul. A bit of a risky move that reduces Shulk's health in exchange for increasing the fullness of the party gauge. Unique lines for Shulk, Fiora, and Rein battling inside Tephra Cave exist too. These were meant for the quest where the trio picks up ether cylinders in Colony 9 at the beginning of the game, as Fiora and Rein directly reference a line about not hurting Shulk, something specifically said during the Tephra Cave quest. These lines were likely intended for after a battle, depending on how well each of the three party members did.
See? I told you Shulk wouldn't get a scratch.
Don't go on about it.
Looks like you're my guardian angel, Fiora.
Not looks like. I am. What were you saying about Shulk not getting a scratch?
I know. Sorry. Fiora, it looks like you're my guardian angel.
Not looks like. I am.
Oddly, these Tephra Cave lines were not used in the definitive edition either. The game's audio was definitely impressive for a game that released over a decade ago, using 44.1 kHz audio. Most Wii and GameCube games used lower quality audio to save space, as at the time, disk space was quite limited. For reference, the standard audio quality for Nintendo Switch titles is 48 kHz, not far ahead of Xenoblade on Wii. Another way the game made good use of resources is how it displayed flashbacks and visions. The Wii has a meager amount of RAM, only 88 megabytes, and certainly couldn't load multiple large maps at the same time, so when Xenoblade flashes back to a past or to a future event, it uses a flat 2D picture of the background. This fools the player into thinking the game is loading the entire area, when it's in fact only loading an image. And because the flashbacks and visions have heavy filter effects on them, most players never even realize. Speaking of the Wii's file size limit, the Japanese version of Xenoblade Chronicles on Wii has a file size of around 4 GB, but the US and European versions have a file size of about 6 GB. That's an increase of 2 GB. The reason for this is not just the additional voice acting, but also because of the way the game itself is coded. Believe it or not, every character model in the game was duplicated. In the international release of Xenoblade, almost every character's animation and model is stored inside the game files twice. The reason for this is due to the English voice acting. The voice recordings for NPCs and enemies are stored inside the same file as their character models, so when the English dialogue was recorded, these files were duplicated and the English voices were injected into one set of the files. Since the English game's code for the models and animations were still pointing to the old Japanese files, it was easier to just leave them be than to rewrite how the game finds and reads those files. Then the code for the English voices simply points to the new duplicated files, and since the original files are untouched, Western players can also choose to play the game with Japanese voiceover. In Definitive Edition, the character voices are stored separately from the character models, meaning that the character models are not redundantly duplicated on Switch. There's also test models of every playable character wearing dummy outfits hidden inside Xenoblade on Wii. These are the only iterations of the models that are fully assembled. Normally, Xenoblade characters are stored separately by armor parts and not in one assembled model, as the player can mix and match armor items. Shulk, Dunban, and Ricky are naked under their dummy materials, but they don't have any visible bits. Fiora's Ham's reference model is unique, and has her hairstyle from the very first public trailer of Xenoblade. Unsurprisingly, Xenoblade Chronicles 3D has some interesting elements too. The game has two kinds of cutscenes: storyboarded cutscenes using dynamic camera angles and elaborate scripted events with unique animations, and dialogue cutscenes which use existing in-game character animations like walking, and generally don't move them around too much. These have dialogue boxes on screen and prompt players to press A to advance the dialogue. This is actually why Mayneth doesn't move in Xenoblade Chronicles 3D's model viewer. She's only seen for one storyboarded cutscene with a dynamic non-looping animation, and as such, doesn't have any pre-existing animation for the developers to use. Thus, they made Mayneth's model static. Additionally, Lady Mayneth has an NPC model meant for dialogue cutscenes or regular gameplay use. Another tidbit is that her legs and underwear are fully modeled despite a burst of light covering her underwear up in the cutscene she appears in. These were of course later seen in the new 3DS model viewer, but are normally visible nowhere else in the game. For Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, the map geometry of the game was completely changed. According to an interview that Game Informer did with Monster Games, the talented team that ported Xenoblade and Donkey Kong Returns to the 3DS, the huge open worlds presented our biggest technical and artistic challenge. The views were so long that even the new Nintendo 3DS XL hardware could not render them correctly, and the performance was very slow at first. We had to design a new graphics engine with a custom visibility culling system and a complex level of detail system. As for the art assets, all of the worlds were rebuilt and optimized while keeping the same look and feel. Surprisingly, an indoor location, Agnaratha, was our toughest environment. The level had many places where the screen contained the highest polygon count in the entire game. Our artists and designers had to build that level several times to get it to finally perform well. Interestingly, Monster had previously tried to port the game to the standard 3DS, but it simply wasn't possible until more powerful hardware came along. And for those asking why didn't they just port the game to the Wii U, at the time Nintendo believed that portability and being able to view the game in 3D was a more intriguing proposition than simply improving the game's visuals. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, on the other hand, runs on Xenoblade Chronicles 2's engine. If you have a keen eye, you may have noticed that the motion blur between the two games is identical. Additionally, the files inside the params folder are very similar, with 2 being shared from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 1 referencing Blades, which are not really in Definitive Edition save for Alvis. Interestingly, all the Xenoblade games have files in their internal data relating to code names for the game itself. In Xenoblade Wii, this name is Kyojin, which means giant. In Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the code name is Big Folk 2. And in Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, the name is Big Folk Switch. Obviously, all of these refer to the Titans in said games. Humorously enough, the new 3DS port of the game is called Small Folk. In Definitive Edition, the opening cutscene is a pre-recorded movie file, but in all other versions of the game, this opening sequence is rendered in-game. This is likely because the Bionis and Mechonis models used in the intro were vastly more detailed in the Switch version, and the Switch couldn't render so many complex models at one time at an acceptable frame rate. In Definitive Edition, the entirety of the ending cutscene is in-engine, but on the Wii and new 3DS, the ending was pre-rendered when in the town part of Colony 9, due to how many high-resolution, fully animated characters were on screen at once. The Wii and new 3DS certainly could not handle that. Believe it or not, Adam Howden, voice of Shulk, posted a screenshot of the assets that were used to help him dub Definitive Edition's bonus epilogue, Future Connected. This was a debugging build of the game, and as a result, included some extra data the player is never normally able to see. The following info was included. This is our best guess as to what it says. VS is the prefix used for the game's cutscenes. The camera location is likely coordinates, and the player position is 0 because the player is not actually in-game at this time. The Shulk on the screen is a cutscene object. Zord, the first faced Mechon you fight, is heavily implied to have a daughter, Desiree. After you beat Zord, she explains that her father ran a smithy called Zord Smithy and was a blacksmith, but he died in the battle with the Mechon a year ago. The Japan-only Xenoblade The Secret Files art book not only confirms that Desiree is indeed Zord's daughter, but that Zord was the faced Mechon that saved Juju and Otheron. The book goes on to specify that Zord's brain was implanted into Mysterious Face's body, but only a selection of brain stems and vital organs were implanted, which is why Zord has memory loss. One small attention to detail is that the clothes characters wear are retained in flashbacks of that scene. For instance, if you have Shulk wear the glasses when he breaks the Monado's chains on Prison Island, whenever that exact scene is shown again, Shulk will also be wearing glasses. The game's localizers also had their impact on the game. Have you ever wondered why most of faced Mechons have names corresponding to their colors, but metal-faced is not? We have Green Face, Gold Face, and Zord was called Brown Face before his name was officially revealed. Well, Metal Face does have a name with a color, but he was renamed for the English localization. His Japanese name directly references his black paint coat, and as such, you can easily infer why this name was altered for English-speaking audiences. The game uses many tricks to show dramatic angles for cutscenes. For instance, in this clip when Shulk first touches the Monado in Colony 9, you can see that Shulk's head is bent back to show this specific camera angle of Shulk reaching for the Monado. Another interesting fact is that all the character models in Xenoblade Chronicles share the same bone structure, including all Nopon, even the bestest of them. This makes it easy to swap in different animations for character models. Here's Ricky's model playing Zanza's animations.
Pilot Wings, Nintendo's amateur flight simulator franchise, lay dormant for around 15 years after its 1996 installment on the Nintendo 64. It finally re-emerged at the launch of the Nintendo 3DS in 2011, breaking its extended hiatus with Pilot Wings Resort. However, throughout the 2000s, we almost saw the series return on multiple separate occasions across 2 generations of Nintendo hardware. The first of these came close to happening on the GameCube in around 2003. Nintendo had been in talks with Turrican and Star Wars Rogue Squadron developers Factor 5 to bring an alternative take on the series. It was intended to be done sometime after the development of Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, and was even teased by then CEO of Nintendo Satoru Iwata at E3 2003. Julian Egbrecht, the president of Factor 5 Inc., was directing the project, envisioning a Pilot Wing set in the real world during the height of the Cold War. It was supposed to have the player train as a pilot in its initial stages before being recruited to carry out top-secret missions for the military using various aircraft. Vastly different in theme and tone from any previous entry in the series, Pilot Wings for GameCube was inspired by some of Egbrecht's favourite films, namely The Right Stuff from 1983, a movie which revolved around the space race between the United States and the Soviet Union. Despite both Factor 5 and Nintendo being enthusiastic about the game's potential, it was ultimately prevented from moving forward. Factor 5's main partner and benefactor was LucasArts, who had worked with them closely on the Star Wars Rogue Squadron games. With them, they had produced both Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 and 3 as GameCube exclusives. While Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 was a huge success at the launch of the system, its follow-up didn't perform nearly as well, much to the dismay of LucasArts. Blaming the GameCube's lackluster sales, they began putting pressure on Factor 5 to end their exclusive relationship with Nintendo and start porting the Star Wars titles to the Xbox, a console with a larger install base. Factor 5 eventually succumbed to their demands, starting development on a collection of the Rogue Squadron games for the Xbox and taking their ideas for the Pilot Wings project with them. In the end, the Cold War flight project that was originally supposed to be a Pilot Wings reboot never came together, and neither did their Xbox port of the Rogue Squadron games for that matter, which was shut down at around 50% completion in 2004. Around 3 to 4 years after the GameCube Pilot Wings fizzled out, Factor 5 had since been through a succession of rocky partnerships with Microsoft and Sony. Julian Egbrecht and his associates had been wanting to try their hand at creating games for the Nintendo Wii. When their collaboration with Sony met a premature end, they immediately jumped into Wii development in August 2007. Nintendo, who had since remained friendly with them, was pleased to have them back on board. Factor 5 began putting together pitches to work on a couple of first-party Nintendo properties as potential Wii exclusives. One of these, being made by a team of developers under Egbrecht's close supervision, was their revised spin on Pilot Wings. On the Wii, they adopted a very different approach to the series. As opposed to the dark, Cold War affair they had once suggested, they went for something lighter and more marketable to the Wii's audience. Its art style was particularly reminiscent of the Wii Sports airplane demo that was shown at E3 2006. In comparison with their previous attempt on the GameCube, it was much more oriented towards casual players, but that's not to say the project was any smaller on ambition. On the contrary, had it been made, it would have been by far the largest Pilot Wings game to date, with a wealth of content laid out. The game would have operated as one massive open world based loosely around planet Earth. Players would have set off to explore it in various aircraft, flying over and completing missions around iconic real-life landmarks. The pitch's largest innovation, however, was its use of a brand new peripheral Factor 5 had designed. They had entered talks with Nintendo for them to produce it as an officially licensed Nintendo Wii accessory. This was a pair of glasses to be worn by the user that were capable of tracking head movement. Former staff say it was inspired by an experiment devised by computer scientist Johnny Chung Lee. In 2007, he released a video showing a homemade setup of his involving a pair of glasses with infrared LEDs attached. Using the infrared camera in the Wii remote by placing it in front of a television, he used it to track the position and movement of the lights mounted on the glasses. Utilized in tandem with a computer program displayed on a TV, this produced a 3D effect for the wearer. It could also allow the user to explore more of the environment displayed on the TV by simply turning their head and adjusting their position. Factor 5 developed their own version of the head tracking technology to work directly with the Wii using essentially the same principles, headgear emitting two sources of infrared light that the Wii could track. I spoke with Julian Egbrecht, who shed more light on this aspect of the project. According to Julian, his developers created their own early prototypes for the glasses peripheral to sell the idea to Nintendo, which were made using parts from dismantled Wii sensor bars. They were able to implement their glasses prototype into two of the games they had in the works at the time, their demo for Pilot Wings and their revamped Wii collection of the Star Wars Rogue Squadron titles. In both games, they essentially served the same purpose on a gameplay level. The player could tilt their head to control the in-game camera, creating a solution for the Wii Remote's lack of a C-stick, even when coupled with a nunchuck. Via head tracking, players could naturally manipulate their viewpoint by turning and looking inside the screen with a 3D effect of sorts. Julian told me that it worked like a charm, and that the effect was especially impressive when switching to the first-person cockpit view built into both games. To take advantage of this feature and encourage players to use it, the developers started to place Easter eggs into the cockpits. For example, one artist added a picture of a cat to the interior of one of the vehicles. Former Factor 5 members are tight-lipped about why exactly this happened, but their pitch to do the Pilot Wings Wii game was eventually turned down by Nintendo in mid-2008. One ex-developer offered speculation that it might have been turned down due to Nintendo already working on the Island Flyover game in Wii Sports Resort, which was heavily inspired by Pilot Wings, and that they may have already had their own plans for the series at that point, since Pilot Wings Resort released just 3 years later. Regardless of this, Julian and his team remained determined to make the game happen, and reworked what they had already made into an original IP. Building upon their prototype and using the same ideas outlined in the pitch, it would be their proposed revival of Pilot Wings in all but name. The project from this stage onwards appears to have existed under a few different titles. At an early phase of development, it was referred to under the internal codename of Sky, before being called Wii Flight by some, and then Wii Fly. According to a former associate of the developer, it was apparently pitched to a small handful of well-known publishers, including 2K Games and Namco. None of them wanted to fund a full game. Eventually, however, the project landed on its feet with a company named Green Screen Interactive Software. Green Screen was a new publisher founded in New York City in 2008. In April of that year, they acquired Zoo Digital Publishing and Destination Software to make a new casual video game label called Zoo Games. Zoo had lofty aspirations of funding and producing original high-quality casual games from companies around the world. world. Wii Fly by Factor 5 was chosen to be among the first in this new venture. At one point, the game briefly ran into legal issues surrounding its name. Factor 5 had decided that its codename Wii Fly would become its official title, and had their legal representatives try to secure it. However, Nintendo would not allow them to call it that, believing that it would have infringed upon their trademark for the Wii game series that encompasses games like Wii Sports, Wii Play, Wii Fit, etc. Since Wii Fly had no official association with that series, they were told the name could not be used regardless of it being stylized as one word. In spite of this, Factor 5's management was still reluctant to change the title, having already grown fond of it. Instead of completely dropping the name, they chose to simply alter the spelling of Wii from W-I-I to W-E. That's not to suggest the game somehow lacked Nintendo's blessing in any way. Former Factor 5 members say Nintendo was still maintaining a keen interest in everything they were working on. They gave the developers the green light to implement playable Mii characters into the game, and according to Julian Egbrecht, were even still on board to produce their aforementioned head-tracking glasses. Altogether, the project is said to have been in the works for around just over a year, and was able to make substantial progress during that time. The team had built a plethora of distinct environments set around its virtual globe. It was a huge, sprawling world that pushed the Wii to its limits with advanced water effects and a global illumination lighting system. It all ran on Factor 5's internally made Lair Wii engine. This was basically the technology used to power Lair, upgraded and adapted for Nintendo's hardware. Players could roam the entire planet without pausing for loading screens, as it streamed Grand Theft Auto style. Each time a new location was discovered, it would be added to the globe on the main menu, allowing players to take off from there at the start of their next play session. Each city was filled with unique features and objectives to complete. Some of the missions were traditional Pilot Wings fare, where you'd have to fly through hoops, carefully land on platforms, or collect stars. Although Factor 5 was bringing to the table plenty of new ideas of their own too. At night, players could shoot fireworks at targets in the sky to create a fireworks display for the people below. They were also taking advantage of its real-world setting by challenging players to fly by famous landmarks and snap photos next to them. The lineup of playable vehicles was diverse, featuring, in addition to the more expected jets, biplanes, hand gliders and rocket belts, some more outlandish choices that showed the game's wackier side. Players could eventually unlock a hot air balloon and a magic flying carpet. Factor 5 even had a second open world stage set on the moon, where players could explore such sites as a human colony using ships like a lunar spacecraft and a flying saucer. In-development assets show that you could fly all the way to the North Pole, where you could find Santa's workshop too. A feature that illustrates how Factor 5's developers were trying to take advantage of everything that we had to offer was its interaction with the console's weather channel. The now defunct application allowed Wii owners to check the weather around the world by navigating a three-dimensional globe interface. Factor 5 had negotiated with Nintendo to let them use data from the weather channel, allowing them to replicate live, real-life weather conditions inside the game. It also followed a real-time 24-hour day-night cycle accurate to every time zone. If there was an evening of rain in London while New York City was simultaneously enjoying clear skies in the afternoon, the game could effortlessly reproduce that. Overall, a good amount of Wii Fly appears to have been completed, with a myriad of different locales mapped out. Towards the end of 2008, its development was brought to an abrupt close when the studio was torn apart. After the publisher supporting one of their other projects at the time, Superman, fell to bankruptcy, Factor 5 Inc. began hemorrhaging money. On top of that, Wii Fly's publisher, Green Screen Interactive, was struck by similar issues. Unable to bear the brunt of the global financial crisis, they too went bankrupt. Without publisher backing, Factor 5 Inc. was forced to close down in December 2008. Some of their projects would be briefly resumed in 2009 by another entity, but Wii Fly was not among them. The game's demise brought to an end the dream of officially supported desktop VR on Wii, as well as the developers' recurring attempts to bring their own take on Pilot Wings to the market. After years of coming close, it was not meant to be. Julian Egbrecht, speaking to me in 2017, told me the project was loved very much by those that worked on it. The remains of it exist now only in the private collections of former Factor 5 management.
Did you know Nintendo hardware designers left to form their own company and gave birth to the motion control era 6 years before Wii? Their console started with tennis, bowling, baseball, golf, and boxing. So basically, Wii Sports. They also had what was essentially the Wii balance board long before Nintendo, and motion control sword swinging too. They ended up suing Nintendo not for stealing their ideas, but their technology. In this video, we're going to cover the full history, who these guys were, why they left Nintendo, and how they helped pioneer motion control gaming, and then the legal battle with their former employer. This is the full story of Zavix. As a kid, Katsuya Nakagawa loved tinkering with gadgets. Eventually, he got his degree in electronics, and in 1979 went looking for work. He made his way to a toy company called Nintendo, and brought a karaoke set he created for singing in the shower. Nintendo president Yamauchi was impressed, and hired him on the spot. "I joined Nintendo hoping for a career that would bring people joy," he remembers. Initially, his duties included factory maintenance. But before long, he was working on arcade games like Radar Scope, Donkey Kong, and Mario Brothers. Guys like Miyamoto were designing software, while Nakagawa was designing the hardware. After a while, he was tasked with exploring if it was possible for Nintendo to make a home console. He determined it was and became lead engineer of what would eventually become Famicom. He was personally responsible for 20 patents, like the cartridge system and lockout chip. In fact, using ROM cartridges with Famicom was his idea. He worked on NES and later hardware as well. For example, here you can see his name prominently displayed in Super Game Boy's credits. We could go on, but you get the point. Most people have never heard of Katsuya Nakagawa, but he's one of modern Nintendo's founding fathers. He was conflicted though. Originally, he envisioned Famicom being used for all kinds of things, like education and internet access. That's why it's called Family Computer. Games were just supposed to be the initial spark that got it into people's homes. But to his disappointment, most people wound up using it for gaming and nothing else. "These games keep kids glued to their TVs all day," Nakagawa lamented, which erodes precious time that should be cherished and nurtured as their brains develop. Those thoughts weighed on him for years, until he finally resigned at the age of 38. He still loved Nintendo, but didn't believe in what they were doing anymore. "I couldn't accept that the cutting-edge technology we developed was stealing kids' lives and family time. After much anguish, I decided to leave the job I held for 15 years and start a new company." He talked to 6 colleagues, mostly hardware designers like Yoshiaki Nakanishi, who were responsible for some of Nintendo's other patents, and a couple coders like Masaki Ohashi. They all decided to leave, and in 1995, they rented a warehouse together. That's where they started Shinseidai, which means New Generation Company, because that was their goal, to create a new generation of gaming. "We wanted to develop a new genre that the whole family can play together, not just video games for enthusiasts," remembers Nakagawa. "We held on to a grand dream, to harness cutting-edge technology to enrich people's lives. The plan was to use their video game expertise to improve people's health, education, and family time. But to do that, they'd need a special kind of microchip, which unfortunately didn't exist, so they had to make it themselves. It was risky business though. They started with less than $100,000, which didn't last long. They got a government grant and took out bank loans to scrape by. Nakagawa could have used his old connections from Nintendo and leveraged his former career to get an upper hand in negotiations and manufacturing, but he resolved not to. He never mentioned his background, even in business meetings. After 3 grueling years, they finally did it. They'd made the chip. They called it Zavix because X is a symbol of the unknown, while AVI stands for Audio Visual Interactive. In 1999, they started licensing Zavix to publishers making TV games. If you're not familiar, TV games are low-priced consoles designed around one game they're bundled with, though sometimes they can play a few more cartridges. For example, Epoch made Zavix sports games like soccer, ping pong, and baseball that got the whole family together to have fun and get some exercise.
ピンポンです。テレビにつなぐだけで一人でもエキサイト、二人でもエキサイト。テレビの前が卓球場、エキサイトピンポン新発売。
Each sport was its own TV game that cost $60. Takara made karaoke consoles that sold 1 million units, plus 3 million cartridges that added more songs. and Enix made Kenshin Dragon Quest, a remake of the original Dragon Quest but now with motion control sword swinging. It was a huge hit, winning a Seiza Game Award and racking up 300,000 pre-orders before it even launched. There were dozens of TV games for education, learning violin, and more, all powered by the Zavix chip. Japanese press called Shinseidai pioneers, who gave birth to a new era of motion control gaming. Meanwhile, back at Nintendo, N64 was selling very poorly in Japan, and GameCube even worse. In the early 2000s, Zavix TV games were actually selling more than Nintendo home consoles. In 1 year alone, Shinseidai raked in $100 million in revenue. A lot of companies would be satisfied with a pile of money, but for Shinseidai, it was just the first step. They wanted to enrich people's lives abroad too, starting with America. Western markets are different than Japan though, and simply localizing a bunch of TV games wouldn't work. So Shinseidai took the money they made and invested in making a real console, the Zavix port. They revealed it at the January 2004 Consumer Electronics Show with the tagline, "Welcome to the new reality."
10 years ago, we made a decision to implement a new processor, and we would like to use it to implement something new. We spent 5 years, and eventually we can make it. Zavix is not just a gaming machine, and we would like to use it to implement new categories like education and home entertainment and health entertainment, and we are going to introduce new technologies to everybody.
Attendees got to demo 3 launch titles: tennis, baseball, and bowling, all of which had been made with consultation from cardiologists and sports doctors. The console launched that summer for $80, with games costing $50. Then they made Zavix Golf, and partnered with Jackie Chan to make 2 more games, Jackie Chan Power Boxing and Jackie Chan Studio Fitness. He was sort of their celebrity spokesperson, who endorsed their mission statement and showed up to launch events. Studio Fitness cost $40 extra, because it came with the wireless J-Mat, with pressure sensors and mini games that made exercise fun. Shinseidai's philosophy was that they wouldn't even try to compete on graphics against next-gen systems. Instead, they'd provide an affordable, fun experience you couldn't find anywhere else. The way the system works is pretty interesting. Instead of in the console, Zavix chips are in game cartridges. The idea was you'd never have to buy a new system, because games could upgrade themselves. Most carts contained the new Super Zavix chip. More advanced games had Zavix 2, and later games could have future chips. Think of it this way: a chip in a cartridge is like cargo on a ship, always bringing something new to the port. The port doesn't have to change, regardless of what cargo's coming in. That's why they called it Zavix port. It didn't set the world on fire, but it carved out a niche for itself, and Shinseidai started launching it around the world, first in Japan and Russia, and later Hong Kong, Korea, Taiwan, and other countries where Jackie Chan's especially popular. More Zavix TV games were releasing worldwide as well, including big IPs like Lord of the Rings, Madden Football, and Star Wars. It was going good, but then things took a turn for the worse.
We would like to play.
As one Japanese article put it, as if following in Zavix's footsteps, that white monster appeared, a machine that paved over the untrodden path Zavix carved out for itself. Its name was Wii. The world hailed it as groundbreaking. Nintendo dubbed their new console the Revolution. In 2006, they revealed Wii Sports, a collection of tennis, baseball, bowling, golf, and boxing, all the same games as Zavix port. Nintendo's other big launch title was Zelda Twilight Princess, with motion control sword swinging and fishing. Zavix Fitness Studio and Lifestyle Manager had pads for tracking your weight and body fat percentage, and had you play fitness games to improve them. Then Nintendo released Wii Fit, bundled with a balance board for tracking your weight and body fat, and had you play fitness games to improve them. Maybe it was all just coincidence, but we'll discuss that later. Wii exploded in popularity, while Zavix sales plummeted. Nintendo had the marketing budget, distribution, and recognizable characters that Shinsekai simply didn't, and they quickly became irrelevant in the market they created. Nintendo courted Enix, and before long, even games like Dragon Quest Swords, the sequel to the hit TV game, were skipping Zavix and going to Wii. There's a certain irony to Nakagawa and his colleagues leaving a stagnant Nintendo to pursue innovation, only for Nintendo to show up a few years later selling basically the same ideas. Shinsekai made a few more games, like Music and Circuit, that hooked up to a standard MP3 or CD player and synced workouts to your music library for running, aerobics, and rhythm games. And they brought the console to Europe, rebranded as a fitness product called the Domios Interactive System. Shinsekai made 10 games for it, and it was well received by health and fitness press. But the little success it saw was short-lived. Wii was everywhere. Now, it's not against the law to follow in someone's footsteps, but it is illegal to copy their technology, which is what Nakagawa believed Nintendo had done. His team patented a lot of tech back when they worked at Nintendo, but they'd also patented a lot for Zavix since they left. Nakagawa wasn't a litigious man and never sued anyone in his life, but in 2011, Shinsekai filed a lawsuit accusing Wii Sports and a few other games of patent infringement. Nintendo had been struggling since the 90s, and the suit said they'd of course seen everything Shinsekai had been making. If Nintendo wanted in, they should have licensed their technology, just as Enix, Bandai, and everyone else had done, but instead, they copied it. Nintendo denied those accusations and claimed they came up with it all independently. They retained a top-tier firm with a bunch of lawyers, and the case dragged on for years. Finally, in 2015, 1 month after Nintendo's new president took over, they negotiated a settlement with mutually agreeable, confidential terms. In a nutshell, the result was Nintendo made no admission of guilt, and may have paid Shinsekai some money, though how much, if any, is confidential. So, did Nintendo rip off Zavix? Legally speaking, we can't say. Ethically though, Wii was a very similar concept. A motion control console that doesn't try to compete on graphics and instead focuses on affordability, exercise, and bringing the family together. Wii Sports was a collection of the same 5 games. Some will say it can't all be a coincidence, and conclude that yes, Nintendo did steal Shinsekai's ideas. On the other hand, a more charitable view is that Shinsekai started the motion control boom in 2000, and Nintendo merely hopped on the trend 6 years later, and they did it better than Shinsekai. Because let's be honest, Shinsekai was first, but Nintendo perfected it. If Wii hadn't come along, yeah, Zavix would have sold more, but it wouldn't have sold 100 million units like Wii did. Nintendo had more games, bigger budgets, thicker polish, and all the rest. Just like how Nintendo didn't invent home consoles, Magnavox Odyssey did, over a decade before Famicom. And Game & Watch wasn't the first handheld. Nintendo saw the Milton Bradley Microvision and improved on it. Switch wasn't the first hybrid system either. The dockable Neo Geo X came out 5 years before. And you could argue Sega Nomad was the original hybrid back in '95. Nintendo takes concepts that already exist and add their own special sauce. Just like how Apple didn't make the first smartphone, but they did make one everybody wanted. They popularized them. Typically, that's also how Nintendo operates. It's in gamers' best interest that companies are allowed to build on what came before, even if they didn't lay the foundation themselves. People don't say Atari made Pong so no one can make a ping pong game ever again. Looking at Wii from that angle, some will say Nintendo did nothing wrong. There's a million ways to look at this story, and I'm sure there will be a range of opinions down in the comments. Before we close out, let's look at where things ended up. In 2013, the last Zavix ports were put on clearance for $20 with a game bundled in. That's pretty much what they still cost nowadays on eBay, as they're not especially rare, or valuable for that matter. Not even retro collectors care about it. It's easy to label Zavix port a failure, but its legacy's huge. Along with Zavix TV games, it gave birth to the motion control era, and Nakagawa got it into tens of thousands of schools, hospitals, and nursing homes, where it did some genuine good. Like with Brain Club, a service made together with doctors that staves off dementia by stimulating old folks' prefrontal cortex with specially designed games. And programs like the Jackie Chan Zavix Fitness School Dash, because thanks to Zavix's dedicated accessories, it was better for learning how to play sports than Wii with its universal remote. Looked at that way, Nakagawa achieved what he set out to do. He got millions to participate in his vision of what games could be, a way to improve life rather than spend it. After Zavix, his company made all kinds of things, primarily health, education, and family-focused stuff outside the realm of gaming, and too much to cover here. They won some awards and did try to make a successor console in 2012, the NetPort. It offered some innovative ideas, especially with its controller. But long story short, they didn't have enough money on their own and failed to secure funding, so it never came out. Ultimately, Shinsekai went bankrupt in 2022. They did a lot of good in a quarter century though, and we salute them for it. Did you know? The DS was so successful at launch that Nintendo considered giving up on consoles altogether to focus solely on handhelds. Or that later, Reggie wanted to price the Wii so low that it would dethrone the PlayStation 2 as the best-selling system of all time? And that the Virtual Console wasn't created for you, but for your mom? The DS Wii generation was the start of a new chapter in Nintendo's history, where they abandoned hardware power to focus on innovation and rethinking what video games could be. The plan? Forfeit the console wars to Sony and make hardware that didn't even try to compete. Across the ocean, Nintendo was led by two outsiders, Satoru Iwata and Reggie Fils-Aimé, who weren't sure if the strategy would even work. But in the end, they sold more systems and games than any generation before or since. As usual, we dug through books, Japanese magazines, and various interviews looking for insights for this video. So here's a collection of some of the best stories and quotes we came across from Nintendo's DS Wii era. We'll start by establishing our two main characters. Iwata and Reggie's paths to Nintendo are actually pretty similar. They came from outside the company, rapidly rose to leadership, and were much younger than their predecessors. Iwata left HAL Labs to join Nintendo in 2000. Then a couple years later, he got promoted to president. For his entire career, he declined moving into the former president's lavish office, instead preferring a smaller, simpler office more like a conference room, full of books, video games, controllers, and accessories. Iwata ate so much candy in meetings that people nicknamed him Kirby. He was too busy for the gym, so he stayed in shape by playing Wii Fit in his office. As Reggie remembers, it was more of a game creator's office than that of a company president. As for Reggie, he left VH1 to join Nintendo of America back in 2003. Then a couple years later, Iwata promoted him to Nintendo of America's president. Now, everyone knows Iwata is as big a gamer as they come, a genius programmer from childhood who developed dozens of games and played even more. But a lot of people seem to think Reggie wasn't a gamer. While it's true he didn't make games, he did play them. Reggie grew up in the 70s playing Atari, Magnavox, and Coleco systems, and he also went to arcades with his friends. As an adult, he bought his first Nintendo system, a Super NES bundled with Super Mario World. True to his overachieving completionist nature, he 100%ed it with all secrets and 99 lives when the credits rolled. He writes in his book, "It was a testament to skill, but also to using information from magazines like Nintendo Power and Electronic Gaming Monthly. I owned and played more than 70 games. The average owner of the system had about 8 games. I was a super user of the Super NES. He got his son into gaming too. In fact, he beat Street Fighter 2 when he was just 3 years old, prompting Reggie to mail in a photo to Nintendo Power." There's more stories, but to cut to the chase, he later got an N64. Then the following generation, a PS2 and Xbox, but not a GameCube. That's when he got recruited to work at Nintendo. He'd seen Nintendo's influence waning around the world and even in his own home. Colleagues warned him not to jump aboard Nintendo's sinking ship, but he was inspired by more than a paycheck. Quote, "I'd played all the Mario, Pokemon, and Smash Bros. Games, and I loved the Zelda franchise. I wasn't just a hired gun to try and help turn the company around. I had a passion for the industry and for Nintendo. After becoming the face of Nintendo of America, he'd admit to still playing PS2 games, but framed it as if it were market research to keep an eye on what the competition was doing. Frankly though, we suspect he secretly enjoyed these games. He wasn't playing GTA for work, it was for pleasure. Let's rewind slightly. Everyone knows DS was the first hardware launch under Iwata's presidency. But what's not as well known is that the idea actually came from the former president, Hiroshi Yamauchi. He was always willing to try wild ideas, like Satellaview and Virtual Boy. And late in his reign, he'd often have meetings with Iwata, Itoy, and Miyamoto. President Yamauchi was infamous for never smiling, remembers Iwata. But when he spoke with us, he always grinned like crazy. I remember one iconic episode where he recommended we make a game console that had 2 screens. But at the time, I thought it was a metaphorical way of saying, we should make something totally unlike anything that's come before. Eventually, they realized he was literally suggesting a system with 2 screens. Iwata and Miyamoto mulled it over for a long time. Until one day they were standing in a restaurant parking lot and Iwata yelled, "I've got it." They'd make one of them a touchscreen, which at the time were mostly just on PDAs. We guess you could say that that was the day DS was born. Nintendo worked on it in secret for a couple of years, but halfway through, Sony announced their PSP. They didn't even show it off. All they had to do was utter the words, PlayStation Portable, and it sent Nintendo's stock plummeting 18%. Sony had already stolen Nintendo's console empire, and now they were coming for handhelds too. "Don't waste your time on fighting," said Yamauchi. "If Nintendo tries to fight, it's gonna lose." For the past decade, Nintendo fought console wars with horsepower, but no amount of power was ever enough to beat PlayStation. So instead of fighting them head-on again, Nintendo changed focus to affordability and innovation. Iwata recalls, "We made it absolutely clear that our mission was to shock people, in a good way. When we announced we're going to release a console that has 2 screens and a touch panel, most people must have thought, Nintendo's gone off the deep end." In our eyes, staying the course meant that we had no future, but the average person probably thought it was a crazy idea.
I suppose I could give you a list of our technical specs. I believe you'd like that. But I won't for a simple reason. They really don't matter. The time when horsepower alone made an important difference is over.
That strategy took guts in the early 2000s. It ran contrary to what the industry was doing, and had done since the start, so taking the opposite path was a long shot. They cooked up a new software strategy too. DS would have experiences most people wouldn't even consider games, like petting a dog or training your brain. It was the blue ocean strategy, trying to convert normal people into Nintendo fans instead of fighting over a shrinking population of hardcore gamers. Core gamers would be catered to as well, of course, with franchises like Mario, Pokemon, and Animal Crossing. In essence, they planned a 50-50 split of traditional games and experimental software. At E3 2004, Reggie was the first to show the world Nintendo DS. It was also his very first public appearance.
My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names. And we're about making games.
You know, reading up for this video, we'd kind of forgotten how much Reggie swore in the DS Wii era. Even some bigger swears you can't utter on TV, like when he said Microsoft was losing an S-load of money on every Xbox. What's funny is he actually had to get Iwata's permission to talk like that. But anyway, you might have noticed that the DS looks different than how it launched. That's because E3 goers harshly criticized its blurry screen and said it felt clunky and cheap in your hands. So Nintendo spent the next couple months taking these criticisms to heart and tweaking the hardware. Ultimately, the new strategy and last-minute revisions paid off. DS sold beyond Nintendo's wildest dreams, consistently out of stock even when they ramped up production to 2 million a month. Iwata said it was, quote, "too good to be true," that he would have been naive to even hope for this kind of success. It was outselling the PSP 2-1, and Nintendo's first ever victory over Sony, which is ironic seeing as they only managed to win after they gave up fighting. DS was so successful right out the gate that Nintendo wondered if they should even make another console. maybe just throw all their resources at the handheld market and forfeit the living room to Sony. Miyamoto told Famitsu, "It raised the question, maybe DS is enough?" We were strongly debating if making another home console was even necessary. At the time, the Japanese market was shifting from consoles to handhelds. Even worse, Nintendo's consoles had been in decline since Famicom, with every generation selling less than the one before. It had gotten so bad that Nintendo's market share shriveled from a dominant 90% down to a paltry 15%, with Sony now controlling most of the rest. Meanwhile, Nintendo still had over 90% of the handheld market. Perhaps now was the time to refocus the company on what was working, instead of continuing to fight a war they'd already lost. Ultimately, Nintendo did come to a sobering conclusion, that they couldn't beat Sony. But they'd make another console anyway that wouldn't fight PlayStation. Instead, it would take the same path as DS. We produced boxes upon boxes of mock-ups and prototype devices, remembers Iwata. No one knew at the beginning how the Wii was going to turn out, just that we wouldn't find the answers by sticking to the usual routes. All we knew was the direction we were heading in. Eventually, they started thinking how Japanese homes changed in recent years. When Famicom became popular in the 80s, people switched from having one shared television in the living room to smaller TVs in each bedroom. But in the early 2000s, digital broadcasting brought TVs back into the living room. And instead of boxy CRTs, now people had massive flat screens. The larger screen, shared by the whole family, made different experiences possible compared to what a kid would play alone in their room. And the screen being flat provided a little more floor space to move around. Suddenly, Nintendo realized they should design the console around this new living room. This was a breakthrough, said Iwata. Japanese homes are often shared by several generations, from kids to grandparents, so the Wii would need to be as inviting as possible, even to people who thought video games were childish or intimidating. So Iwata challenged his team to make the console no larger than 3 DVD cases stacked on top of each other, about 1/6 the size of a PlayStation 3. Instead of a futuristic or techie aesthetic, it'd be simple white. UI presented like channels on a TV, with games displayed no more prominently than any other channel. And the controller would look like a TV remote, so not even grandma would feel confused or shy about using it. To that end, Iwata insisted it be called a Wii remote, not a controller. Quote, "The question of why everybody in the family will pick up the TV remote but won't pick up a video game controller was a driving concept behind the console's development. It would have weather, news, and photo albums for mom and dad. Games to keep grandma and grandpa's brains sharp. Mario and Zelda for the actual gamers in the household, and games everyone could play together in that extra floor space." But at times, Iwata took the concept a little too far. I asked myself repeatedly, what can we do to prevent video games from being seen as an intrusion on family life? This led to the hypothesis, or perhaps the absurd proposition, of a feature that would allow parents to set daily time limits for gaming, say 1 hour per day, where the console would physically shut off after 1 hour of gameplay. I'll admit this feature was a bit aggressive, but all the same, I was dead serious. Some argued this was unacceptable, while others said that such extremes were necessary to change the minds of mothers worried about how much time their children spent gaming. Ultimately, the feature did not make it in. Instead, they added a play history section, so mom can keep tabs on what the kids are playing and for how long. In addition, the console would frequently encourage kids to take a break and go outside. It wasn't just a business tactic, but a personal conviction as well. Iwata said, "It makes me happy when people have fun playing our video games, but I'm not hoping for other amusements to fall by the wayside. When I was little, I had fun playing all kinds of different ways, and truly valued those experiences." By the way, the idea for both of those features came from Earthbound, a game Iwata saved from development hell, where Ness's dad occasionally calls, suggesting his son take a break. One of the Wii's most important guiding principles was that moms can't hate it. Iwata said it again and again, "Mom can't hate it, or it'll have an uphill battle getting into the living room. She's the gatekeeper." Video games drive mom crazy, he said. She has to pick up the controllers once the kids are done playing. They've already got multiple consoles plugged into the TV, and she doesn't want another one. They're a nuisance as far as she's concerned. Which explains a lot about the Wii. including why Virtual Console was created. Its purpose wasn't revenue, because really it never made much, especially with its older systems like PC Engine and Commodore 64. The real reason was so kids could unplug their old consoles, pack up their game stacks, and shove it all in a closet, leaving just the small, inoffensive Wii. Moms detest clutter, so Virtual Console was another way to win them over. And if mom happened to play games when she was a kid, that was an added bonus, as a way of appealing to her nostalgia with games from her childhood. All this was also a plan to destigmatize gaming, by the way, to disassociate gamers from their reputation as sweaty-palmed teenagers, to get everyone playing so Nintendo sells a whole lot of Wiis and the stereotype disappears. Win-win. Core gamers should realize that we're creating a better environment for their hobby, said Miyamoto. Consistent with everything else, and just like DS, Wii would be affordable for families and forfeit the console wars. In fact, it was so underpowered that Iwata consistently told press that the Wii was not a next-generation console. It was only barely more powerful than the GameCube, and unlike PS3 and Xbox 360, it wasn't HD. Those other consoles cost $75 a year in electricity, but the Wii would cost less than $20. It would have last-gen software prices too, with games $50 or less, while Sony and Microsoft charged $60. And Iwata announced the Wii itself would cost under $300. At E3 2006, Sony shocked the world when they announced the PlayStation 3's price of $600. Press urged Reggie to recreate PlayStation 1's famous price announcement from a decade before. Just imagine Reggie using their own iconic reveal against them.
$299.
Unfortunately, Nintendo was still undecided on Wii's exact price. The New York Times ended up leaking its $250 price tag, stealing Nintendo's chance to make a splash of their own. Despite all that, Reggie managed to get in a few barbs at E3 anyway. Quote, "When I first heard their announcement, I was surprised. Arguably, you could say shocked. When I heard the arrogance in their comments to support the price, I was even further shocked. They will do what they will do, and we will do what we will do." The comments he threw shade at came from Sony executives, who said $600 shouldn't be a problem for fans, and that they should take on more hours at work to be able to afford it. In his book, Reggie tells a behind-the-scenes story from that same E3, laying the foundations for his relationship with Iwata. They'd met before and hit it off, but at E3, he was a vice president lower on the totem pole. Wii Sports was so well received early in the press conference that Iwata wanted to change plans to spend more time showing it off later at the expo, at the cost of making less time for Zelda. Reggie strongly disagreed, and after an intense debate, he got what he wanted. Iwata went silent, and Reggie realized refusing his boss's plan might have been a bridge too far. A loss of face, a faux pas. A week later, Iwata arranged a flight back to America and scheduled an early meeting with Reggie. It was highly unusual, and Reggie thought he was about to get fired, or at least punished in some way. So he prepared a 20-page PowerPoint detailing how Zelda's showcase had been the right call. He was ready to defend himself, but once the meeting started, he was surprised to hear he wasn't fired. Instead, Iwata promoted him to president of Nintendo of America. In years to come, they'd usually agree on paths forward, though still had occasional disagreements. But either way, they always worked as a team. After getting to know each other better, Iwata told him, "Reggie, you know we are very much alike. Nintendo is a company where employees tend to stay for a very long time. But you and I are outsiders. We have a unique challenge to understand and keep the company's culture while also pushing the company forward. I am trying to push Nintendo in a new way, yet Mr. Miyamoto and others have been a part of the company for a very long time. I need to make sure they are with me as we go on this journey." In November, we launched the same week as the PlayStation 3. Sony had shooters, racers, and sports games. Nintendo's two big launch titles were Wii Sports and Zelda, a perfect expression of their split software strategy. Metroid Prime 3 was actually supposed to be a third launch game. I guess you could say as an even more hardcore title, but it ended up getting delayed almost a year. That hampered Metroid's popularity going forward, but the console itself didn't suffer for it. We outsold the PlayStation 3 3-1 out the gate, and by the end of the generation, won by 15 million units. Just like the DS, Nintendo only managed to beat Sony because they refused to fight. The pacifist blue ocean strategy. First in the handheld market, and now, finally, with a home console. As Iwata put it, we'd been challengers for 10 years, but now they had emerged victorious at last. It would end up as Nintendo's greatest generation, with more systems and games sold than any other era, to this very day, which is especially impressive considering it was during the Great Recession. Now is a good time to talk about what Reggie actually did that generation. Some people think Nintendo of America's president doesn't do anything, except carry out Japan's marching orders. Obviously, there's a lot of invisible day-to-day marketing and management, but we'll just highlight some of what we see as his biggest achievements. For starters, previous Nintendo systems initially launched in Japan, then overseas months later, when there was enough inventory. But Reggie lobbied to get the DS released in America first, and get more units allocated stateside so there'd be ample supply. Thanks to that, Americans had DSs at every retail store just in time for Black Friday, which not only got it a head start on PSP, but also made it possible for kids to get a DS for Christmas that year. I was one of them, by the way. But that's not all he did for the DS's launch. Like Prime 3 on Wii, Metroid Prime Hunters was originally supposed to be a DS launch title. Those games always have trouble in development though, and once again, Hunters got massively delayed. So Reggie pushed for Nintendo to make a demo called First Hunt and include it for free with DSs at launch. Japan didn't get that free demo. Famously, he also fought to make Wii Sports a free pack-in against Miyamoto, who opposed giving content away for free. That story's been told countless times, and we're obviously thankful, because it gave us cherished memories with mom and dad, who otherwise didn't play video games. But we want to look closer at what that free game did not for us, but for the system itself. In Japan, they didn't get the free game. We sold fine over there, but not as well as earlier consoles. In all the regions Wii Sports was included, it became a phenomenon, and we sold double any previous system. Just look at this chart and soak in the implications. If Reggie hadn't fought for the pack-in, statistically, we probably only would have sold about 70 million units worldwide, which is less than the PS3 and Xbox 360. But because they did pack it in, we sold over 100 million. Looked at that way, if Japan got Wii Sports 2, they might have sold 30 million more. Reggie also fought to bundle Wii Play with extra Wiimotes. It wasn't totally free since a standalone controller sold for $40, and together with Wii Play, it cost $50. So basically, the game cost an extra $10. But it was a good deal for us fans, and contributed to Wii Play selling 30 million copies, making it the 5th best-selling game on the system. Reggie was also constantly pushing to discount the hardware. Halfway into the generation, we had already gotten a price cut from $250 to $200. But soon after, Reggie was negotiating with Iwata to cut it deeper to $150 and eventually $99, so we could, quote, be the best-selling system of all time and dethrone the PlayStation 2. Iwata said $99 would probably never be possible because of component costs. The price did come down to $150 though. Then at the end of the generation, $130 with a couple free games. But Reggie wanted to cut sooner and deeper. To be clear, we're talking MSRP, because some individual retailers did go as low as $99 during sales. And we're talking about the full-featured console, not the Wii Mini. So all that to say, Reggie stuck his neck out to get us good deals, early launches, and lots of inventory. A lot of those deals were extended to Europe too, and on rare occasion, even Japan, making Nintendo a lot of money in the process. Although anytime we mention Reggie, there's a few folks in the comments mad at him, and it's usually over one particular controversy. We've gotten chastised for glossing over it in the past, so we'll rectify that here. The story's that initially he decided against localizing a few Japanese RPGs, most notably Xenoblade Chronicles, The Last Story, and Pandora's Tower. It was late in the Wii's lifespan, and he thought they were too niche with lots of text and hundreds of hours of voice acting, and thus localization was a risky investment unlikely to pay off. In response, fans organized a grassroots campaign to get them localized, and Nintendo of Europe ultimately did it themselves. Afterwards, the games made their way stateside. But Reggie's original decision remains controversial and explains why to this day, Xenoblade characters have British accents instead of American, which might be a good thing. As Reggie admits in his book, no one bats 1,000, including himself. Another miss was Reggie fighting to knock $50 off the 3DS's launch price, because he wasn't able to make it happen, and in his book called it his biggest failure in all his years at Nintendo. That's a story for another video though, when we talk about the next generation.
We never worked on anything, even pitched anything that would be similar to like Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker. We never worked on a game of that format. We never worked on anything that could be called a traditional Zelda.
In 2008, a few months after Retro Studios released Metroid Prime 3, rumors started to spread that their next project was a Zelda game for Wii. Interviewers spotted Hylian memorabilia hanging on the walls of Retro HQ, and fans were hyped for what a Western Zelda made in Texas might look like. Retro'd actually worked on a GameCube launch title called Raven Blade they said was going to be like Ocarina of Time with some twists. Now almost a decade later, hopes were high for Retro's Wii project, but excitement faded as years passed without any official announcements or leaks. In 2012, IGN asked series creator Shigeru Miyamoto if there was any truth to the rumor. Miyamoto said, "In terms of them working on a Zelda, it's not out of the question, certainly, for them to work on an entire Zelda game amongst themselves, but they're too busy for that sort of thing right now. It would probably require me to be involved to a great extent as well, so I would have to get over there quite a bit too. I'd probably have to live in Texas." Retro's next game was Donkey Kong Country Returns, and after a while, fans forgot about the Zelda rumors. Well, until 2020 that is, when Metroid fan site Shinesparkers noticed some of the game's concept art hiding in plain sight. Over the past couple years, a former retro artist, Sammy Hall, posted over 100 pieces of art on his ArtStation account, a social media platform similar to DeviantArt. The story quickly went viral, and apparently realizing he shouldn't have posted that stuff online, Sammy immediately deleted all his social media, his personal blog, and basically went into hiding, never to be seen again. However, we managed to get a hold of him with some internet sleuthing, and talked off and on for a couple weeks. It was great talking to Sammy, but he ultimately declined our interview requests. Luckily, however, we were able to grab some info from his old websites before he deleted them a few years ago. We were also able to speak with two other Retro employees familiar with the project. One is Paul Tozur, one of the game's two programmers.
I feel the statute of limitations has expired on a lot of this because it's 15 years ago, and I'm interested in telling the truth.
The other person was only willing to speak as an anonymous source. We know who this person is, and we're able to confirm their identity, but we can't share who they are in this video. It's a pretty secretive subject, and as it turns out, Retro's Zelda project was bigger than you probably thought. There's much more than just artwork. There was actually a playable prototype with 9 months of work put into it. By the way, make sure to stick around to the end of this video. You're in for a mind-blowing surprise about 15 minutes from now. We're getting ahead of ourselves though. Before we get into all the new information we dug up, let's start with the art and info that dropped in 2020. We should note that every image used in this video has been digitally upscaled for clarity, and will also show the name of all concept art in the bottom corner. We acquired these image names by downloading the concept art directly from Sammy's ArtStation, which are worth some attention because they reveal some clues. For example, these pieces are called Rhino sketches, and this location artwork's called Rhino Land, which suggests they go together, with the rhinos living in or around the city. On his now deleted ArtStation, Sammy described the concept art as being made for a cancelled Zelda project worked on from 2005 to 2008, applying different mediums as well as combinations to explore a wide range of styles. It was a fun pre-production origin story of the Master Sword. Within the bad ending of Ocarina of Time, we were exploring the last male Sheik's, after a genocidal ethnic cleansing, journey transforming into the Master Sword, all while the Dark Gerudo were giving their 100-year birth to Ganon. For folks unfamiliar with Zelda's 3 timelines, Ocarina's bad ending refers to the timeline that occurs if Link is defeated by Ganon. That's when this game would have taken place. By the way, fans often wonder how the Gerudo race continues to exist if there's only one male born every 100 years. Ocarina's script director Toru Osawa answered that question in a Japanese magazine we translated for an upcoming Ura Zelda video on this channel, but it's worth sharing here. He said the Gerudo women marry men from other tribes, and it's not uncommon for them to kidnap men just for that purpose. The children born from these interracial marriages always have features of a pure Gerudo, and as long as men remain captivated by Gerudo's exotic charms, their bloodline will never fade. All the offspring are daughters, except one son born each century. In addition to the Sheikah and Gerudo, Retro's artwork also shows some new variants of old races, like Deku warriors, as well as the Dark Velu race, which seems to be a corrupted version of the dragon race from Wind Waker. There's also some brand new races, like this axolotl-inspired creature, and a few pieces dedicated to steampunky clock kids, including a clock boy and clock girl. Weird stuff is how Sammy described the project. But games in the Zelda universe have very weird stuff. These were exploration and tests to exercise a range of potential art directions. Several population centers can be seen as well, like Horntown and a connected area called Horntown Roots. Then the bizarrely imagined Rock Town, like an impressionist painting come to life. There's also Lightning Town. Zoom in and you can see some people providing scale. And there's flying airships tied to Lightning Town as well. Zoom in on this one and you can see what looks like ships bombing a village. These are, however, early concepts, and there's no guarantee they would have made it into the game. Sammy wrote, "Highly experimental concept designs and art direction. Slinging whatever crap at the wall, see what sticks. Nothing more fun than early blue sky pre-production." It's fun to see how the game was taking shape, but how serious was Retro about actually making it? When all this artwork went viral in 2020, fans were wondering if it was a real project or if Sammy was all on his own going nuts with a paintbrush. Right after his art was discovered, but before he disappeared, Sammy provided a brief statement to IGN. He said, "I doubt many at Nintendo proper saw much of any of this stuff. I was mostly put into a room like Milton from Office Space and tasked to brainstorm between other projects. We weren't entirely convinced it was a one-man job though. Sammy may have downplayed the situation to cover his retreat. So we contacted everyone who worked at Retro during this time, about 70 people total, all the way down to the accountants and janitor. Almost everyone was either unable or unwilling to talk. But we caught a break when one agreed to share details as an anonymous source. They told us Retro pitched a lot of games over the years, including some that fans have never heard about, even as rumors. And truth is, most pitches never become games. That's just the nature of the industry. So we asked, would it be fair to say the Zelda spin-off was nothing particularly important? That it was never taken too seriously and it was just one of countless ideas that basically went nowhere? They took exception to us suggesting Retro would half-ass a project, especially a huge Nintendo IP. They set us straight. Everything they pitched to Nintendo was taken seriously. Retro had multiple developers supporting even preliminary takes on every project. There was a lot more of the game that was never made public, much more than Sammy's art. Around the same time we were talking to our source, some huge Nintendo leaks happened. A lot of the Nintendo 64 development assets, beta sprites, and more visual aspects soaked up most of the media coverage. But there was also a spreadsheet for internal company use, not meant to be seen by folks like us, with a list of in-development games circa late 2005. One of those games was called Project X, developed by Retro Studios. We went ahead and translated the part around Project X so you can read it. The spreadsheet includes some games that did release, like Mario Party 8 and Battalion Wars 2. Based on outside info, these appear to be Other M and Smash Bros. Brawl, which were also completed. Some of them got cancelled though, like the Battalion Wars spin-off Night Wars, and of course Project X. The spreadsheet says it was gonna be in pre-production at least a few more months, and that it's an action game featuring Sheik from Zelda Ocarina of Time. Some of y'all might be thinking, wait, Sheik? I thought this game was gonna star the last surviving male Sheikah. We were confused on that point for a while ourselves, but what Sammy actually said was it's the origin story of the Master Sword within the bad ending of Ocarina of Time, exploring the last male Sheik's journey transforming into the Master Sword. It's probably safe to assume male Sheik was a typo, and he meant the last male Sheikah, the race Impa hails from. A lot of news sites that reported the story implied he was the playable character, but actually the story focused on the last male Sheikah's transformation into the Master Sword, but the playable character was Sheik. It's worth noting that when Skyward Sword released 6 years later, it also told the origin story of the Master Sword, and how Fi's spirit was laid to rest inside it. That's pretty similar to the plot of Project X, so it seems Nintendo repurposed the idea for their own Wii Zelda. The leaked spreadsheet also identifies who's overseeing production back in Japan. Nintendo Software Planning and Development Production Group 3, headed up by Kensuke Tanabe. NPD Group 3 oversaw development on classic titles like Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, and Mother 3, as well as games like Mario Strikers Charged, Kirby, and Metroid Prime 2 and 3. Interestingly though, they never touched a Zelda game in their entire history. In other words, we had Retro, a talented developer who'd never worked on Zelda before, being managed by a veteran Nintendo division who'd never overseen a Zelda before. Project X was on the road to becoming something completely different to Zelda games of the past. Our anonymous source told us, "We never worked on anything, even pitched anything that would be similar to Breath of the Wild, Ocarina of Time, or Wind Waker. We never worked on a game of that format. I shouldn't say too much, but we never worked on anything that could be called a traditional Zelda. We were a little confused. Were they trying to deny the game ever existed? What were they saying exactly? I'm just saying we never worked on anything that could be equated to the same type of game as a Zelda, as a Breath of the Wild, and so forth. We never worked on a game in that format. So we asked what the genre was gonna be. Sammy Hall's notes said it was set to be an action JRPG. So was that the twist? That the spin-off was some sort of JRPG? Maybe turn-based? Our source told us no. Retro never planned or even pitched anything that could be considered a JRPG. We had a long list of questions, but most of them they'd only give us vague answers to, and he refused to say what made Project X so non-traditional. So we redoubled our efforts to find more team members. It took a few months of emails, LinkedIn connections, contacting the same people that ignored us the first time, etc., etc. We'll spare you the details, but long story short, we finally got in touch with one of Project X's programmers who was willing to speak on the record. That someone was Paul Tozur, who was also a programmer on Metroid Prime 2 and 3. He answered every question our anonymous source wouldn't.
I see people, commenting on that concept art on the internet and being like, oh my God, Retro was working on a Zelda game that would have been so awesome. And like, I understand that feeling, but what they have to understand is it was not actually a Zelda game. At no point was it really anything like Zelda. It was an experiment gone wrong that happened to be set in the Zelda universe.
So what was the gameplay actually like? Paul said it was badly undercooked, like a simplified version of Whack-A-Mole. He was in charge of coding the combat, which he describes as Sheik standing in one place unable to move, surrounded by a group of enemy wolves, which by the way is why there's so much wolf concept art, and they jump at you one at a time, and you just flick the Wiimote to kill them. There were 4 or 5 wolves, maybe 6, and they would just be in their idle state waiting to pounce at you. Then they'd jump one by one and you'd go whack. So that's literally all it was, just detecting when the player swung the Wii remote. If so, the wolf dies, and if you don't do it correctly, you take damage. For me it comes back to that famous Sid Meier quote, "A game is a series of interesting decisions." So I compare that gameplay to Whack-A-Mole, but the problem is there's actually fewer decisions involved than Whack-A-Mole. Because with Whack-A-Mole, you've got all these moles popping up, and you've got to prioritize which one do I hit, which ones do I ignore, which order am I going to whack these moles in. There's actually some thinking involved, whereas with Sheik, it's pure stimulus response. So if you don't have that level of interesting decision making, you don't really have gameplay. He went on to say that the only enemies in the prototype were wolves, but the plan was to add more enemy types if it went into full production. To be clear, Paul was just programming what he was told to program. He didn't get to decide how the combat actually worked. That was dictated by Sheik's designers. That was another code name, by the way. They called the game Sheik. But when Paul went to one of the designers and voiced his concerns, the designer said this sort of super simplified gameplay was the wave of the future, and compared it to Link's crossbow training. The other programmer, Rice Lewis, was in charge of the overworld traversal, which was completely separate from the combat. Sheik moved around the overworld, then when she got to a point of interest, she was kind of sucked out of the overworld and into the fight like how it works in a JRPG. As for the overworld traversal itself, Paul says it was even messier than the combat. He called it, quote, a hot mess. We were kind of in disbelief. Are you sure this is the same game? The artwork is awesome. How could the gameplay be so basic? The art was never the problem, Paul told us. The art was great, and there was never any question that Retro's artists could make anything look brilliant. It was the gameplay design that was badly underdeveloped, and wasn't reviewed by Retro's other designers, like the ones working on the Prime Trilogy collection. After a while, Paul went to one of his bosses and said, "Hey, why are we doing this? There's no gameplay here. We could do something like Shadow of the Colossus. I know all of us love that game. Why don't we have something where you're fighting huge monsters and you're actually crawling around on their surface? Nintendo's never done anything quite like that before." And he replied, "Yeah, that would be cool," but he also refused to change the direction we were heading. There were a lot of Shadow of the Colossus fans at Retro. Two of them, Andy O'Neill and Marco Thrush, left Retro to create their own studio, Bluepoint Games, and literally remade Shadow of the Colossus for PlayStation 4. That game's currently got a 91% on Metacritic, by the way. Even Eiji Aonuma, the director and producer of the mainline Zelda series, is a big fan of Shadow of the Colossus. In 2007, he told German magazine Endzone that it was currently his favorite game made outside Nintendo. A Zelda game in that format would have had a lot of potential, or even just a traditional Zelda developed by Retro Studios. But the problem, according to Paul, was Retro's leadership. Whenever anyone put their hand up to say Project X was headed off a cliff, they were ignored. Leadership thought they weren't being team players and they should just put their heads down and do their jobs. But Paul points out that part of being a team player is being willing to say, "Hey, there's an iceberg. We need to turn the ship right away," and not just blindly follow orders. But unfortunately, those warnings fell on deaf ears, and development continued in the same direction. Pre-production, as Sammy put it, started in 2005. Then, after Nintendo greenlit the project in mid-2007, Paul and some others were brought on for actual pre-production, which lasted 9 months, up until the prototype was pitched to Nintendo. So how did the pitch go? Paul told us, Nintendo couldn't really make heads or tails of it. Their reaction basically boils down to, "This is seriously what you're proposing? Really?" It was immediately rejected. That's what I was told, but I wasn't there when it happened. And I suppose there's a possibility it never actually happened and they decided not to show it to Nintendo. Nintendo gave us the green light to make the prototype, but they had zero input or visibility during the 9 months of pre-production, which is one of the reasons it failed. 2 weeks later, Paul resigned from his position at Retro Studios. Our anonymous source suggested, in his vague way of answering questions, that the decision to cancel Project X might have also been influenced by Retro's top 3 developers, Mark Pacini, Todd Keller, and Jack Matthews, leaving Retro to start their own company, Armature Studio. They left the same week as the pitch, although we heard conflicting reports whether their departure or the failed pitch happened first. How much talent was working on Project X? Well, one of the guys who left, Mark Pacini, was the design lead. He'd also been the director of all the Metroid Prime games. Todd Keller left too. He was the lead artist and art director on the Prime games, and he was leading the artwork on this project as well. Sammy Hall was working under Todd along with some other artists, although Paul can't remember who they all were. Vince Joly was the animation lead, the same guy who led animation for Prime 3. There was one more designer, but Paul didn't want to identify him, and Paul and Rice Lewis were the 2 programmers. In total, there were at least 7 people working on this project, but probably a few more Paul can't remember. Paul says many on the team, including himself, thought Project X needed more programmers. Retro had about a dozen more, but they were assigned to other tasks, like the Metroid Prime Trilogy collection and another prototype called the Blog game. But he reiterated that regardless of how many programmers they had, X could have only been saved with fundamental design changes. There was a lot of top talent working on the project. The potential was huge. It could have been an awesome game, or who knows, maybe a whole side series, but the design wasn't up to snuff, and Retro leadership refused to change direction. As for why, we don't really want to point fingers and name names. Stirring up hate mobs on Twitter isn't really what this channel is about, and our sources don't want that either. So to put it simply, it was just office momentum, and the higher-ups not wanting to listen to the lower-level guys in the trenches. They just wanted them to do their jobs. After 3 years of work, the project was canceled in April 2008. Paul said, "Rice and I tried to point out that we were headed toward an iceberg, but we were met with a lot of resistance and eventually found ourselves sliding down the deck into the icy waters of the Atlantic. Maybe this whole messy story is why everyone we talked to was so hush-hush about the project, and why a few years later, Miyamoto said if Retro was going to make a Zelda game, he'd probably need to move to Texas to oversee its development." For the record, after we talked to Paul, we reached out to everyone mentioned in this video one more time to see if they wanted to provide comment or offer an alternate perspective. They all declined or ignored our correspondence. And finally, the big question. Whatever happened to the prototype, the artwork made by all other artists, and the design documents? Paul never kept any of it to himself. He was immensely proud of a lot of the projects he worked on at Retro over the years, but not this one. He's spent the last 15 years trying to forget about Project X, not preserving it. Who knows, maybe it's all sitting on a thumb drive in Retro's basement, never to be seen again. But we've got some potential good news for folks who'd love to see a good Sheik game someday, and also the special surprise we alluded to earlier. First, the good news, which is that Nintendo's still considering a Sheik spin-off. Right after Breath of the Wild's first trailer dropped in 2014, a vague statement from Eiji Aonuma led to rumors that Link was gonna be female, or that players would have the option to choose Link's gender. Aonuma later clarified it was just a joke, and Link was still very much a dude. But then a couple years later at E3 2016, Aonuma said the Zelda team actually did consider having a woman playable after fans reacted positively to those rumors, but they decided Zelda would make more sense as a playable character than a gender-swapped Link. But the idea was ultimately rejected because if Zelda's off saving Hyrule, Link wouldn't really have a purpose. Shigeru Miyamoto was at E3 too, so the next day, Game Rant asked him to expound on that idea. He said, "Some people might wonder, because the title is Zelda, it's a female character. Why isn't the protagonist a female character? But really, to me, The Legend of Zelda, the main series, Link is the protagonist. And here's the important part. But within the development team too, there have been talks about how it might be cool to have a game that features Sheik as a protagonist. It's having maybe a Zelda spin-off with Sheik as a protagonist, for example. I don't think that's an impossibility. A Zelda spin-off starring Sheik as the protagonist sure sounds a lot like Project X, but with better gameplay presumably. And since the Master Sword origin story already got used in Skyward Sword, it would need a new story as well. Miyamoto said the Zelda team's been talking about it, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'd make it themselves. Nintendo's lent out the Zelda IP to quite a few outside studios over the years. Capcom made the Oracle and Four Swords games, Grezzo handled a lot of remakes including Link's Awakening, and the Philips CDI trilogy, and Brace Yourself Games made the recent Cadence of Hyrule spin-off. Most of the guys who worked on Project X already left Retro a long time ago, so there's no chance it could ever get made by the original team. But whether it's Nintendo themselves or one of their partners, there's still a chance Sheik will get the spin-off series she deserves. Okay, and now for the surprise. While we were spending the last year chasing down old Retro devs trying to get the story on Project X, we came into possession of another Zelda spin-off that Retro pitched to Nintendo. Yes, another Retro Zelda. It was called Heroes of Hyrule. Much of the story focuses on three heroes, a Goron, a Zora, and a Rito who lived 100 years in the past. Kinda sounds like Breath of the Wild, doesn't it? But there's one big difference. Instead of staying forever young in the Shrine of Resurrection, in this game, Link's aged into an old man. There's a heck of a lot more to talk about, but that's where we'll leave it for now. Heroes of Hyrule really deserves its own video. We're already working on it and it'll be up on this channel in a few weeks. Subscribe if you don't want to miss it.
Did you know? The Wii was a hotbed for piracy throughout its lifetime. In a report, the Wii was named the most pirated console of 2010 with almost 26,000 available torrents. The most pirated Wii game in both 2010 and 2011 was Super Mario Galaxy 2, which comfortably cleared 1 million downloads in both years. Not all of the Wii's unofficial content involved bootlegging though. Very soon after the console's launch, an independent website called DYKG hosted flash-based games intended to be played with a Wii remote. Gamasutra even reported on DYKG on November 20th of 2006, just one day after the Wii's launch in North America and before the Wii's Opera browser was even available. DYKG was created to promote smaller developers and help them program games for the Wii's unique hardware. An important figure in the Wii hacking community was Ben Bushing Bayer. While Ben didn't game much himself, he bought a Wii after playing one at his boss's home in 2008. Bushing tended to hack everything he owned, and the Wii was a prime target as it was a new piece of hardware that hadn't been cracked yet. Bushing was introduced to other Wii hackers by a co-worker, and they would pass ideas back and forth about cracking the Wii. Meanwhile, Nintendo would include the latest version of the Wii's system software on almost every game they released, presumably so players without internet access could update their console. But this also gave hackers a large amount of code to work with. The Wii's central processing unit was a PowerPC chip named Broadway, but hackers were unable to disassemble the Wii's software as PowerPC code. Further experimentation revealed that it was actually ARM code. ARM, which stands for Advanced RISC Machines, is an architecture software often used in lighter devices like smartphones due to its low cost and power consumption. Strangely, the Wii didn't seem to have an ARM chip anywhere. The team soon learned that the chip was buried deep within the Wii's graphics processing unit, named Hollywood. A hacker called Sega nicknamed the chip Starlet as a play on the Wii's Hollywood GPU and Broadway CPU. As well as controlling most of its peripherals, Starlet was responsible for the Wii's security, making it the major obstacle for hackers to defeat. But amazingly, this technical hurdle was overcome using a simple set of tweezers. The hacker Tumbink was able to obtain the Wii's encryption keys from his console's memory by going through the GameCube architecture. Running homebrew code in GameCube mode was easy, thanks to a better understanding of the GameCube. The problem was, running the console in GameCube mode locked away all of the Wii's features. The Starlet chip was also responsible for limiting the amount of memory in use while running in GameCube mode. Essentially, the Starlet would only let the processor see the lower 25% of the Wii's total memory. Important codes such as the common key that allowed the decryption of most Wii content were kept outside of that range, so it couldn't be accessed via the GameCube mode. By shorting some address lines using a pair of metal tweezers, Starlet would be tricked into changing which 25% of the memory was visible. Essentially, hackers could slide the window of visible data to show different sections of RAM. The Wii's memory was not cleared in GameCube mode, merely restricted, and so the hackers could use this trick to map out restricted segments, including the decryption keys. The plundered data was then sent to Tumbink's computer via a serial port soldered onto the GameCube controller port. The hackers chose the name Team Tweezers in honor of this, their first major breakthrough and the first dent in the Wii's armor. Bushing said the amount of hoops the team had to jump through spoke to the quality of Nintendo's security. Decompiling the code was a long and tedious process. With no documentation to guide them, the team had to infer the purpose of each line of binary code by examining and comparing the CPU, GPU, and the disk all at once. Each discovery made it easier to progress. A piece of code responsible for resetting the system in Wii Sports also helped the team understand the same code in Zelda. Team Tweezers were responsible for creating the earliest known way to install homebrew software on a Wii without hardware modifications, the Twilight hack. Named after the Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, the Twilight hack exploited the buffer overflow error caused when the console tried to load in an edited Twilight Princess save file. The file was manipulated so that Link's horse's name literally contained a small program. This program is much longer than the game's character limit, so it cannot be entered in the game legitimately. However, the game doesn't check the character limit while loading a save file, so when the game tries to load the horse's name into memory, it can load the program memory, which just so happens to be the next region that the system will execute. The hack runs a boot file from the root of the SD card, allowing unofficial content to be loaded on the Wii. In the wake of this discovery, Team Tweezer's homebrew channel saw its first public release with Beta 7 on May 24, 2008. The channel was intended to let users launch unofficial applications on the Wii, listing them from an SD card or USB mass storage device. Development of the Twilight hack was tricky. Without access to the proper debugging tools, it was difficult to ensure that Twilight Princess crashed in a consistent way. Nintendo began to fight back as well. On June 16, 2008, they released System Menu 3.3, which was designed to check for and delete the Twilight hack. This led to the release of the 0.1 Beta 1 version of the hack, which managed to circumvent Nintendo's fix. It took until System Menu 4.0 to be released on March 25, 2009 for the Twilight hack to be truly overcome. But despite this, the relationship between Team Tweezers and Nintendo wasn't always adversarial. On July 17, 2008, Bushing announced on hackme.com that he'd contacted Nintendo to advise them about a potential security issue, one that would allow pirated Wii games to be played on an unmodified console. Bushing refused to disclose any details about the bug, only notifying Nintendo and asking for an engineer to get in touch with him. The decision was met with some backlash from the community. Bushing received multiple emails, some demanding to know why he was helping Nintendo, some asking him to divulge the information, and some even posing as a Nintendo representative to trick him into disclosing the details about the exploit. In response, Bushing's post was updated to include the addendum, "I did not post my email address here to invite you to debate this with me. Suffice it to say that I have put more thought into this than you have, and when you find your own exploits, you can decide how to handle them." Team Tweezers chose to present this bug to Nintendo for 3 reasons. Firstly, the bug could be presented as a piracy-related concern, allowing them to contact with official channels. Secondly, the bug wasn't useful for legitimate homebrew. And thirdly, it was a design flaw, and so Nintendo were unlikely to be able to patch it anyway. Team Tweezer's attitude towards the bug was reflected of their overall philosophy. They were completely disinterested in piracy, and they refused to enable any bootlegging through their hacks. Bushing wasn't worried about legal repercussions, as they hadn't broken any laws, and mod chips were far more problematic for Nintendo. Bushing expected a response from Nintendo only if the homebrew scene actively contributed to piracy. Unfortunately for Team Tweezers, it wasn't long before the homebrew scene contributed to piracy. On May 26, 2008, the hacker 1nCoco released the Wii WAD Manager 1.0. A WAD is a native Wii file for a game or app. The WAD Manager exploited a bug that let the software work as if it had an official signature, effectively blowing the doors to piracy wide open. It proved to be controversial as a result, and Team Tweezers refused to endorse it, despite members Bushing and Marken being thanked in the credits for the release. In fact, the team took efforts to thwart its interactions with their homebrew channel. In the 1.0.4 update, a feature was added where the homebrew channel would turn itself upside down if it detected the user had modified its contents or installed it using a WAD manager. 1nCoco continued to be a controversial figure in the scene. In September 2008, he released an ISO loader for the homebrew channel, allowing ISOs to run on unmodified hardware, making pirated games easier than ever to run. Ironically, Bushing had warned Nintendo about that exact exploit a few months earlier. The ISO loader was leaked online before its official release, leading to 1nCoco quitting the project. Team Tweezers were annoyed with 1nCoco's conduct. Marken accused those of promoting the ISO loader of using Tweezers' work to promote piracy. He described 1nCoco's apps as thin wrappers around existing code or tools written by others. In a post titled "Thanks 1nCoco," Bushing credited the release of the first pirated virtual console release to 1nCoco's release of his NAND FS dumper, which exploited the Wii's permission system, letting it read titles on the console. Team Tweezers foresaw their homebrew efforts being used for piracy, which was one of the main reasons they never stopped releasing tools and code for the community. Bushing believed that Team Tweezers not releasing any more information delayed the spread of the piracy by around 4 months. He made an appeal to hackers' morality, saying, "Developers need to eat too," and offered practical reasons for not pirating games on the Wii. He suggested that piracy would speed Nintendo's response to exploits and loopholes and ultimately hinder the homebrew scene as a whole. Nintendo had already proven themselves to be shrewd strategists. In February 2008, Detail released their freeloader import disc in PAL territories, which let users bypass the system's region locking to play games from all around the world. In response, Nintendo updated the Wii with ISO 37 to block its use, but never bothered to activate the code. Bushing speculated that this was designed to stall Detail. At this point, the PAL discs had already been pressed, but the imminent threat of ISO 37 would stall Detail from releasing an NTSC freeloader until the patch had been implemented, but the imminent threat of ISO 37 would stall Detail from releasing an NTSC freeloader until the patch had been implemented and they could find workarounds. Bushing estimated that if Nintendo were to plug the hole that Waninko exploited with the NAND FS dumper, it would take months for him to find a way to downgrade the Wii's iOS. The scene's differing philosophies created a rift in the Wii hacking community. Team Tweezer were insular, withholding info and sharing bugs with Nintendo to help steer the scene clear of piracy. However, their detractors saw this as a needlessly elitist attitude, expecting Nintendo to group them all together anyway. The increasing popularity of WAD managers and editors increased scrutiny on the homebrew scene due to its flourishing association with piracy. Complaints also came in from users that edited their Wii files without proper expertise. One common cause of grief was known as banner brick, where a user would attempt to install or change an incorrectly sized banner. This would result in the Wii immediately crashing once it was past the health and safety screen, as though the system files were corrupted. Solutions to the problem were dependent on the user's console revision and whether or not they had homebrew applications such as BootMe installed before the brick. In a worst case scenario, a user may have to send the console to Nintendo to be fixed. The ease of Wii hacking led to the creation of many community mods and homebrew games, the most famous of which is undoubtedly Project M. Project M was a mod for Super Smash Bros. Brawl that tried to bring it more in line with Melee's gameplay. The Project M development team made it clear that they didn't support piracy or permanent alterations to Nintendo's systems. The mod could be installed using a legitimate copy of the game and a 2GB SD card. The project started in 2010 with a relatively humble goal of replicating Falco's Melee moveset in Brawl, but eventually expanded to include Brawl's entire roster, as well as some additional characters like Roy and Mewtwo. The developers were careful to avoid introducing characters that might jeopardize their already tenuous standing with Nintendo. These included third-party characters that may have made Nintendo fearful of legal action, and newcomers to Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS that may have led Nintendo to viewing them as competition. Despite their best efforts, Nintendo banned the phrase Project M on their Miiverse messaging service and put pressure on Twitch and fighting tournaments to limit Project M's exposure. Project M was extremely popular, enjoying 3 million downloads over its lifetime, and was even featured in major tournaments.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we'll be looking at expensive gaming hardware. A wise man once said, "All that glitters is gold, only shooting stars break the mold." As part of a marketing stunt, THQ intended to introduce Queen Elizabeth to the world of gaming with meteoric style. To promote the release of their 2009 Wii title, Big Family Games, THQ sent a shining golden Wii console to the British royal family. Danielle Robinson, acting as the project manager at the time, believed the game would be a hit with the royals. While it was unlikely that the Queen would have actually played the console, it was later confirmed that she never even received it. When news that the Queen was set to receive a one-of-a-kind console, collectors quickly took notice. It turned out that console's delivery wasn't actually signed for at Buckingham Palace, and so it was sent back to the THQ headquarters. After the company went through liquidation in 2012, the Royal Wii ended up in the hands of one of the company's old employees, who proceeded to sell it on to a high-end gaming collector. Interestingly, the Queen did end up playing with a Wii, and was allegedly quite the fan of Wii bowling. But alas, time went on, and no news of the Golden Wii surfaced. That is, until a team member at Console Variations got their hands on it, including certificates and even markings where the hardware had been sitting on the red pillow featured in the original press release photo. All that was missing was the golden nunchuck. This wouldn't be the only Golden Wii, however. In 2011, Stuart Hughes, known for creating extremely expensive customized hardware, created 3 Nintendo Wii Supremes. The Supremes boasted over 2.5 kilograms, about 5.5 pounds, of 22-karat gold, weighing more than the original console itself. It also showcased 78 half-carat diamonds, garnishing the system's physical buttons. These systems were sold for £299,995 British pounds, which adjusted for inflation would be just over £380,000, or about $515,000 US dollars in today's economy. What's also interesting is that the actual gold here is only worth about $100,000, and the diamonds are worth at the most $65,000 as well. So you'd be spending about $350,000 for just a Wii.
Did you know? Though Donkey Kong Country Returns was in development in 2008, talks for the game actually began much earlier. In April 2004, Retro Studios brought up the idea of working on a Donkey Kong game after finishing Metroid Prime 2, but the idea was shot down. Instead, having them follow up with a third Prime game, producer Kensuke Tanabe said Nintendo relied on Retro Studios to make games that Japanese studios couldn't. Later, in April 2008, Nintendo veteran Shigeru Miyamoto was in talks with Tanabe about making a new Donkey Kong Country. He asked about finding a developer suited for the job, and Tanabe recalled Retro's president Michael Kelbaugh. Kelbaugh had previously worked on the DKC series with Rare and said he'd love to work on it again. Tanabe himself had also worked on DKC's Japanese localization. At this time, several core Retro staff had left the company, leaving them open for new projects. Had those personnel not left to pursue other interests, the opportunity to work on Donkey Kong might not have gone to Retro. In an edition of Iwata Asks, former Nintendo president Satoru Iwata referred to this set of circumstances as fate. As a result of this, Returns went under the codename F8 during development, a name coined by Kelbaugh. Retro didn't feel at all skeptical about going from Metroid to Donkey Kong, and the brighter atmosphere of the DK series reflected their outlook on the project. Occasionally, they'd make art that was more Metroid than DK, but their mantra throughout was to keep things fun and whimsical. The team played through the country and land games to get a good grasp on the gameplay, as well as Banjo-Kazooie for good measure. Wario Land on Virtual Boy was also a huge inspiration, as it featured platforming that switched between the foreground and background, much like Returns does. Miyamoto was heavily involved in Returns' creation, giving suggestions for gameplay ideas and animation details. Retro affectionately referred to him as Master Yoda, and he had told them that Donkey Kong was his baby and that they better get it right. Miyamoto came up with the hand slap move for the original DKC, and made a subtle change to it for Returns. Initially, Retro made a simple animation for the move, and he suggested it have more of a 1-2 rhythm, and they were surprised as to how that subtle suggestion made the move feel so much better to perform. The game's blow mechanic also came from Miyamoto after playing an early demo. For 10 minutes, he ran back and forth with DK, seeing how he moved, and took notice of the final frames of animation where he'd turn and kick up dust. Miyamoto said it looked like DK was exhaling, then suggested he should blow on things. It was a new way to interact with the environment, and the suggestion confused the team at first. During the 2011 Game Developers Conference, director Brian Walker had this to say: "When we got back to Retro and pitched this to the team, the lights didn't instantly come on. The general response was, 'What the hell?' But after we experimented with it, we saw how it turned out to be a fun feature, and it was really consistent with the fun, whimsical tone of the game." Miyamoto wanted Retro to focus on a single-player experience first and foremost, but Tanabe wanted Returns to have good multiplayer. Fully realizing what couldn't be done in the original games, 2 players at the same time. However, a second target would increase the game's character animation count and add an extra layer to the game's camera system and level geometry. Multiplayer also acted as a way to separate Returns from the previous DK game, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Interestingly, where the original Jungle Beat distanced itself from the country games, the Wii version of Jungle Beat featured more elements from country. This included barrel cannons and even DK's ducking animation from the original DKC. Jungle Beat may have inspired the beatdowns at the end of a boss fight in Returns, and level end jingles from Jungle Beat play at the end of a Returns level. Development on Tropical Freeze started shortly after Returns was released. Retro initially denied any hints of a sequel, but they still had unfinished business with the series. The Wii U hardware would allow them to do things that weren't possible in Returns, such as have a dynamic 3D camera. It would also allow the Kong's detailed fur, which was in fact requested by Iwata. That said, there were just as many ideas that didn't make it into Tropical Freeze, with Tanabe saying he would have liked to experiment with the series' animal buddies. Another idea the team wanted to see was bringing back series composer David Wise. For Returns, Miyamoto didn't want the music to be changed, so the soundtrack was mainly comprised of remixes from the original country. Wise was contacted by Kelba for Returns' score, but he was unavailable at the time, so the job was handed to Kenji Yamamoto. Shortly after Returns' launch, Kelba privately met with Wise at the Game Developers Conference and asked if he'd be available for a future project with an old friend. Wise immediately agreed and got to work with Yamamoto on Tropical Freeze's score. For the Grassland Groove track, some of the vocals were supplied by Nintendo staff who were regulars in choirs. Yamamoto recruited them and had them sing the track's choir segments, with Wise saying it gave the song a unique charm. Wise has also said that the Seashore War track was originally made for the Savannah levels, and that it's his personal favorite track he's ever composed, though it's a track different from what's heard in the final game.
Did you know? Wario games have been subject to a lot of regional changes, notably with the WarioWare line of games. WarioWare Smooth Moves has a different title for each region it was released in, with the Japanese version even having its own unique title theme. Smooth Moves also has the player make poses with the Wii Remote called forms that prepare the player for certain styles of microgames. Interestingly, nearly all 19 of these forms were altered to better suit international audiences. Many made references to Japanese culture, so these forms were localized with some clever workarounds. An example being the Japanese Tengu form being changed to an elephant form internationally, as both are known for their long noses. One form which depicted an important figure in Japanese history, Prince Shotoku, was changed to a janitor. The janitor's description mirrored Shotoku's, balancing the earth and the heavens with his baton, but instead balancing order and filth with his mop. Several microgames were also changed. A microgame based on Star Fox features Rob the Robot with the Famicom beam gun in the Japanese game, and with the NES Zapper in the West, coupled with Rob's appropriate color scheme for the regions. A microgame from WarioWare Twisted has roots in the Chinese story Journey to the West. The microgame was known as Slapjack internationally, and referred to the story of Jack and the Beanstalk instead. A driver's ed game has players drive on the right side of the road in Japan and on the left side in North America. Wario Land Shake It also had a regional difference. It was called Wario Land The Shake Dimension in PAL regions, and simply Wario Land Shake in Japan and Wario Land Shaking in South Korea. The idea for Wario Land Shake It came about from Nintendo producer Takahiro Harada, who had a desire to revive the Wario Land series. Harada had recently played a Goemon platformer for the Nintendo DS, and enjoyed it so much he looked up the game's producer Etsunobu Ibitsu, who recently left Konami to found his own studio, Good Feel. Ibitsu wanted the studio to collaborate with Nintendo, and Harada claims the timing could not have been better. When the two decided on making a Wario game, Ibitsu initially thought of making a Western-style shooter, being a genre he was playing a lot of at the time. Harada instead suggested they make a platformer, with that style being what the two knew best. The game's director, Madoka Yamauchi, proposed the game's hand-drawn style, a style the team was initially worried about doing. After seeing it in action with the rough line drawings, however, they agreed that the style had a great feel that couldn't be replicated with 3D polygons. Their goal was to make the ultimate 2D game, as it was something that hadn't been achieved before. The animation was provided by Production IG, known for their work on anime such as Ghost in the Shell and Fooly Cooly. They previously worked with Nintendo on the FMV cutscenes for Fire Emblem Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, and later provided animation for Kid Icarus Uprising's Thanatos Rising shorts.
Since everything was hand-drawn and no backgrounds were repeated, even a small change in level design meant a lot of work had to be redone. For Shake It, design director Tadanori Tsukawaki wanted to show off more of a macho side to Wario, as opposed to his usual crass and rude qualities. This came about after he played the earlier Wario Land games, and got the impression he was actually quite manly. Tsukawaki said, "He's so uncool that he ends up being extremely cool. Depending on the game, he can be coarse, farting and doing stuff like that, but I didn't want to show that side of him. As much as possible, I wanted to show a macho Wario, one who is masculine and tough." He asked the animators to truly emphasize the direction they were going for with this side of Wario. Some women who worked on the game initially complained about Wario, more specifically his nose, but by the end of development found him pretty cool. Though the game didn't sell very well, Goodfeel would later go on to develop more Nintendo games, such as Kirby's Epic Yarn and Yoshi's Woolly World. Certain sound effects from Shake It can be heard in these games as well. Wario's victory theme from Smash Bros. Brawl was later remixed for Shake It's first level, Stone Carving City. Since Brawl and Shake It were released within 4 months of each other, it may have been an international Easter egg for Wario's upcoming appearance post-Smash.
Hello and welcome to Region Locked. We all know that Pokemon's creators like to make spin-off games from time to time. This brought us a few one-off titles like Pokemon Snap, but it also created a few sub-series of spin-offs using the Pokemon brand, such as Pokemon Ranger. One alternative series of Pokemon games which saw a favourable response from fans was Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Japan actually received 3 versions of Mystery Dungeon created exclusively for the Nintendo Wii, made available as WiiWare downloads. Today we'll be looking at these games, titled Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Keep Going Blazing Adventure Squad, Let's Go Stormy Adventure Squad, and Go For It Light Adventure Squad. Released in late 2009, Pokemon's WiiWare Mystery Dungeon titles were made available through Nintendo's eShop for around 1,200 Wii points, or about $12 each. Developed by Chunsoft and published by Nintendo, these 3 entries mark the only time that Mystery Dungeon has appeared on a home console, as well as being the only entries to not receive an international release. Often referred to as the Adventure Squad series, contrary to the other Mystery Dungeon games, the title puts little emphasis on storyline. The game's story starts with a group of Pokemon being sent by Slowking to rescue a lost Shuckle. After returning to town, he explains that he was searching for some delicious food. I can relate to that. A story that will continue to unfold as progress is made. This then opens up the game's bulletin board, where other Pokemon post requests for the player to undertake in exchange for rewards. Depending on which of the 3 iterations is being played, the hub world will differ. For Blazing Squad, the location is Pokemon Village, located near a volcano. In Stormy Squad, the player is based on Pokemon Beach, and for Light Squad, the hub is Pokemon Garden, located in a forest. A number of stores and facilities are available in these locations, such as a bank for storing money, a warehouse for storing items, a shop for buying items, a store to relearn attacks that Pokemon have forgotten, as well as a place that allows players to open dungeon treasure chests for a small fee. The games make use of the same 3D graphics featured in My Pokemon Ranch, another WiiWare release which simplified the graphical style of each Pokemon, with Nintendo aiming for something which resembles a picture book. The Mystery Dungeon games play like any standard roguelike titles, with characters moving simultaneously but taking turns to attack on a grid. Each character is able to perform a standard attack as well as a variety of special moves. A new feature introduced with these titles is the ability to stack Pokemon through the use of a mounting ditch tile. By piling Pokemon on top of one another, it's possible to not just move all of the player's team as a single unit, but also attack. This combines all of their health, but reduces their variety of strengths and weaknesses. All units in a tower will effectively be limited by the party leader, having the entire team have their same elemental type. Weather can also vary from floor to floor, or can even be changed by Pokemon attacks. Adverse weather will cause Pokemon towers to collapse unless a member of the tower has an affinity for the bad weather in effect, but each type of weather can cause a variety of other effects as well. Each Pokemon has a size rating, determining their position within a tower stack. These are represented through stars ranging from 1 to 5. A Pokemon can only carry a single unit who is its same size, but any number of Pokemon as long as they are smaller. For example, it is possible to have a stack of 2 5-star Pokemon and 2 4-star Pokemon. The maximum party size is limited to 4 Pokemon. While navigating dungeons, the player will recover health outside of battle. However, they will also become increasingly hungry. If not fed, Pokemon will not only stop recovering HP from movement, but its HP will also slowly begin to drain. By defeating enemies and gaining experience or fulfilling other requirements, Pokemon are able to evolve. However, all of the same rules for combat apply to not just the player but also enemies. When a team member is defeated, enemy Pokemon may level up and evolve, creating a greater challenge. They too are able to stack, increasing their strength. By defeating enemies, there is a chance for them to request to join the player's team. Boss battles will always result in the Pokemon requesting to join. However, Pokemon met in the standard dungeon crawling sections will only sometimes choose to follow the player. Each game has 15 dungeons to explore, totaling 45 in all, as is the standard with mystery dungeon releases. The differences between each release are minor, mostly altering the location names as well as the Pokemon that appear within each dungeon. Also different to prior entries in the series is how the player decides their initial starting Pokemon, being given a choice rather than it being determined through a short quiz. All 3 games work in tandem with one another, allowing for persistent save data across each release. Using save data from another game will keep the team name, all obtained Pokemon, money, items, and rank, though it will not provide any story progress. This also increases the capacity limit for stored items and Pokemon, increasing with each additional game accessed from the save. Normally, when the leading Pokemon is wiped out, the player will lose half of their held money as well as half of their other items before being kicked out of the dungeon. But by making use of the game's online functionality, it's possible to post a mission over Wi-Fi connection to rescue your team with SOS mail. These can be posted privately to friends or publicly so that anyone can take on the request. Additional missions can be added to the game through the Wii's Wii Connect 24 feature, which will download while the Wii is in sleep mode. For a short period after the game was released, several promotional codes were distributed as well, which could be entered through the game's Wonder Mail menu. These codes would be used to unlock unique Pokemon who the player could then use throughout dungeons. These titles never saw release outside of Japan, but this doesn't mean that they were never intended to be translated. Copyright filings were made in the United States for each game title, not with just their direct translations, but also a second set of filings for reimagined subtitles putting the element at the end of their names. The names were Forward, Adventurers of Flame, Let's Go, Adventurers of Storm, and Aspire, Adventurers of Light. IGN reported on the games multiple times assuming that they would receive international localization, but this never came to fruition. To many, the lack of release stateside was surprising, seeing as the Pokemon franchise has always had a strong following outside of Japan. The Wii had a massive install base in 2009 and 2010, so why the games never surfaced in the West remains a bit of a mystery. Dungeon.
Hello, and welcome to Region Lock. The Japanese are often seen as the founding fathers for many popular genres of game, perhaps none more so than horror. America saw most entries in the Fatal Frame series, or as it's known in Europe, the Project Zero series. 2 games remained overseas, however. One of these was a remake of the second Fatal Frame for the Wii, but today we'll be looking at the other, the 4th entry in the series, Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. Fatal Frame Mask of the Lunar Eclipse released exclusively to Japanese audiences in 2008 for the Nintendo Wii, and marked the series' first venture onto Nintendo hardware. All prior games were only released for both PlayStation 2 and Xbox. Mask of the Lunar Eclipse was published by Nintendo themselves, and they were partially involved in the game's development process alongside Grasshopper Manufacture, while lead development was handled by series creators Tecmo. To ensure that each game could act as a standalone entry in the series, the team decided against having a numerical indicator for each title. While there are consistent elements that tie the games together, they can be played individually as self-contained stories. Chronologically, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse is the first entry in the series' timeline. The year is 1980, 6 years prior to Miku Hinasaki entering the Himuro mansion in the first Fatal Frame release. Of a group of 5 friends, 2 of the girls have passed away under inexplicable circumstances. Of the remaining survivors, Misaki Aso and Madoka Tsukimori return to the island they grew up on, hoping to solve the mystery surrounding their friend's demise. After not hearing back from Misaki and Madoka, Duka, the game's main protagonist, decides to follow suit. What ties these girls together is that they know they were kidnapped on the island 10 years earlier, but strangely they have no memories of the place other than that they were found together, unharmed, and were taken off the island. It isn't long before Madoka is killed by angered spirits and Kirishima appears, responding to Duka's mother's request to help her while on the island. The Hidden Moon Disease, a disease that has spread across Dogetsu Island, also known as the Luna Sedata Syndrome, is the English translation chosen for Getsu Yubyo. Other possible translations would be Tranquil Moon Disease or Secluded Moon Disease. Patients suffering from this affliction slowly lose their memories, eventually leading to confusion and paranoia. The disease got its name because one of the side effects was patients seeking out the moon. Seeing the moon or standing in its light would calm them down, and they seemed to temporarily reach clarity. They would be scared of any reflective surface because they weren't able to recognize their own face, claiming that it looks blurred or distorted. The disease can be transferred just by sight. You only have to witness the face of someone in the later stages of the Hidden Moon Disease to contract it yourself. The camera obscura is an invention by Dr. Kunihiko Aso. Searching ways to get closer to the afterlife, Aso invented several devices that could capture supernatural phenomena, like a camera and a spirit radio. Throughout his life, Aso continued improving his camera technology and left them behind in places he thought they could be of use someday, like the hotel he was staying at while on Dogetsu Island. The camera was later gifted to the local Aso Museum, where it is picked up in 1980 by Madoka and later Duka. Several film types can be loaded into the camera, which have different levels of power. The higher the power of the film, the more effective it will be in capturing ghosts. Zero film, however, is its own class and the most powerful. Some of Fatal Frame's final bosses can only be defeated by this rare type of film. The camera can also be upgraded to, for example, capture a wider angle or take more powerful shots. Filters and lenses can also be applied for bonus damage or other attributes. These upgrades can be purchased with crystals found throughout the game or points accumulated through fighting ghosts. Points can also be used to unlock additional outfits. Fatal Frame 4 was the first game to include a new weapon, the Spirit Stone flashlight. Developed by Dr. Aso, it supposedly contains a Spirit Stone, as the name would suggest, giving it the power to exorcise ghosts with a concentrated blast of light. Lenses can also be applied for extra power or other functions. Development for Mask of the Lunar Eclipse was split across 3 studios, with Tecmo taking charge of gameplay and atmosphere, while Grasshopper Manufacture took control of the game's character animations and a variety of other elements. Nintendo was also involved, managing general production of the title. The game was initially conceived when series co-creator Keisuke Kikuchi first took notice of Wii hardware. He, alongside the other series co-creator Makoto Shibata, took on the roles of producer and director respectively, while also bringing in Goichi Suda, also known as Suda51, to help co-direct, co-write, and design the title. Suda was initially unsure about working on the project because of his distaste towards horror titles and ghosts in particular. The Fatal Frame series was created with the intention of making a scary title for a Japanese audience, leading the team to move away from monsters or zombies, which they felt geared more towards a Western audience, choosing to feature ghosts instead. With Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, the team chose to base the game on a desolate island in the 1980s to have the characters seem truly alone, with cell phones having not yet become commonplace either. Makoto Shibata and Keisuke Kikuchi were interviewed by Nintendo for the game's release. Shibata spoke about how the duo were excited to be working with a large selection of developers, as they felt it would make everybody work harder to create a great game. They accredited Nintendo for keeping them on their toes, making sure the story had no vague plot holes, and telling them when they thought it wasn't scary enough. A selection of Easter eggs are also found in the game, courtesy of Nintendo's attachment. After completing the game, the player unlocks 2 Nintendo outfits: Zero Suit Samus from the Metroid series, and Luigi, a la Luigi's Mansion. With such an iconic set of developers attached to the title, it was surprising to many that there was a lack of localization internationally after all prior releases in the series made their way overseas. Fans of the series made their displeasure of this quite apparent. Nintendo of America president Reggie Fils-Aimé claimed in an interview with MTV at the time, "We are not the publisher of that title in the Americas." Not long after, this was followed by an official statement from Tecmo. Nintendo holds the publishing rights to Fatal Frame Wii, which was developed by Tecmo and Grasshopper Manufacture and released in Japan on July 31st, 2008. Nintendo of America has since then decided not to publish the title in North America. Consequently, the title will not be released in this territory. As the owner of the IP, Tecmo feels very unfortunate that the fans of the series in North America will not have a chance to play the game, but respect the final decision made by Nintendo of America. Rumors circulated online that the actual reason was because of a dispute between Nintendo and Tecmo. Allegedly, Nintendo requested that Tecmo make alterations to the game for Western release in order to fix a number of bugs, as well as the game's often criticized controls, to which Tecmo had apparently refused. Whether this is true, however, it has not been confirmed. Adding to the confusion, online reports indicated that the game was set for a European release. The game received store page listings on European websites, and popular localization company Xseed spoke on the matter of a US release. When asked if they would be localizing the game, Executive VP Ken Berry stated, "If you're talking about Fatal Frame 4 for the Wii, then it's coming to the US, even though it won't be by us. Can't tell you who's bringing it over, but keep your eyes peeled for an official announcement, hopefully sometime soon." There were even paid-for advertisements in Nintendo Official Magazine for both France and Spain in April 2009, claiming that the game will haunt your Wii next month, suggesting a proposed release in May of 2009. One thing's for certain though, the game ultimately did not see any international release. As a result, fans of the game created their own translation patch in January 2010. This required files to be stored on an SD card or USB hard drive. Making sure to not contribute to piracy of the game, the team ensured that an official retail copy must be present in the disk drive in order to execute the patch, which would also bypass the console's region locking. At the time, homebrew on the Wii console was in its infancy. Through the use of an exploit of the console's SD card menu, the translation worked before any semblance of a homebrew channel existed. Since then, the translation can now simply be launched through the homebrew channel.
Hello, and welcome to Region Locked. When the Wii was released in 2006, people were keen to learn about any new games that might see release with the unique take on a gaming console. Motion controls blew audiences away, changing the rules of what games are limited to. Today, we'll be looking at a game which was announced early on in the Wii lifecycle, but saw several delays before ultimately being dropped from publication in the United States. That game was Disaster: Day of Crisis. Disaster: Day of Crisis was released in 2008 for the Wii, developed by Monolith Soft and published by Nintendo in Japan, Europe, and Australia. The game involves the player attempting to survive several natural disasters while at the same time fighting against a terrorist organization and trying to rescue civilians. The game puts the player in the role of Raymond Bryce, an ex-US Marine and member of the International Rescue Team. During a routine rescue mission near the dormant volcano of Mount Agulhas, just as everything seems to be wrapping up, an unexpected eruption causes debris to destroy a recovery helicopter, with Ray and his partner, Steve Hewitt, now trapped on an erupting volcano. Whilst trying to escape danger, Steve leaves Raymond with an antique compass, with the promise that he would give it to Steve's sister, Lisa, in the event that he couldn't himself. Soon after, it's another eruption, and Steve Hewitt tragically sacrifices his own life in order to save Ray. Little did Ray know, this would not be the worst day of his life. A year after the tragedy, Ray has still been unable to forgive himself for his partner's death, lacking even the courage to face Lisa and tell her about what unfolded. Ray has since quit the rescue team, instead taking on the role of a public servant. He is asked to meet Special Agent Olsen from the Blue Ridge City FBI division, who informs Ray that a former Marine Special Forces unit called Surge has stolen an array of nuclear weapons and kidnapped the seismologist Dr. Davis, as well as his assistant, Lisa Hewitt, Steve's sister. The organization has issued demands to the American government, threatening to detonate their nuclear weapons should the White House not comply within the next 24 hours. Ray, after fighting over his internal conflicts, makes the decision to seek redemption and chooses to participate in the mission for Lisa's sake, vowing to save her after he was unable to do the same for her brother. Though Ray was only recruited as a liaison between both Agent Olsen and Blue Ridge City officials, he winds up being thrust into the middle of the situation, having to take on all of the terrorists within Surge's ranks almost single-handedly, after several extreme natural disasters unfold. Disaster plays in a variety of different styles throughout the adventure. With a total of 23 stages to play through, and several different goals throughout, the bulk of the game takes the form of a third-person adventure title. The player can move around environments, inspect items, and perform basic platforming skills. With the use of a stamina gauge, the player is able to sprint, and if the player catches fire, they must wiggle the remote and nunchuck. The player will have to traverse through dangerous terrain, so catching fire is to be expected. By shaking the Wii remote when a circular icon appears, the player is able to attack objects, opening new pathways, and obtaining items. The player can find a small selection of items, including ridiculously oversized hamburgers, meat, or drinks, which will be consumed immediately. Crackers and medicines can also be found, which will go into the player's inventory to be used at a later time. Ray is also able to take a deep breath to help clear his lungs after he's been caught up in smoke or toxic air. Clogged up lungs will have a negative effect on Ray's performance, and if his lungs become completely filled with toxic air, he will die. A heart rate is also displayed in the top left corner of the screen in the form of a red circle. As Ray's heart rate increases, this circle also increases in size. If it gets too big, the player's stamina will take a huge hit, preventing the player from performing physically demanding tasks. Throughout the game's events, a variety of other gameplay modes are introduced, requiring different uses of the Wiimote and nunchuck. During gunplay segments, the player must point the remote at their target and shoot like a light gun game, with the ability to take cover. To reload, the nunchuck must be shaken, and the player is able to focus zoom to get a more accurate shot, though this has its own focus meter that will be depleted. There are also a variety of different weapons available, though ammo must be found during exploration segments. Driving portions require the player to use their Wiimote horizontally, steering with tilt controls, and the buttons providing acceleration and a handbrake. There's also a variety of different smaller QuickTime events scattered throughout the game. While traversing levels, Ray can also call out to people who are in need of help. As Ray is also tasked with rescuing civilians, he must first locate an injured person before performing whatever task might be required. These can vary in nature, such as tapping a button to lift a heavy object, reaching out at the right time to grab somebody in danger, identifying, cleaning, and bandaging wounds, or simply just carrying them to safety, making sure to rescue the civilian before their stamina gauge is depleted. Survival points are rewarded based on the civilian's remaining stamina. The player is also able to find small icons which will also earn SP. By spending the player's earned SP, they can improve Ray's various stats, bolstering his abilities. Points are also rewarded separately for gunplay segments, which can be used to purchase new weapons or improve the player's current selection. Some weapons cannot be unlocked until a shooting range has been completed, testing the player's shooting skills. The player is also able to come across a variety of unlockable outfits for Ray, as well as additional weapons. After the game has been completed, a variety of new options are unlocked, including extra disaster files which explain more of the game's backstory, a final shooting gallery, movie and artwork galleries, and an alternate ending. An additional harder difficulty is also unlocked, called Real Disaster Mode. Disaster was originally intended to have a more traditional control scheme, prior to adopting a more Wii-specific style of game. The decision to move away from using the Wii's classic controller or GameCube controllers was made by Nintendo, likely as a means of setting the title apart from something released on other or earlier platforms. It may surprise some to learn that a lot of Disaster's animations, particularly with its cutscenes, make use of motion capture. Footage of the game's motion capture actors shows that a lot of the characters' stunts, like flying away from explosions, were all created using practical effects, with actors being attached to a series of wires and thrown around a room. When being brought to a Western audience, several lines of the game's dialogue were changed at the request of Nintendo of America. The company was allegedly unhappy with much of what had been created, and had the game's voice actors re-record revised dialogue. Prior to this request, the game's Western release was allegedly practically complete. These changes can be seen in the game's European release compared to its original Japanese dialogue, such as the terrorist organization being renamed, from Storm in Japan to Surge in Europe.
Their name is Storm.
Storm. Never heard of him.
Their name is Surge.
Surge.
Never heard of him.
Voice actors had already finished recording their lines with the organization under the name Storm, so they had to be called back to re-record. Another thing of note is the game's use of cutscenes. With many games, the introduction sequence will include snippets of the title, using existing visuals. But for Disaster, many of the shots which are referenced during the opening cinematic are clearly using higher quality assets than would appear in the final release. Why this decision was made, making later shots seem significantly lackluster compared to the initial presentation given to the player, certainly is strange. While Disaster wasn't released outside of Europe, Japan, or Australia, Raymond Bryce would appear in the United States over 10 years later, but only as a spirit within Super Smash Bros. Ultimate on the Nintendo Switch. In the early days of Disaster's development, plans for a North American release were put in place. The game was first demonstrated at E3 in 2006 in a non-playable video presentation. During this stage of development, only the classic controller was being utilized, with the title taking on a more action-oriented gameplay experience. A year after this demo, Monolith had reworked the game's interface in order to incorporate the system's Wiimote controller. Disaster Day of Crisis was initially set to be released very early in the Wii's launch window, but was severely delayed. Tadashi Nomura, one of the game's producers, puts this down to several issues. Firstly, the team had to come to understand the Wii hardware and what potential it held. And secondly, they weren't particularly familiar with anything but RPGs. After the 2006 announcement, more news was only revealed at E3 2007 during an interview with Nintendo of America marketing director Beth Llewellyn, who confirmed that the game was still in active development. In April 2008, Famitsu revealed a release date of July 3rd that year, but in May, Monolith announced that the game had been postponed indefinitely in order for the team to increase the game's quality upon its eventual release. August of 2008, and the Australian Office of Film and Literature Classification provided the game with an M rating, leading many to assume the game was close to completion. A week after this news hit, Nintendo confirmed, once again, that the game was still in development. Finally, the game's confirmed release dates were revealed: September 2008 for Japan and October for Europe. There is no single reason why Disaster never saw release in the United States, but rather the culmination of several problems. After the game was released in Japan, sales were exceptionally sluggish, selling only 15,000 copies in its first week. Nomura blamed poor sales within Japan as being the result of the region's playing habits. He argued that disaster movies and panic-based action were more popular with Westerners. Reviews were generally middle ground, or negative. This made it clear that the game would not be the shining success that both Monolith and Nintendo had hoped for. It would be a month later that the game would be released in EU territories, and this is when the Western world began to understand what the game had in store. During an Iwata Asks segment, Hitoshi Yamagami, the game's second producer, reiterated the team's struggles with an unfamiliar genre, and that they had already begun work on Xenoblade Chronicles before Disaster had been released. It's likely, after some of the more scathing responses to the game and lackluster sales, it was considered a better move to simply never port the title to US shores. While games journalists can have an impact when it comes to international localization, there is a more influential voice that may have been the true cause when it comes to Disaster Day of Crisis: the former president of Nintendo of America, Reggie Fils-Aimé. Upon release, Reggie was extremely vocal on his distaste for the title, calling it not just laughable, but also overpriced. Reggie said that he would keep an eye on the game's sales reception overseas in Europe before backing a North American release. I think it's safe to assume it really did not meet expectations, with continued delays having caused deteriorating interest from fans waiting for its release. The game's sales saw it failing to reach any charts at all. A shame, considering Monolith were keen to work on a sequel, already having several plans in draft. In general, Disaster Day of Crisis was not a blow-away, incredible adventure, but a fun romp with a few laughs scattered throughout. Not quite the cutting-edge, heart-pumping survival action that Nintendo had previously touted it as.
Zoink Games was a game studio based in Sweden known for such titles as Lost in Random, Flipping Death, and Fae. It was in November 2009 that the company briefly captured the imagination of Nintendo Wii owners with an ambitious proof of concept for a title aimed primarily at children. The video showed a game controlled by inserting a Wii remote into a specially designed plush toy and moving it about in various ways. Their demo caught the attention of the games media and subsequently fans of the Wii who expressed an interest in this novel concept. As the years went by, however, the game known as WiiWare never materialized, and the truth surrounding its fate remained unclear. To shed some light on the topic, I spoke to Zoink president Klaus Lingeled, who disclosed WiiWare's behind-the-scenes story and how its planned release was derailed by factors beyond their control. Klaus Lingeled's involvement in the games industry began in the 1990s when he worked as a freelance artist on various projects before eventually joining Shiny Entertainment in 1997. Shortly after the turn of the century, during early work on Enter the Matrix, Klaus was growing weary of traditional game development and departed Shiny of his own accord. His research into the possibility of opening his own studio in the US didn't get far, as he encountered a number of potential roadblocks, such as visa complications. With that in mind, he left the country entirely in 2001, returning to his native Sweden to start over and form a new limited company named Zoink. This was envisioned by him as an independent game studio that would serve as his primary creative outlet. Zoink's early attempts at game development faced difficulties of their own, however. Their first major project was The Call Gang, an original 3D action-adventure game for Xbox, which was given the green light to production by Unique Game Development Studios. But when financial troubles hit the publisher in 2004, UDC declared bankruptcy, hurling Zoink's debut title into uncertainty. Burned by the instability and unpredictability of game creation, Klaus decided to pivot Zoink into the animation industry. There, he and the rest of the company would find success, picking up work for brands such as Burger King and Coca-Cola. It wasn't until later into the decade that Zoink's founder would rediscover his creative spark for the interactive medium with the advent of the Nintendo Wii. Its unique controller opened up many new possibilities for Klaus and his team, prospects made only more enticing by a gold rush of companies cashing in on its burgeoning success. A small German startup named Pixarnaut stepped up to pay for the remainder of the Call Gang's development, reviving it for the Wii in 2008. It was during work on this unlikely resurrection that Klaus began to conceptualize his next original IP. After becoming a father in the mid-2000s, Klaus drew inspiration for his next game from observing the behavior of his young son.
I remember he was very young, he was like 4 or 5 or something like that, and I remember he was always playing. We would play the games together, and then he would go off, and then he would continue playing the games, but with his toys in his room, and it was just funny to see how he just continued the video game, but with puppets instead, or with his dolls and his teddy bears and stuff like that, So I was looking at him, how he was playing and how he's just animating the character around, jumping around with him. And I think we were playing Wii games at that point too, and I just thought it was funny how how you could actually puppeteer, like the way you bounce around with your character with your hand, like pretending it is jumping around, And then I was realizing, wow, that's kind of cool. I mean, that's how you would actually animate the character in the game with the Wii controller. And then it was also like clicked, oh, cool. I could actually what if I put the Wii mode inside one of his plush toys,
And so was born the idea behind what would come to be known as WiiWare, which Klaus started to pursue in early 2008. He approached Nordic Game Ventures, an investment group that provides financing to independent game projects from Nordic countries. His pitch to them by all accounts made an impression, and Zoink was quickly granted funding of around €30,000 in spring 2008. While this was not enough to pay for the development of a full game, it allowed the project to get off the ground. The team began fleshing out the concept, commissioning prototype plush toys, and starting work on a game demo. A key source of inspiration for them in the process of realizing its world and characters was the claymation adventure game The Neverhood. This can be observed from the appearance of the titular main character Wii, which has some similarities to The Neverhood's protagonist Clayman. The original plush for the game, however, featured a different design according to Klaus. Players were once intended to insert the Wii Remote into its nose, with the tip of the controller protruding out slightly. This would have enabled players to use the remote's infrared pointer to interact with the game, but the concept was quickly abandoned after testing.
We tested it on kids, and we saw kids were just grabbing it and they would just slam it in the floor. And of course, because the Wiimote wasn't protected, they would actually break the Wiimote. So we decided, okay, we really need to put it inside so it's very protected, you know.
The structure of the title was that of an adventure game, with a variety of mini-games encountered along the journey. The toy could be stood upright on the floor, and the player would have to wobble them left and right to waddle Wii down fixed pathways in the game. Mini-games or alternate routes could be encountered regularly, and the player would gesture the toy either upside down or on its side to select them. Zoink experimented extensively, finding the strengths and weaknesses of the Wii Remote's motion sensors to narrow down what was really possible. It's because of that the plush toy opened the door to modes of interactivity that usually went unexplored with the lone Wii Remote. For instance, the player could bounce the creature up and down by grabbing onto its springy ears. Zoink had developed ways of determining the length of the bounce by measuring the remote's accelerometer. These ideas were pushed even further by a gameplay concept that had the player throwing the toy upwards. When the remote was tossed into the air, Klaus told me, its accelerometer position would return to 0, meaning Zoink could detect how long the plush was airborne for and build a minigame around just that. Players would toss the character upwards, and the game would replicate this, challenging them to time their throws to collect items in the sky. In another minigame, Wii must sneak into a cave inhabited by a dangerous monster trying to sleep in order to steal his treasure. Players would hold the toy upright to cause the character to sneak forwards deep into his lair, but every so often the creature would break from his slumber. The player would have to then quickly lay Wii face down, which would make the in-game character go prone and avoid alerting the enemy. The game was also planned to feature a unique physical reward system reminiscent of a scout club. A set of pins was going to be included in the box, and upon reaching a certain milestone in the game, players would be prompted to attach a particular pin to their Wii plush as a reward. This was a way for players to show their progress without having to open the game up, and offered a degree of self-expression as to where they were placed on the toy. During our talks, Klaus shared that he had originally hoped Wii would be able to reach people of all ages, with an appeal he likened to that of Animal Crossing's. However, it ultimately ended up targeting younger audiences when Zoink realized how basic the motion controls in the Wii Remote were, which limited how complex their gameplay could be. Implementation of Nintendo's Motion Plus add-on for the remote was fleetingly considered, but was abandoned out of concerns this would limit their potential market. While Wii didn't end up as adult-oriented as once intended, Klaus did invent another Wii game concept to fill that void. Balls of Flurry was his attempt to create a party game for grown-ups using similar ideas to Wii. Players would have inserted the Wii Remote into a ball and tossed it through the air to one another as they participated in various mini-games. In one, for example, the ball was a time bomb waiting to explode, and players would have to pass it between them to avoid it. Ticking could be heard via the Wii Remote speaker before an eventual explosion sound. Zoink's hopes for the game were deflated, however, after the pitch was shown to Nintendo, who told them it was simply too dangerous to be made. Between early 2008 and February 2009, the Wii project made significant progress, according to Anders Svensson, its lead programmer. It was then that the team was finally able to secure a publishing deal. American publisher Majesco, known for releasing such titles as Psychonauts and Blood Rain, signed with Zoink to bring Wii to markets around the world. Majesco was seen as a good fit for the game due to their connections with major US retailers like Walmart. Since the game hinged upon a physical component, the soft toy, being able to negotiate with retail chains for store space was viewed as an essential asset. In the 5 months that followed the start of their partnership with Majesco, the game quietly continued to make strides behind the scenes, but Zoink was about to have their plans upended by an unexpected rival. At the time, one of the games Majesco was best known for publishing was Cooking Mama. The franchise had expanded rapidly over the years, well beyond its humble beginnings as a DS game, to have multiple sequels and spin-offs. It just so happened that Mama's next outing, for the Wii, was set to have her entering the daycare business, and this entailed a physical stuffed toy of a baby players would control by inserting the Wii remote into. For WiiWare, it was an unfortunate coincidence. 2 games planned to be released around the same time, with very similar core concepts by the same publisher. Majesco was faced with a choice between Zoink's original IP or a spin-off to an already successful series. With manufacturing costs taken into account, the publisher was unwilling to keep both going, and chose to release Babysitting Mama instead. WiiWare's support was abruptly cut off in August 2009, leaving Zoink scrambling to find a new publishing partner. The company decided to widen their search by going public. They got to work assembling a trailer for the game designed to grab the attention of players and publishers alike. The video was released on their website in early November 2009 and soon got the game's media talking, but not entirely for the reasons they had hoped. The original version of the trailer they posted showed the child player demonstrating how to insert the Wii remote via the bottom of the soft toy. This immediately garnered some derisive remarks from the press, who mocked the clip with sexually suggestive jokes. Kotaku is among the first to partake in this, with their headline, "WiiWare lets Wii owners penetrate, play with puppets." Within hours of the trailer dropping, it was swiftly pulled and replaced with an alternate take, showing the remote instead being pushed inside the toy's mouth. The response thereafter was largely one of intrigue and enthusiasm, and the joke soon subsided, for the most part. Up until now, the original trailer was considered lost media, but I was able to obtain a copy of it during my research. The second version of the video gained around 180,000 views within a couple of months, and eventually did lead Zoink to finding a distributor willing to take the game on, according to Klaus. WiiWare's bumpy road to release wasn't over yet, however. One major barrier the project ran into during development was getting approval from Nintendo. Their strict rules for games with controller add-ons were such that if a developer created a game for the Wii which required the associated peripheral, they would need to personally inspect both. Klaus feared that this process had the potential to drag out for a very long period of time and could ultimately risk the whole venture if Nintendo rejected it. To avoid this entirely, Zoink argued that the game could be played without the toy. They also drew plans to sell the toy as a separate item to the game, but have the two placed next to each other on store shelves. The two combined were expected to be priced around $40. That wasn't the only tinkering done to avoid Nintendo's wrath. The name of the game was changed mid-development to WiiWare with 2 E's when Zoink realized that Nintendo likely wouldn't have permitted them to use the Wii name in their title. For a time, things were looking promising. Production plans for the plush toys were being drawn up, retailers were being courted, and that's not all.
We were actually in the process of submitting the final build to Nintendo. So that means, if you understand this, basically means we had the game was totally finished.
Really?
Yes, the game was all finished. But we were sending it into Nintendo, and we were getting it approved by Nintendo, which it can sometimes take a long time because they need to look at it and they need to find all the bugs and all that sort of stuff. So we had built the whole game.
A potential 2010 launch for the game briefly seemed on the cards, but yet more disappointment lay ahead for the developers. The prospective deal with their chosen distributor fell through in early 2010, according to lead programmer Anders Svensson. Their reasoning for exiting negotiations with Zoink was hard for Klaus to argue with. The Wii game market had seen a sizable downturn from its dizzying heights towards the start of the console's life. A pattern was emerging. First-party games were selling, third-party games largely performed much worse. Enough third-party software was struggling to find an audience on Nintendo's system for publishers to take notice and become increasingly hesitant about developing for it.
I think a lot of people who bought the original Wii really just bought it for Wii Sports, and they were really like, oh, that's all there is. It's almost like buying the tennis game, and that's it. And then they bought a lot of consoles, but there wasn't a lot of people buying actual titles.
With publisher confidence in the Wii plummeting, WiiWare wasn't able to land back on its feet. A version of the game for Xbox 360 using Kinect was discussed with Microsoft, but the market wasn't deemed big enough for it to be considered viable. Many other publishers were contacted in the search for funding, including Ubisoft. Klaus revealed that they had shown an interest in the concept, but wanted to turn it into a game using Rabbids instead, a concession he was unwilling to make since he wanted it to be a new IP.
Did you ever consider going straight to Nintendo themselves and, trying to pitch it to them?
Oh yeah, we tried. It was impossible. Impossible to even get the right person, and you have to think about it, it's like Nintendo is controlled by Japan, If you want to talk to somebody in Europe, I'm in Sweden, so if you have to talk to anybody in Europe, you have to talk to the guys down in Germany. I think it's easier now, but at that time it was really, they were very scared about releasing any kind of content like that too, because they had problems with people throwing the Wiimotes inside the TV screen, and it was quite new for them too. Getting it through Nintendo would have taken them so long that it would be almost impossible, and maybe not get it through at all. I think it's very hard to do anything with Nintendo. It's easy to release an indie or a game today, but if you want to do anything outside the system, like these ideas, I think it's very hard, even today. We have thought about should we bring back WiiWare and maybe do it for the Switch, because the controls are small, so we could even have a small plush toy, which would be kind of cute. It could even be like maybe it's like a little squishy kind of doll instead of being actually a plush toy, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment, we're just like anything that has to distribute real objects is super complicated,
Zoink cut their losses in 2010 and moved on to other projects. That was until 2 years later when the studio began to take an interest in mobile platforms. They became registered developers for Apple's iOS, and the possibility of a WiiWare revival arose. While the developers wouldn't be able to realize their original plans of a plush toy-centered game, the decision was made to take advantage of the large amount of work done on the software and reuse what they could. The result was WiiWare Rock On, an action title for phones and tablets that recycled the art assets made for the Wii edition. Gone were the minigames of old, replaced with simple linear levels where WiiWare flings enemies away by shooting lightning out of a magic guitar. Players would now amass coins as they played, which could be spent in an item store to customize their character. Zoink joined forces with publisher UI Entertainment to bring the game over the finish line, and it finally saw the light of day in December 2012. 2 versions of the app were released. One was a free game with ads, the other a premium ad-free experience for 99 cents. While it didn't make as many waves online as the original version did, WiiWare Rock On went on to be fairly successful according to Klaus. It was by all accounts well liked. Reviewers praised its gameplay, colourful visuals, and musical score by synth musician Cuckoo. Following close to 5 years of on and off development, Zoink was finally able to release their work, but the idea of a plush toy game continued to linger on for some time after that. Klaus shared that he had given some thought about attempting a Wii U version via crowdfunding, but the system's commercial failure cautioned him against it. Further considerations were made for Nintendo's handheld at the time, the 3DS. Klaus experimented with the device, creating a plush toy into which the handheld could be inserted to form an interactive experience he likened to a Tamagotchi. This, however, never went on to become a full game. The original WiiWare never saw an official release, but the creativity that went into it is something Klaus remains proud of.
It was a very inventive project, and I'm still very proud of it. I thought it was very smart. And sometimes when we talk to other publishers or developers or talking to somebody about it, I think it's kind of cool to show them that,
Mm-hmm.
It also, it's part of the history of Zoink,
Yeah.
Even though it didn't get out, it's still a really inventive and very fun project, and it kind of shows how we are sometimes willing to do something very different,
WiiWare Rock On was automatically delisted from app stores a few years after launch, as Zoink declined to update it for new devices. The company went on to have numerous successful titles in the following years, including Stick It to the Man, Faye, and Lost in Random. They eventually merged with SteamWorld creators Image and Form in 2017 to become Thunderful Games.